觉得对上他们需要注意到哪些方面，以及想打出怎样的风采？
就是滔博的话，我觉得他们那个打野的话，风格也是比较激进的嘛，跟我们就是可能会这上面的碰撞会比较多，打野上的碰撞比较多，然后可能的话就是要注意他们野区的一些设计，以及他们线上对野区的一种联动吧。
好的，那也希望你们今天的这一场 BO3 比赛加油。
观看2025英雄联盟职业联赛第3赛段，您可以通过英雄联盟客户端、掌上英雄联盟及英雄联盟赛事官网 lpl.qq.com、虎牙直播、斗鱼直播、哔哩哔哩直播、咪咕视频、腾讯视频、腾讯体育、新浪微博、微信视频号进行收看。电视机前的召唤师可以通过百视通平台收看全程赛事。嘿，来认识一下这位新队友，全新沉淀 CLA， 李宁英雄联盟泳池派对2025新品现已上市，上京东搜赛事预测，使用 AI 预测，祝你赢1000元耳机。我在场就是主场，莫兹利安为 LPL 奶一口。全新 OPPO Find X8 系列夜景人像神器，夜拍超清晰，人像 MVP。TCL 全屋智慧家电，峡谷英雄敢为不凡。2025 LPL 官方指定家电产品，更受电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，有能量当然战马。傲风电竞椅连续5年中国电竞椅销量第1，开一局吗？开就开，保护有度度，尽情开一局。感谢全场保护的杜蕾斯。酷睿 Ultra 200HX AI 高进游戏本，游戏本的6边形战士。
欢迎来到2025英雄联盟职业联赛第3赛段，这里是西安曲江电竞中心，让我们有请双方对阵战队。首先欢迎 Top Esports， 上单369，打野 Kanavi， 中单 Cram， 下路 Jackie Love， 辅助航。欢迎西安 Team WE。上单 Cube， 打野 Monkey， 中单 Chorus， 下路 Tanyun， 辅助 Vampire。
Greetings one and all, and don't you worry, there will be horse game today. Don't you worry, I got you covered. I even saved some of my guest what do I call it, legacies for the campaign, so I can get some good runs going hopefully. Okay, let's go. Whoa, dude, don't be using that term with me. Don't be using that term with me. Don't you be taking daddy issues out on me, because that is not what I am. Oh yeah, Overlord, that's better, you know. Yeah, I can vibe with Overlord, you know. Anyone see the anime Overlord? I watched that a while ago. Okay, so first series of the day, WE vs Top Esports. WE have started 0-4. They lost against Anyone's Legends yesterday, who were themselves looking shaky. WE took a game. Top Esports also not starting incredibly strong. However, currently 4-0. And I say, okay, again, putting this in perspective, Top Esports haven't started incredibly strong by their standards. They've still shown some weakness, I think. You know, they should have realistically lost to Invictus Gaming. They probably, you know, they dropped the game to Weibo and they could have lost that series. They did stomp on FPX, yes they did. And JDG was a pretty clear-cut series. However, they also would like to be ramping up into better form. I don't think any team in the LPL has started in a way that has completely absolved them of blame or worry. I can turn cameras on. Oh yeah, reading. Yeah, Overlord was a good manga as well, I think, then as well. Oh, this shirt's so creased. Really should have ironed it, shouldn't I? Hello, T-Bar. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Okay, folks. So, in second series of the day is Weibo versus BLG. So that's been a finals matchup in the past. And both of those teams have made some changes coming into it. Of course, Top Esports, another team that's made changes too. WE unchanged. However, Top Esports, they changed supports with Weibo. And now they have Hung, who has been playing better. Who's this handsome person? Well, I did just see that Varus got banned, so perhaps you're talking about them, but hey, Angie, how's it going? Okay, Talia, Poppy, Gwen, Varus. We still have Annie Wukong. We still have Rumble. We still have... what else is up there? Shinzo. Not always banned though, that one. Trundle, yeah, so one of the other ones. It's quite hard to track all the OPs all the time, because I think in the past they were like, you know, you'd always have the same 3 red side bans. Now it does change a bit, because there are so many OPs, it's quite hard to track all of them, and you will have to let them through. Oh, thank you, Andrew. And the Azir's banned away. Cream, one of our players of that in the LPL. Not everyone plays that in the LPL, as we do say when we talk about that champion. The LCK is the Azir region. LPL's not always that. First pick, Rumble. Pantheon. Pantheon's up. You go with the Pantheon. On the other side, that does open up a Rumble angle. Cube played a pretty mean game of it the other day, you know? Even though they ended up losing the game they played against Anyone's Legend on the Rumble, I do think that he played that well. Go towards the Rumble, get some kind of CC. You can go towards Wukong's not a bad matchup into the Pantheon. You can go Wukong, you can go for the Xin Zhao. Either one's fine. With no Trundle, tank top laners are better. But now you're leaving up a Rumble for 369, and he is very good at that champion. Very, very good at that champion. Now, I have heard that Ivern is very good into Pantheon, but I just don't expect it ever to get played in the LPL. Of all regions to play it, that won't be the one to go for the Skirmishes. This is the double tank top lane, top side rather, that they played yesterday versus Anyone's Legend. They played very well against it. I think Shanks yesterday on the Victor didn't play well enough to become that anti-tank threat. Zyra can't. So Rumble passed all the way through the first round of picks and bans. And that's insane to me. Orianna's not bad here for W. I mean, I would prefer something a bit more proactive. I don't know. I feel like Orianna can struggle to get things done herself. She can't battle mage in the way that Victor does. It's quite good against Xayah because you can shockwave for ult, which is sometimes very, very good, right? And hold choke points very well. But I would have preferred something like the Victor, I think, for Karis on the whole. But I suppose the Orianna has a better laning phase. Hey, Esther, good to see you. Why are there 369 top laners in the LPL? Because, you know, we're a legendary region with a history spanning, you know, many years, and they just keep coming out of nowhere, these top laners. So this was the 369th top laner we had. Turns out it was pretty good. Second round AD carry. It's being focused out. Taeyun did play the Caitlyn with this comp before, so Top Esports just doing their due diligence and banning that out. I don't really think the Caitlyn was that great for that comp, you know. What's what they picked? Kyrian, thanks for the stream streak, I appreciate it. If they picked Rumble instead, and W banned Zyra or Rakan, would you prefer that for Top Esports? Yeah, I think that there are more bot lane options, so I don't think you need the Zyra Rakan in 2-3. Whereas Rumble is kind of in a tier of his own in top lane right now. Rumble was unbanned. They let the Ezreal go through. They ban out mid laners instead, matchups for Karis. Really? You're happy to let the Rumble go through to 369? Which I still assume will be played. I mean, Galio's fine in mid lane, but I mean, no, I don't love the Galio actually. I think that leaves them very short range and without a lot of ability to clear through the front line. Now, this is something which Shanks couldn't carry with yesterday, the Victor. I think they have better anti-tank in the Xayah compared to the Jhin, which Anyone's Legend had yesterday. Now, what do you pick as top lane? Do you just let the Rumble go through? I mean, right now, you don't. Do you want double AP solo laners? I mean, I don't think it's that bad, but... What is this top lane pick going to be? Okay, I actually like Aatrox versus the multiple tanks. I do like it quite a lot. And we will have, finally, a game where Rumble is unpicked and unbanned. Karma comes in for Vampire. Now, I don't think he's a fantastic player of the Karma, but it fits the comp really well, right? You have the Ezreal Karma going into the Zyra Rakan. While Zyra Rakan is a strong CV2, Ezreal Xayah tends to work very strong. I think on the whole... Dude, oopsies, sorry, I completely forgot that we had a horse game there, my bad. Oopsies, that'll come later, don't you worry. Who do I think has the better draft? Well, W have their tanks to engage. I think that the anti-tank... Yeah, horse is shown. I think that the Aatrox is going to have a field day. I think the Aatrox is going to have an absolute field day. And I think that Xayah for Jaculov has been very good. So I trust in Top Esports 2v2. I think that the Aatrox is going to have a field day. I think on paper, I would actually say that W's comp is easier to play. Nymaera Horse Girl skin went? Yeah, not sure about that one. Is Top Esports number 1 in the standings? Yeah, they are, Shaltier. Yes, they are. Funny, we were just mentioning about Overlord recently. Oh, thank you, Sam.
The last of the milk, so...
Thank you. Is it? I thought we had another, like, a whole bottle in the bottom drawer.
I think we do. That might change it.
Yeah. Yeah, Top Esports are currently 4-0. Okay, into game we go. Sam will be here shortly, folks. Don't you worry. Let's get us started into game. The coach is a fist bumped. Yep, thought so. I know they were hidden away a little bit. Sam will roll the chair in, and we shall get to doing things.
What things, Al? What are you doing?
Casting League of Legends,
Oh,
Sam.
that's amazing.
Same thing we do every day, Sam. Try to take over the world.
With esports.
Yep, you've got it. Yep. Cool. Sam rolling his chair and got the wheels caught on a cable. Sam punching the mic when it'll come, don't you worry. Inevitably, as Sam gets more and more animated, as the play, of course, gets better and better. Eventually, one shall enrage him so much, he shall take up his anger on the first thing in front of him.
So here's the issue, Al, right? It's like I move my hand up normally. That's where...
Yeah, I know, Sam, but it has to... Look, Sam, I can move it. But, Sam, when I move it away from that spot, you'll be like, oh, no, it's got to be closer. Whatever, let's say the gyros, but instead of us bickering.
Very elaborate headdress in the audience there. We've got another game with the Bash Bros from WE in that top side between the Skarner and the Sile.
However, this time, Top Esports packed some extra anti-tank punch. Zai's better against tanks than the Jhin. Aatrox is very good against the tanks as well, in a way that the Sejuani, which Flandre picked out yesterday, was not. However, I do think having so many tanks reduces the value of Pantheon, who's often better at kind of catching squishies out of position with his ultimate and stuff like that. Often the tanks can kind of stand and fight, turn and lock him down for something big to come through. Top Esports, they will need to show that they can get farm onto their anti-tank champions in a way that Anyone's Legend actually didn't yesterday. Scream starts with that Q, gets a good level 1 trade. Victor not bad in that laning phase versus Orianna, but Orianna expected still to get push and to largely win out the early lane.
Of course, bot side, it's Ezreal Karma looking to fight up against the Zyra Khan. Theoretically, should be early shove for the Ezreal Karma. Not very many things that can beat that shove there, but Zyra Khan, certainly very scary all-in options. I think people sometimes kind of just sleep on how insane that duo can be and how much they empower each other by being on the same team.
See that Vampire there using, of course, trying to get value out of the empowered Q. Best thing that that Jekyll and Hung can do is hit Rakan Qs for sustain, because that does give you that heal. Skarner's going for a big invade.
Goes to get on top of Monkey. He's now actually in a dangerous position. Needs to be very aware of that empowered Q. Flash over the wall from Monkey.
He had to, he absolutely had to. Root now lands onto Hung only level 1.
Yeah, has to flash down there as Vampire getting that level 2 gets a lot of value on the Rakan.
Ezreal's Karma has such good level 1 push potential as the Q over gets the recall cancelled. The 2v2 for Tay and Vampire going about as expected, as you should do for the Ezreal Karma. Jekyll of Hung lose out those summoners. Thought they were doing okay dodging the double empowered Qs, but they're still getting hit by the single empowered Qs and stuff like that, which tend to do a lot of damage.
Let's see what Kanavi's pathing is here now then. And of course, he's going to go towards his wolf. See whether he wants to full clear his blue side and then head red. I think the issue with doing that potentially is Skarner might be given a bit more license to drive through the wall of the Dragon Pit and look for an invade on that red buff, so may want to go straight bot side.
With topside camps being taken on Monkey's side of the map as cubed, this is 500th game in the LPL.
Wow.
Crazy milestone. It only seems like only yesterday I was casting him over on Rare Atom in 2023. Funnily enough, Cube was in the first series of LPL I ever cast. Rare Atom versus LGD. Yeah. It was, I believe that was the case. Was it Rare Atom? Anyone's Legend. Either way, I remember it was Rare Atom. Yeah, it was really cute actually. I remember having some folks over, and it was the day after we had cast it, and then you guys put on the YouTube video of me casting LPL for in the background. It was very cute. You were very supportive.
We did our best.
69 get a good freeze up here. With the topside camps being down from Monkey, he doesn't want to be topside. There's a topside scuttle, and you can see he's going bot side instead. But what that means is that 369 can freeze Cube off of the wave, get a bit of advantage here, and set the wave up so the Scion loses a little bit of value, which is important. If Scion's deprived of some resources, part of that front line Tends to get, hang on a second, Knives have flash out here.
He's going to be in a dangerous position. Throws a decent use to the but he's going to be hit by that root. Now he's in a spot of bother. Trying to trade this out regardless. Got a decent amount of work.
Wow.
Wary of the Q. He burns out.
Why didn't he flash? Kanavi, my dude, that is just so disrespectful. I was thinking, oh, he might just make it out. Refuses to flash the entire time and will now not just lose his Raptors, but lose his life as well. As Monkey and Vampire, this is dangerous top esports. When those two get rolling, WE tend to roll with it.
Yeah, that one is unfortunate to say the least. Has very much overplayed that one and gets in a lot of trouble for it.
Thought he could save that flash. Had the empowered E onto the first bit of damage when he got wall slammed, and I thought, okay, that's fine, I guess. But to that, you know, you see all the skill shots coming in, refusing to do anything about it. Top esports all-star jungler denied there. Great damage here from Taeyeon, stacking up that Conqueror too. Misses that last one, but Jesus, 369 getting railed on by Ezreal Karma. Might even be able to get that recall stop as well. I think he will be able to, in fact. 369, he's got some pots ticking. Well, he did just there. It's just ran out. I think he can get dove here.
Yeah, he probably can do it. He's only got the level 5 and level 6 to work with. Good Q. Flashes for the auto. Gets a decent jump, but Vampire flashed out himself. And the last auto comes on through in WE. Pick up another. Well played in this early game so far.
Awesome. Really well played in this early game from the Ezreal Karma. Typically, I'm not a fan of Vampire and anything non-engaged support, but I think he's been playing the pressure well. And Taeyeon, knowing how much damage he has in the back pocket has been really impactful. Jackie and Hung, they were getting bullied about in the early lane. Karma goes to invade into Kanavi, and now suddenly 369 dying under turret, and a lot of this comes from that Ezreal Karma.
It's really good stuff. Again, it's part of the lane pressure, part of the invades, and then finding the dive after. You can't really ask for much more out of that duo, and Vampire in particular. Very active on the map on the Karma, which can sometimes be a little too locked to lane if you're not playing with your mini-map on appropriately.
However, Cream doing well on the Victor. 369, despite the death, still going to be fine in terms of composition. My issue with WE is not necessarily about the laning phase. However, that's an important fact for them, because if they can deprive resources away from the carries of top esports, their tanks will be safer. And I think this game will be much likely. Hang on a second. 369's going to get wall stunned here. He does not have the stuff to deal with that.
Does have at least that world ender to work with, but I don't think it's going to get out of range of the tether there. The focus resolve comes on through, and now 369 trying to get some healing, and then it becomes the Ezreal. It's a second kill on over.
Pushing up way too far. Don't know why he walks into a wall against a Skarner like that. You're not safe there. This is simple stuff. Much like against a Poppy, you do not want to be close to that wall. And 369, Jackie Hung, Kanavi all feeling the bite of Monkey, Taeyeon, and Vampire's kind of early pressure.
To be invaded again. Going to try and start up these Raptors, but I don't think you can be there, Kanavi. That is gone.
Yeah, you've not supported your bot side of the map. Monkey could get a wall stun through. It's taking a lot of damage from the Pantheon.
Actually, with some TP's coming through. That True Shot Barrage landing is going to make Kanavi's life a bit trickier. Does end up giving the Raptor camp up.
Well, he still has flash, so he can still use that, you know. But he doesn't have the powered ability. Monkey has 6, Kanavi doesn't, because Kanavi has fallen down a significant amount of CS now. Dragon can get started. It's not like Kanavi can really contest without his ultimate, really opening up another angle and giving him the percent armor shred as well on the passive of that ult. Top esports this early game has been pretty woeful. WE have been on the map first. Top esports have been disrespecting, and when we were saying, hey, well, top esports really kind of expected more from them in this split so far. I know they're 4-0, but this is not a clean start to them. This is what we meant. Dragon goes over towards WE, but top esports, some worries about this team and the way they're performing. They probably should have lost to Invictus Gaming. There are a couple of other games which felt a little bit like a missing thing above their heads. And this one, I mean, they've got given the Pantheon. They're super OP. They have a lot of champions they're very comfortable on, and they're getting a bit bodied.
Really are. Over towards the grubs we go. WE up 1,000 gold. Monkey's coming on over. Hunk's going to try and body block him out, but he's still a bit aware. He's around the grand entrance.
No, level 6 for
Monkey. An opportunity to drive someone into the wall. Kanavi now in danger, hit with the Impale. No chance for the Aegis assault down. Going to try and find this smite. Gets flashed on. Jumps forward onto the Skarner, but is likely just going to die. What are you doing, top esports?
He ended up, the ult comes out for ult that. Kanavi decided, look, I'm dead, but I want to get myself the 2 grubs. He did end up dying for that, but he ends up getting the second grub. Kanavi didn't have the level 6, they weren't in position, and top esports are not moving around the map with purpose. They're just kind of wandering into an area of the map and hoping that it'll work out. You'll notice there that, Cream didn't roam over towards the play. He has gone towards the Rod of Ages build. FYI, it's not going to be the Blackfire Torch, which, actually, Sam and I talked about this at length after the series yesterday from Anyone's Legend versus WE because of that Victor versus the Hyper Tank matchup game that we saw yesterday. And I think our conclusion was either you went for the Bloodletters after the Blackfires, like Rookie did, because it feels like the double burn of Blackfires and Leandries is actually a little too weak, especially in the early game until you reach 3-4 items. Or you go for Rod of Ages, Leandries, and then eventually end up your way up into something like the Bloodletters or a Riftmaker, and you become unkillable in a way that the other build simply isn't. So I think Cream on track towards a better build in this game to do what Shanks couldn't against a similar lineup, in a similar position to carry against a heavy tank array from WE. Got that Scion, the Aatrox. Throwing waves. Nothing really big's happened between them so far. The 2 grubs to top Esports, eventually very helpful, of course. Being said, Sion's pretty good at denying plates, actually, because he can put that W1, keep the wave outside a tower, mostly, and clear it away very effectively. It's not like when you're against an Ornn or something. Ornn can sometimes struggle to stop people from hitting plates. 369, about half HP, have to trade him a cube on the bot side. He'll be continuing to shove in and do the best he can. Of course, was falling apart on the side lane a little earlier this game, 0-2, and I'm not going to lie, a lot of that was through his own doing.
It really was. And we're looking at a game state where W have got a 2-0-1 Ezreal, who's up a fair amount of gold. We've got the Skarner well ahead of Curve, a monkey on the Skarner. We've already seen be a bit of a carry threat across this year in general. It's set up to do so again. And I think top esports are in a really tricky situation, being down this early amount of gold. Yes, you've got some scaling in this game, don't get me wrong. Messiah will do fine as the game goes on, but you are also into a team that will match your scaling mostly just fine here with the Ezreal, the Orianna, the big front line. Sure, the Karma might fall off a bit, but in a lot of ways her work is done. She's gotten the lead and pressure she needed. Can't be as obnoxious as possible, and I think in particular, having someone like Kanavi be behind Curve is never a sign you want to see for top esports. Nice chunk there from Jackie. Force a flash out of Vampire as the quickness comes on towards Grand Starfall coming on in. Tayun was hit just by the very edge of that quickness. Jackie goes forward.
Jackie!
Goes forward, trying to get up to Tayun. Goes 1-for-1. Rest of the play now happening as Hung. Flash on out the battle dance. Both supports down that summoner spell. A 1-for-1 and summoner's blown everywhere you can.
I don't think Jackie thought he was going to die there. Had barrier. I mean, I suppose he still would have get traded back in the extended play, but I think that would have opened up an angle for Kanavi to fight a little longer. They get themselves a kill. It goes on to Kanavi, whereas the other one goes on to Tayun, who's now 3-1-1 on the Ezreal, having a good game on this pick. And really, Tayun playing well. It was the start of the success for WE. Junglers run into each other. Monkey probably does win this trade now, actually, but we'll back out. Doesn't know who else is roaming, and indeed, there are 2 people around and in the area. It would have been Cream and Hung roaming to the play. Top Esports get themselves their first kill on the board, but it cost them a lot of summoners and the life of Jackie Love.
So, Dragon spawning in 45 seconds. It'd be second of the game for WE and would be not quite Peter's turn. They didn't get the 2 grubs worth noting. Of course, we had that Kanavi dying 4-second grub a little earlier on.
A question, chat. You know, is WE going to win the first game? Which I'm sure, you know, it's a common question, whatever. It's been a good early game for WE. 1,000 gold lead, getting ahead where they need to get ahead in this Ezreal and the like. However, need we remind you, WE's problems this split so far, after starting 0-4, have been about them being anti-clutch. Their individual performance has been about the place. Top Esports, their early games have looked pretty awful. However,
been very clutch.
They've been very clutch in the team fights. Scion flying in, not achieving that much. That was a bit of a struggle in the mid lane as Vampire got traded onto by Jackie Love, and Jackie Love, the other side of things, had to dodge his way out of that Scion ult, as we were saying. But WE, the later this game goes, the more you have to get worried for them. They have looked pretty terrible around late game objectives, and that is not a way to win League of Legends.
I think that is fair to say. Kanavi heading over towards the Dragon 369 begins proxy farming. Does have teleport, just 369. Cube has just burned his. Makes things a bit interesting, especially because he does just ult towards that mid lane. So there's a wild away 369 on the roam here. Get a lot of value, especially having proxied the wave into turret.
I don't think top Esports need to fight this. I don't think they need to. Yeah, wave into top lane is nice to deny some extra little bits. Remember, when he's not really that much damage coming in for the Aatrox just there,
He's not got an item, that's why.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And I think that will mean, okay, top Esports doing the correct thing of not fighting the objective. One thing which I do appreciate at top Esports, they are willing to slow roll a game. Right here, it's not great that they give up another dragon, because, you know, there is the Hextech Soul on the Rift, as we see now as the second dragon goes down. If WE get a Hextech Soul, yeah, you're boned. Like, there's no 2 ways about it. Jackie Love Gonna get rooted up. He could actually die here. He needs to be really afraid. Rooted a second time this combo's actually happened, as Jackalov needs to be very careful popping the ult.
Does indeed. Taeyu now in danger, trying to get out of there, but is of course down all his summoners and goes down. Nice pick-off on both bot laners. Monkey turns up, but it's only to observe the corpses of Taeyu and Vampire.
Oh, how dare I disrespect Jackalov. Of course he knows what the hell he's doing. The Pantheon all over the top, and it's Taeyu and Vampire who had the great early game, who are the ones to make the big mistake. Monkey forced a flash away from a Rakan W as well. But this is one of the problems of the Ezreal Karma. You think you are gods in the first 5-10 minutes of the game. It's a little bit beyond that now, and the global has been unlocked to that Pantheon, amongst other things. Taeyu and Vampire, despite the good early game, may have just made the play which lets Top Esports take over. They're in a gold lead now.
Na'Vi now potentially in danger, needs to potentially back up on this one. There's Na'Vi in danger, will likely fall down here and does so. Unfortunate there.
Takes a long time for him to die. 369 has flash, has ult. There might be another wall stun coming through, but I realistically don't think there's a kill angle here.
369 in danger. May need to be forced to flash. Gets hit by that decimated smash. He's actually going to take quite a lot of damage here. Gets a big death sting, a stance heal. Flashes away from the shockwave. Could only get more. Needs another Q. Won't find it. And they do get the kill in the end.
Takes a long time, but they bring down the Aatrox. 369, the first number of his name now at 0, 3, and 0. Herald open up for WE, and despite the fact that all of these kills happen in return from WE, it is actually going to be a gold lead for Top Esports. This is how it started. I thought, well, you know, you're walking up 1v2. Jackalov really knows what he's doing here. Has a ton of damage coming through. Hung's on the roam. Taeyu wastes his E, and they die. Jackalov doesn't have ult this time.
Might be in danger, just managed to back away for a second, but the extended battle dance range from Hung is good. Force the cleanse there because of the feather pull. Vampire needs to speed himself away as well.
I really don't like how Taeyu and Vampire are playing through mid lane. The early game, we sang their praises, but right here, this is where our worries about WE come in. The later into a game it goes, the less the game plan seems to fit for WE for certain players, and Taeyu and Vampire just taking the wrong aggressive trades.
Na'Vi going to take a bit of a chunk there from the decimating smash into the Soul Furnace proc. Karis is coming on over, can speed themselves up here.
There's a shockwave not available for Karis. I was baited a little bit by the icon there.
Yeah, I was too, actually. I just saw it. I was like, is that up? I don't know. 8 seconds away on that one.
So W need to find a way to play better around this mid lane. They really do. Vampire has flash. We'll probably need to use it.
He's in danger now. Doesn't he just beat himself up? Is it being a flash for flash there? Not quite in range of Jackalov to get the root after.
I think losing flash on the Karma is more important, though, because that's your only mobility, as Rakan has a ton in both his W and his E.
Yeah.
You can see that Top Esports ruling this mid lane, and their mid lane outer turret has not really been hit at all, I don't think. So WE, despite the fact that they get that Herald, I don't know how well they're going to be able to use it. They summon it now, which I don't know the best timing either, actually. Jackalov has red buff, he's full HP, has his ult available on both summoners. W trying to move everyone in force here. Where is that Pantheon? Underneath the turret right now. They're trying to push in and get as much HP down on this turret as possible.
They very much are. Shockwave on 3! Nice value. Jackalov just at least managed to ult the Impale after, but Kanavi is a dead man. Jackie, very low, needs to run away. Tier 1 in mid lane down. Cream is turned up, throws down a gravity field that doesn't get all that much value on WE. Finally find the good coordinated play in mid.
The reactions are not on point for Top Esports as Karis hid the ball within the tower. Big mistake. You had a Pantheon E and you had the Xayah ultimate. Neither of them are pulled, and that's the play which WE were looking for. They've been overforcing in mid lane an awful lot, and right there it finally works out for them. Karis being a bit of a savior. Taeyu and Vampire couldn't get it done in the mid lane. He does it himself.
Now, Hung is very deep. He's going to get rooted up here. Will not have the opportunity to battle dance until just now. Monkey went looking slow onto Hung. There's another battle dance, though. And now actually Karis has come on over, and they get the Rakan regardless.
Hung really too far there. The Rakan has incredible extended retreat range when you have a Xayah on your team, and even that is not enough to get him to safety. WE really playing around the Skarner well, but watch what happens with the Orianna ball. I think he ended up hiding it in the turret. Yeah, he hides it there, but folks, you have a Pantheon E and you have a Xayah ultimate. Neither were pulled, and it's a 3-man shockwave. That is, you would have expected one of them to get that, you know?
Yeah.
That's a pretty bad way to fall to an unassisted shockwave.
They get a lot of value there, and now WE extend the gold lead up 2,000. Now it's been a very messy game in that sense. WE definitely feel pretty comfortable here heading into a soul point fight.
Regained the gold lead, importantly, because they had actually fallen behind. They had to get that again. This gold graph of a game is going to be a little bit weird. It's gone back and forth a fair amount. We do have 2 items onto the Pantheon with that Black Cleaver. Really quite worried that that the Aatrox is quite far behind. I think 369 has had a poor game judging the map, even though individually he's been okay. -1 for Jackal over there. Yes, we did notice. Dragon started. WE not going to contest from the looks of it. Ezreal will get some decent chip damage down, but I mean, Victor can control the choke point. In fact, I think they probably should have looked to control that choke point. They've allowed them into the river.
Very much have. What do we do at the back end of this? As in goes Zion, not quite Monkey until just now, and that's an impale onto the Victor. Cream gets over the wall though. In comes the Arcane Storm. Charm as well keeps Monkey in a dangerous position. Cube also buying time, but all the while the Dragon is going down. Shockwave well wide, but WE should get the Dragon off this, you have to imagine.
They'll get that, and they'll get their soul point as Cream refuses to flash, takes way too much damage, and now he's at low HP to look to Battle Mage.
And try and play this out potentially, but Kanavi's also about half HP. WE want to try and find more. There's a ball on top of Monkey. Doesn't have the Shockwave available. Kanavi throws down the Aegis Assault. Decimating Smash comes on down. 369 trying to body block. Into the backline goes Hung. Gets the knock up. The Feather Pull comes on through as well. But Taeyun feels the opportunity to Arcane shift forwards. Looking for the true shot barrage!
Oh!
And brings down 369. Jackie goes into the sky. Feather Pull onto Garrus, but he gets to come out and protect. They do bring down the Orianna, but everyone's so damn low. A last Essence Plug. The Qs keep flying. Can't quite get the kills. And TES only lose the one.
Top Esports being so disrespectful with their disengage abilities throughout the last few minutes, and WE are getting HP advantages with good skill shot accuracy from Taeyun and great tank engage from Cube and Monkey. Right there, Cream wondering whether he should flash or shouldn't at the start of the play. Chooses not to, takes over half his HP and ends up starting now at this HP for the fight proper. You can also see later on, Jackalow ends up, pulling his ultimate a little bit late as well onto the Orianna QWs. WE, they're getting such good chunks with their Ezreal and the Orianna that the damage just keeps ticking up. Look at the way that Taeyun just keeps jumping forwards. And the 4-man ultimate here gets so much damage down. Jackalow failing to ult either the Ezreal or the Orianna QW. Doesn't actually dodge any damage. I wonder whether that could have made the difference there. Jackalow had a great ult or two earlier into the game, but they need to be top-notch if you're going to be trying to dodge out this damage. Look at that damage from Taeyun.
Yeah, I mean, they were very lucky not to lose another 1 or 2 there at the back end of that. I'm not going to lie. Everyone got out on sub 10 HP, it felt like. Taeyun, an extra Q from him onto anyone, it felt like would probably have been death. Doesn't happen. Now WE find themselves up in another amount of gold. They're still about that 2,000 gold up. They've got soul point. They found some more shutdowns. Feeling good here for them in this game state. We'll see what they can do from here. We've seen them fumble from this space before, but 21 minutes, soul point, lots of turrets to their name. Not ask for too much more in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, and the big thing is that I don't think Top Esports anti-tank potential is online. You don't have a Lord Dominus Regards, you don't have the Leandries, and this Aatrox, well, initially I thought, well, they'll have a field day versus the tanks, that's what I said in draft, has played poorly on sidelines. 369 has judged the map poorly, he's been caught well out of sorts. I think Top Esports as a whole haven't really understood what's going on in the map, and I think WE, credit to them, have played much better around the map than they often do. This Atacon is on full vision. Victor will be able to recall and come back into the play. Let's see which angle he chooses to teleport into.
Panther could definitely come dropping in. There's that teleport towards the top side bush. Down to 3k HP. It's
going to be gone. Too late. Way too late.
Too late. In comes Kanavi. About 2 seconds too late on that play, but all the while damage goes down to Q. Actually, good damage on a Vampire. Needs to flash one out. Just go down to the Aegis Assault. True Shot Barrage comes across multiple people. The Shockwave doesn't get as much face. They're hoping as Monkey gets chunked up, but not quite down until just now. As the Shield Bolt comes on down. Cube flashing on out. Slowed down though. Has got a Blast Code. Interrupted before he can get too much further, but just into the rev bump. But now 369. Potentially in a dangerous angle, but can't quite find a way over that wall onto the low health bars of Taeyun and Karras.
Atacon for 2. WE don't get that many petals out of it, because Top Esports was to claim most on the map anyway, so it's only 21 to 17. It's an advantage, but it's not as big as it could have been. This should also allow Top Esports to get, I don't know, I was about to think they could get the top lane out of turret, not able to do so quite as much. Cream, good angle there, had the 2-item Victor team fight, so he had that Rod of Ages Leandries core, and that allowed him to just solo hold off the backline. Top lane turret, trying to deny the local gold. 369 should still be around for it. Yes, he will indeed get that. He approached with the Atacon a little bit late, but Cream's the hero of this fight in a lot of ways. Even though he misses that initial death ray, he manages to zone off both carries at the same time. Taeyun have to flash back out, and rather E back out of the gravity field. Double Chaos Storm into the double death ray as well. Doing a great job. This Victor at the 2 items, we said the Victor would be an issue. He absolutely was that. It meant that those carries weren't in position to get the HP chunks that they'd been getting in earlier fights. 50 seconds till the Dragon, which would be sold for WE, and it's even in gold. Kanavi alone in top river. Anyone else walking up, he needs to use his E. I don't know if he's going to have a chance to do so.
Kanavi gets impaled.
Kanavi, my dude.
Gone, and the Jacula forced to back away from doing damage by that shockwave route onto Cream by that focused resolve. Value onto him, gets shielded up, but is now desperately low. TP finally comes on through for 369, but it's a little bit too little, a little bit too late.
Kanavi has a 2.5k lead over Monkey. He is very, very powerful, but you can't afford to walk into river like that. It's 20 seconds till the Dragon. He'll have his ultimate to recontest, but I don't think top esports can take space in the river. WE should be able to start up the objective and threaten Soul and force a risky gamble of throwing that Pantheon into the backline with his ultimate.
Monkey did have to recall though, and yes, you got Hex Gates, but it doesn't mean he's not on the map right now. Overcome top esports, trying to get on in. 5 seconds on Kanavi. Does have the Grand Starfall, can rejoin on pretty short notice here.
That's important now. WE, because of that recall, have not been able to start up the Dragon in good timing. Pantheon will have Hex Gates and his ultimate to get back out, as we've mentioned before. How's the anti-tank damage looking? The Ezreal getting great damage down. That's good. Get some damage onto that Victor. If Victor has lower HP, he can't be the anti-tank menace in the same way.
Looks like the Aatrox have really struggled into this Ezreal in particular once they got fed. Can't buy the space they're hoping for. He's up the Grand Starfall, looking to get on the backside. Karras wants to flash away. Looking to get on top of the Orianna, just wide. The exhaust comes on down. The Arcane still not getting that much value. Cube buying up 3 people's time. Kanavi trying to do the same on the other side. Should be able to do so. Cube survives. Kanavi goes down. Root onto Monkey. Redemption.
The late ult
is so good, and the ult is late.
A third late ult in this game for Jacula. Over and the shockwave hits.
Gets on to 3. Monkey in the backside drives into the bird. Flash on now, but they're getting all the kills in the river regardless. Jacula falls, and top esports find themselves on the bottom.
WE's tanks stand strong. They are the ones which end up holding the door shut as a terrible engage from Hung goes through, forcing a flash out of Orianna, but just leaving him completely dead. Hung, a player that was just switched on to top esports away from Weibo. They switched out those supports, coming off of a split where I thought he would honestly retire. He's had a good split so far, but this moment here might have actually just cost them the game, using that limited engage of that Rakan on this team onto a target, which managed to get away to safety. Baron will go to the side of WE. Hex Tech Soul is there already, and WE should be in position to close out this game 1.
I think that is looking like a likelihood at this point. 3k up. Baron to their name will extend that significantly. Hex Soul on top of all of that. When you've got poke champions like Ezreal and Karma.
Kanavi dying before the fight is of course a huge part of this too, though. You know, Kanavi getting caught out most of the game. But look at Hung. Doesn't get the ultimate onto Cube to extend the distance. Misses the W. And leaves his whole team out to dry. I think Kanavi makes a mistake in jumping forward there as well. I have no idea where he's used that empowered ability. And Cube gets a last second shield rather, to keep himself alive. So Hung Kanavi will be scratching their heads a little bit of that one. Jacula once again, late ultimate, getting hit by a QW from that Orianna. And really struggling to get good value ultimates here. And then everyone in their desperation piles forward into another shockwave. Karras has had a very good game.
You managed to get so much value, jumps on in, flashes back out, gets the Arcane Shift to go right back in again, back to life we go. Damage onto Cream, who is once again eaten up. He is dessert for WE this time around.
Mistimed ult.
From the mistimed ult, Jacula going on to the other side. In goes Hung, but the Shockwave is there into the Impale. Oh, it's the quadra kill, I think, at the back end of that one. For Karras, somewhere out there, Freak would do a better voice crack than I would. 369 in dangers. Oh, they're going to try and donate the pentakill. No, they are not. Because Monkey C, Monkey do, and Karras is denied the full 5.
Monkey, you dick, denies the pentakill to his mid laner Karras. But WE smash home another game with this Skarner Scion combo and take a win off of top esports.
And let's be real, it starts in the early lane. They get the massive advantages. Top esports come back a bit, but when WE stop finding those fights, it is done in style. Yes, top esports fumble some significant plays. Lots of mispositioning around ultimates. Lots of misuse and mistiming of ultimates. But the other side, WE, for the first time in a little while, the engines are rolling. The skill shots are landing. Taeyun look dangerous. How long have we been able to say? How long has it been since we were able to say that this split? A whole little while. But hello, one and all, and welcome back to the LPL English cast by Initialise and Nymaera, whose channel you are most likely on if you are on Twitch. We're also live on YouTube and on Nivea's channel as well. Thank you all for joining us, one and all. There is no longer any official broadcast of the LPL in English, right? discontinued that one, having picked it up briefly for a year or so. And now it is down to us, the community, to bring you all of that action where and when we can. We are two of the more experienced casters at this point in League of Legends and esports. We're siblings. I'm actually their older brother, which is kind of cool. It is a pleasure to be here doing this all for you, but it does mean that we are reliant on all of your support back home to keep doing what we're doing. Two best ways to do that: subscribe on the Twitch Prime. If you've got a Twitch Prime, you got that free sub anyway. If you're going for Amazon Prime, consider dropping it here. It goes a huge way to keeping us in business. The other side of that coin, of course, is if you are a Twitch user, please do consider using Ko-fi. We have now got a Ko-fi link, and if you're not a Twitch user and want to support us anyway, buy us a coffee that way.
WE take the first game and Top Esports. This is why we have reservations about this. They have started 4-0 and W have started 0-4. However, Top Esports, they arguably should have ended up losing to IG, and some of their other games have left a lot to be desired as well.
And this one was a deserved loss, right? Like, let's be real, W just outplayed them on the map and in the skill shot department. Like, you can't ask for too much more.
And I'm not going to call this a draft diff. I think that W are comfortable with their draft, but it's not like Top Esports draft do not have the tools to deal. And we saw what happened at the Atakan, right? Where it was a good angle from the Victor, ended up doing a lot of damage. I think really it was just outplayed. Credit to WE, they did do very well. After a fumble in the mid lane, the real big issue there was I feel like Taina Vampire gave way too much value after losing in the mid lane DV2. That was the moment I thought actually Top Esports can pick up and run with this.
Because it's really annoying, because actually the early game from Taina Vampire, fantastic. The late game from Taina Vampire, fantastic. Yeah. That mid game where it felt like they as an individual bot lane were trying to make plays without the support of their team and the respect to what Top Esports could be doing, nearly cost them more than it should. Like, if you'd had Monkey around, if you had a teleport from Karis or Cube around, or an ult from there, maybe you could have made those plays a bit more aggressively, but you cost them a little bit. But, you know, a minor criticism in the grand scheme of things aside, WE on the whole a pretty good game, and Top Esports very much the opposite.
Yeah. Alexander asking, am I casting LEC this weekend? No, I'm not on week 1. I have 1 day on desk in day 2, and I don't know when else I'm going to be on the LEC in summer so far, so I'll keep you updated. You know, if you want to ask that, that's fine. But I've got the 1 day in LEC summer so far. They've only scheduled the first couple of weeks, so I'm not as certain of that right now. Go into the post game stats, then we'll do a bit of horse game, I guess. We'll run some adverts because we've got to get that pre-roll.
Do you want a coffee?
I'd love a coffee, thanks.
I can sort that.
Thanks. I think we're almost out of the coffee pots.
We are,
the big one.
actually.
So you have to get a cafetiere. Yeah. Vampire had a good Karma game. I mean, yeah, he did. His early game was good. He didn't play well around mid lane, but everything else was good. Gold Cliff. I did say that Gold Cliff was going to look really weird. Okay, let's start a career up. Who are we going to run with? I don't have a good Teo campaign yet. No, I do. I do have 1 or 2. I don't have a good special week, I guess. Let me think. What do you think? Sparks are mostly random, but the better you do, the more likely you get good sparks. I'm trying to think who I actually want to run with. I have a lot of good Medros. I have a very good augury cap. Maybe I'll try doing a Teo. So I've got a. Let's just try and get ourselves a 9 spark somewhere. Is this a 9 spark? Is this a 9 spark? I really want extra. That's an 8 spark. Let me see. So I'm looking for 3 on this first thing here, and then I'm looking for 3s on the rest of them. I don't want to go there, and I'd really like stamina if I can. Power's not bad here. Is this 9 spark? 9. Yeah, so that's 2 power, 3 speed. Yeah, we'll go from dot. Wait, maybe I can get better than that. Ooh, that's pretty damn good actually. Is that a 9-star? Stamp? We gotta go with this. We have to go with this. Yeah, we need the extra stamina. Then we'll go for our own. Is this the 3-star one? 3. A 7-star, but it's 3 on the first. I need one with 3 on the first one for my one. Okay, I think that's good. I don't know what skills we're getting out of this. Did corner recovery, stamina to spare is okay. Yeah, stamina to spare is actually pretty good. Yeah, this is fine. This is fine. Good dignity calls. Do I get anything good here? Dance of Victoria is okay. Triumphant Pulse is really good if we can get that in the second set of sparks. We borrowed Dark's Kiddersan Black. Double Wit is fine, I think. Yeah, I think this is fine. Whatever, I like the speed. I like this card setup. Short all events, skip on, and we try our best. Okay, and at least we get some extra stamina from this. We just go for the Kiddersan. I don't really want to do recreation right here, just in case. Doing on first. 4 on speed! 4 on speed! Let's go! And you always take the energy from extra training outside of like very specific circumstances, I think. Well, like at the very end, you're trying to look for It's pretty good. When you're trying to look for like stat break points in the at certain points and you want it before a race, sometimes it's okay to take the other thing. The reason I want stamina is, in terms of my legacies, is because I don't like training stamina that much, but because this is a campaign with a bunch of medium and longs in it, I need to like have the stamina. Taeyeon gets it. Taeyeon was awesome. He was really, really good. This is good. This gives us a mood up. In fact, I might do recreation after this now. If the next training that's kind of meh, that's 3 on speed. That's not meh. We try it. We don't fail 7%, right? Thank God. That would have been embarrassing. We take the energy from this. I'm actually gonna do recreation here and hope we get an energy up event. Please not. Yeah, this is good. We get a little bit of energy from the recreation too. We can get energy from this, but also this is straight away adapt. We'll take the straight away adapt. Hope we get the 3. Only 1. Because sometimes it'll give you 1 hint level, sometimes it'll give you 3 hint levels, which is very, very good. 8%, we don't fail 8%. We don't fail 8% here. We don't do that, you know. Corner adapt is really, really good. What are the stamina breakpoints for medium and long? It depends on whether you have Swinging Maestro or not. And other regen skills. Long, I think you want 800. This is for PvP, because you basically get an invisible extra 400 stats when you're in campaign. Well rested, very, very good. Good roll. Gonna get Professor of Curvature. Is it 1 or 3? It's 1, okay. 3 is very good because it takes off a ton of cost from it. We take the 3 on speed, I think. No, actually, no. I want to get some extra on stamina. I really want to get some extra on stamina because we will need it at some point. So any good roll on stamina, I'm going to value a little bit more. She is literally on fire. She is, yeah. Ooh, this is good because it gives us the it gives us like friendship training on Kiddersan, and she's always very likely to turn up on speed because of her special priority. We take the energy. We take the energy. This is stamina. Do I want the stamina? I want the stamina actually. I just need a little bit of stamina in bits and pieces. That's some. I think we actually take the power. We actually take power. This is first one for the Swinging Maestro event train. That's good. Do we want anything right now? No, this Duty of Dignity calls is. It's not bad actually. Water Adept I probably do want at some point. Ramp Up's not bad. Preferred position. I actually kind of want to take Preferred Position. I'm going to go Corner Adept just because I think that'll give us like... We're a little bit low in power. I think our stamina is really good for this point. Getting over 200 stamina for the first bit is completely fine. Hey, Mecha, good to see you. Pace is fine. We have a choice to flex between late and pace, which is somewhat nice. You just don't want to be in the clump. Now, what you really want is to have someone that can front run. If you can front run, it makes things much more consistent because you're not going to be boxed in nearly as much. We're on the outside. I much prefer being on the outside than the inside, but being a late start's kind of shit. It's debut race. It shouldn't be a problem. We have you know, we have plenty of stats.
和中国玩出新意，自由自在，勇敢随行。
For pace chaser, so it should be okay. Wait, was there anyone who was front running? I think the way that it works, by the way, isn't she a medium runner with the first goal in long race? Yeah, there's like a goal race or two which are in long, which makes it so you kind of have to have some regen skills on her. I had a run earlier that when I had to use the infirmary 3 turns in a row. Are you kidding me? Oh, nasty. So yeah, one thing which happens is oh my god, we're actually really far behind the front face. Okay, let's put me out of my misery. Surely we don't lose on our debut race, right? Okay, we get our ult. That's a really fast front runner. The hell? This is a freaking debut race. Okay, we're fine. We're fine. I was not worried at all. You know, I wasn't worried at all. Wasn't worried at all. So basically what happens is, if no one is selected front runner, the fastest of the pace chaser becomes the front runner. And that does affect things because it means that they don't actually get their pace chaser stats or anything like that, which is, it's not a problem when you get, you know, into like G1s and stuff like that, because you have like 16 runners in each race, and there will always be at least one front runner, I think. That's not always true, actually. But one thing is that sometimes you end up becoming front runner, and you end up not activating your pace chaser skills. I believe that's the case anyway. 2 on that with a couple of hints. Yeah, we take that. I'm watching from the office. I hope I get fired. I hope you don't. I mean, unless you want to get, you know, if you want to get fired, that's a bit different. Teo has a couple of things. I have no idea what to do with that. Too good to Teo tenacity. Corner acceleration. Oh my god, that's insane. Actually, this is a really good skill. So normally I'd take the bottom one because it gives wisdom and it gives some stats. But corner acceleration is a hell of a skill. Any of the acceleration skills are really, really good. Let's just plan out our races real quick. There might be a G1 which we want to do a little early. I think December on your trainee year is actually. Oh, we're not proficient in mild. What have we got on mild? D. So we can't do that. But we can do the hopeful stakes. So we'll lock that in just because it gives you a ton of fans. Wit is not bad here. Yeah, we go for wit. Tenno Show and Arena Kieran, yeah. 4 on power, hell yeah. We do need some extra power as well because we are a pace chaser. I have no idea what this thing is as well. These events only happen when you have the costume version. Well, I'm not sure why. They're costume events for whatever reason. Navigating me up. So you get stamina or power and wisdom. Stamina and guts, power and wisdom. I think we should go for the stamina. Yeah, we want the stamina. I never train enough stamina, so. 16% to fail. That's really, really good, because this will get friendship training for almost like all 3, well, for 2 of them. That's really good. We're friendship maxing well right now. 2 on that. I mean, pretty no-brainer, right? We're actually training way too much now. Way too much. This is second in the Swinging Meister event, Shane. Oh, that's good stamina. That's good stamina. What's our failure percent? 22%. A bit much, actually. We rest this turn. We rest. Unless there's a good race. No, there isn't. So we rest. Not bad. This one's speed or something else, right? We've had all of our costs. Stamina to... Ooh, stamina to spare. What's the other one? Speed and skill points. We actually take the top one because we want stamina to spare. We want that. Because that's given us like a ton of hints for like some important stuff later on. Take this for friendship. We've actually had some really good events so far. If we get Swinging Maestro early, if we get Swinging Maestro and Stamina to Spare, we are so fucking set, actually. Look how good our friendship training is already. Our speed's a little low. This is mood up, isn't it? Yeah. 15%. 15%'s a little high, but we try it. Nice, cool. We can't do shit about this now. This is too much. We rest, and then we'll do a race on the next one. Nice, well rested is very good. And we've got the scheduled race. Okay, so we have a lot of very good stuff to get, folks. Wait, Stamina Spare is not the one we wanted. Fuck, Early races. No, this is fine, actually. This is okay. This is okay. This is good. Both of these are fine, actually. But we probably do want a regen skill. Yeah, we try this. Okay, and we'll leave the rest of this until the next time. Into the second draft. WE have found themselves some comfort in the Scion and the Skarner drafts. Hey, Amber, good morning to you as well. And good morning to everyone else who's tuning in for some lovely League of Legends actions, folks. WE won that first game. I'm not going to say... Yeah, and it was... No, I will say pretty handily, actually. On the whole, pretty handily. I think they have comfort in the Skarner and the Scion double frontline draft. And I think top esports, the Aatrox and the Xayah, not fantastic. I think Jackulov really struggled. I think 369 misread the map. Rumble completely unpicked and banned in that last game. Shin's our first picked in. I still think that you can go towards something like... You know, you can go towards Rumble Wukong for huge AoE team fighting. There's Poppy available too. Aurora's not bad. Not much really deals with Aurora in terms of laning phase besides the Orianna, and that's gone already. Imagine Grass Wonder with legacies from vodka and bourbon. A lot of racehorses are named after drinks. They are. Karis picks up the Rise instead. He had a very good Rise game the other day. You know, I think last split, a lot of people are pointing fingers at Karis as the big underperformer of WE. I think right here, recently he's been doing better. And an early pick of the Viego. WE starting to figure out comfort is what wins them games. And I forgot to run my pre-roll adverts. Folks, I have to run adverts because I'm bad at League of Legends. My bad. That'll just be on Twitch. My bad. I thought I ran them before. I'm bad. Whatever. It's fine. Just drop a prime if you care about adverts. Top Esports, thinking about what they can pick into the Rise. Cream was banned as Akali last game, and he locks it in early this time. Now, this is two weird jungle mid 2v2s. K'Sante locked in. This is very atypical drafting, folks. Rumble, again, still up and available. Completely available here. Completely passed over the first game. I think you're pretty happy locking in an Ambessa there. Rise Ambessa feels like a really nasty combo where you can root someone down for the ults 2-0 in the crowd. I love the confidence. Wait, do you not get ads when you're using VPNs? Is that a thing? Huh, didn't realize. I didn't realize that was a thing. Second round of Burns. 80 carries and supports not locked in just yet. Thank you, Mr. Ambulance. Lucian gone, Kai'Sa gone. WE, fairly short range comp, looking for follow-up really. They might look for a Jhin. I think Jin's not bad for them now the Kai'Sa is out. Something like Jhin Rel would go quite well for them, I feel. Something that can just jump onto the Shin's out, force them to blow that ult, lock down the Akali so the mobility is less of an issue. W want to make sure that Jackal of Hung don't get themselves big aggressive lanes, so the Lucian Be Gone is a good one. What else? Corki, maybe not a bad ban here actually. Something that could... Oh, Poppy. Alright, okay. Yeah. Poppy stops you going for stuff like the Rel or the Nautiluses easily. So I think top esports should either ban away something like the Rel or the Jhin. What do you think? I think that the AD carries that are useful for follow-up are more limited, so you could hit that harder, but I think Vampire is better at engaged support, so removing something like Alistair or Rel could be quite valuable here. They lock away the Braum. Surprised at that one, actually. Doesn't he just slam an Alistair or Rel? Exactly. One can go towards Rel if he wants. Don't think the Braum's valuable there. I mean, I guess they had a triple melee comp. Vampire had a decent game on the Braum just yesterday. And the Kalista comes in. Wow, do you just go full lane pressure? Not many teams are willing to pull out the Kalista Renata anymore, especially since its awful presence, awful record at MSI. So Kalista Renata comes through, gives the winning lane which top esports were looking for. WE banned away stuff like the Lucian to stop them from having that dominant lane before. Now WE need to find a way to survive against the Kalista Renata. That's why they're hovering over the Ziggs, because Ziggs can freaking hell, that's hot. Ow. Ziggs can at least lane. I don't love it because it removes a lot of your DPS. They lock in the Ziggs, and the DPS is low. They are now winning through Viego resets or Ambessa pop off, or that's kind of it. Also kind of worried because Akali loves playing against Ziggs. Loves it in team fights. This game is going to be a lot about how much Vampire can peel for Taeyun, and I will say Vampire very good at the engage. His peel play is not really where he excels at the same points. Top esports of the Kalista Renata, that has really thrown WE a difficult curveball.
Okay, I'll throw two things out, and I'm curious what your thoughts are. So number one, Ziggs did get some very hefty buffs in the last couple patches, like seriously hefty, but basically everything but his satchel got buffed. So particularly in mid-game, it's mostly around AP values, and those AP values went significantly up. So Ziggs in the mid-game right now, 1-2 items, hits like a truck. It's pretty ridiculous, so I think we might start seeing a little bit more of Ziggs anyway. And two, obviously Kalista's been nerfed fairly significantly of late and hasn't found a lot of success. Yes, this is top esports though, so one of the teams, if it was ever gonna work, let's find that again, it would be top esports. But I'm curious then about how that much of those kind of changes to those champion success rates does affect the game.
Coaches, fist bump. Sam gave you some extra analysis there, which I do agree with. Ziggs can be very important, especially with those buffs, to get that first reset. WE are playing through Viego resets, though. Monkey's had this banned away from him. He is a good Viego player. We'll need to get value out of it, though.
Indeed, and again, it feels like I've been having this conversation with a couple of people. So I was chatting with Nymaera, chatting with you, chatting with Aragon, basically the people I cast with for a minute in a lot of ways. We were all having this conversation and basically saying, look, Viego at the minute feels like he's kind of a lack of all trades, with the very harsh words from Aragon. But he is a very defensive champion. He's got hard to shut down, he farms well, but he often feels like he does a lot of things, and he's quite easy to hook a composition around, but how strong is he really?
I disagree with lack of all trades, because he has one specific thing, which means he is a master of a specific thing. And that, to me, it is actually just contradictory to lack of all trades, right? Because he's the only champion in the game which gives you that reset win condition in meta right now.
Yeah.
It's literally the only champion in jungle which does that. I mean, Master Yi used to do that in the past, but it's been a very long time since he was meta in any way. And that's actually why I think that's like my thread the needle for Viego, in terms of, if you are going to get value out of this champion, it's through mid-table and bot-table teams looking at that Viego and recognizing we can win as long as we get that first kill. So while he may be...
simplifies your game choices.
So while he may be a worse engager, a worse farmer, a worse skirmisher than many other champions, that specific thing means that he ends up getting huge value through, and it can end up being literally game-changing. It's why I will give him the benefit of the doubt for teams like WE or other teams which are struggling right now in the split. Give yourselves that obvious win condition. Monkey is obviously comfortable in the champion. If you get the resets, you can win. That is always going to be valuable for Viego.
See how it goes. We'll need to work here. WE won the first game and did so convincingly. It's another draft, which should be fairly comfortable. Monkey is, at his core, an AD skirmish jungler. Enjoy it. He loves his farming carries. He is a Graves player, guys. He loves his Viego when he gets the opportunity. Not always easy to get a hold of those champions in the current meta. Viego, as we said, sort of around and about, but in very specific scenarios. And for WE, might be exactly what they need, because it does feel like mid-game they can get a little bit lost in terms of how they want to play, how they want to win. Might be their way to do it. If they can 2-0 top esports to break the losing streak, be a hell of a statement. Monkey, not a bad person to roll the dice on to make that happen.
A little bit of a delay getting into the game. See those camera angles fading out and fading in and fading out again because the camera operator is there being like, stall for time, find something interesting in the crowd. Look at the players, they're doing something. Look at how much they're talking. Look at these comms live on stage right now. I'm going to assume it's just a small problem on stage. Doesn't look like anyone's particularly flustered or any refs talking to anyone in particular, so we'll figure out as we get into it. Top Esports, a bit embarrassing in game 1, honestly.
Yeah.
They are 4-0, just our big line for today. Top Esports, a bit shaky in their 4. It's not the dominant 4-0 that you normally see. You look at the table and say, they're top of the table. Obviously, they're doing the best, right? Questions on that, really. And of course, Top Esports were knocked out by Team WE last playoffs as well. JDG already got their revenge. That was also shaky in a 3-game series. Top Esports could do exactly the same. And of course, they'd like to. WE reached top 4 for the first time since 2021 in last split playoffs. Top Esports were part of the architects of that by falling apart to WE, not realizing WE's comfort and falling apart to it. Funnily enough, that's happening here in game 1.
And I seem to recall chatting with you at the time as well, saying, look, we aren't convinced by Top Esports' regular season record going into playoffs. We need to see them step it up or things could go very wrong. And they did just that. They did just that. Like, they are a team that has had significant issues. When it comes to consistency, to level of play, to kind of like getting away with it. And as Jesse once said in that one show about breaking things badly, can't keep getting away with it. And they couldn't. They couldn't in playoffs. Unfortunately, I'm looking at a kind of repeat scenario here at the start of Summer Split, where some of those flaws seem to still be lurking in the background of Top Esports for all they've switched out a member in support.
Damn, these guys be taking a while. Whatever, put our cameras back on.
Hello.
Yes, we can do. So, yeah, Sam, you got to stop looking at your phone now, because we could just be sat here like this.
I know.
I could have spent all this time playing horse game. You know, I could have done that.
Why didn't you?
Because I felt I was a step too far. You know, like I feel like as soon as draft happens to the end of the game, that's kind of serious mode. You know, we might actually be going into game now. We might actually
have to be serious.
There we go.
Again.
It's serious mode now. No, you're not going to be able to see the continuation of the Tokai Teo, the Teo Monarch campaign. That comes later. Has an by the way, the game has achieved its goal. By the way, I've actually got invested in the stories of the actual IRL horses.
Oh, congratulations.
Yeah. Symboli Rudolph was Tokai Teo's sire. And they were both like G1 record holders, kind of most wins in blah 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 history.
This means very little to me.
That's okay, so it means they were very good, and they're like this lineage of success, which is very cool.
On to the Rift we go for our second game of the day. See whether Top Esports can pull the Grand Slam off here and get number 1 in this particular race. There's the WE Skybox, and the Gyos shall ring out. Well, Top Esports 4-0, WE 0-4, and yet in game 1 you might have imagined it was the other way around at points. WE with the mid-game spike, according to various statistical models. You can see actually it's got the times on when things spawn, actually, basically up until Atakan. WE looking pretty good, and then Baron spawns, and things got a bit trickier for WE, and I can sort of see that getting caught in the pit. And Top Esports gets some items online, could be quite tricky. Renata plus things like Shinzao, Kasante, actually quite annoying because they get to keep fighting for longer that way, and they've got quite a good extended fight of Top Esports, weirdly.
Cream spots out Karis, can get a level 1 trade, has Conqueror, so these extra auto attacks actually do matter in terms of stacking up passive like that. Yeah, and you don't easily proc Phase Rush at the level 1. Bad mistake from Karis. Walking over a ward does take some stuff back, but Cream has the door and shield. He's actually happy taking an extra auto or two, because he'll regen up a little bit more. Karis has less ability to do that.
The link there between the Callista and the Renata. New skin there. I think this will be the Spirity Blossomy one, or is it the Fairy Court one? I don't actually know.
I think this one's Fairy Court Callista. Yeah. Oh, trying to headbutt back into the bomb. Does manage to do so. Nice there. Nice there from Vampire, because the skill shot missed from Taeyoon, and the headbutt actually gives the extra skill shot over, but still losing the level 1. Of course you are. It's a Callista Renata, and Alistair doesn't exactly do much in terms of AoE at level 1.
It's a nice handshake off that, and Vampire now in danger, forced to flash, tried to keep playing with the head button. That time Hung was ready to punish.
Badly timed there from Vampire. Level 1 headbutt, great. That one, no, you're literally doing that into them as they hit level 2. Like, on the auto attack, they hit level 2. You jump in, And that's going to not exactly help, because now you don't have the flash combo turnaround. Because
Yeah.
one of the ways you deal with the Callisto Renata is by flash comboing into your jungler. You cannot do that now. Not that the Viego is a good ganker. This is where, you know, the thing about, well, what's the actual power of Viego right now? That's where it comes into question, because Viego can't gank really in early levels. That's over all the nerfs he had over time. That's one of the biggest ones which has hit him. His early gank potential is really not what it used to be when you could flash W in. The big combo that was missing from him was being able to EW. So while you charge up your W as the E hits the wall, and you kind of come in invisible. Really nasty at that point. There are some ways you can do invisible stuns, but it's not appropriate to most early ganks, where you hit the E on the wall, charge up your W out of vision, then walk out of a brush or whatever, and you'll still be invisible because you recloak basically after a while of your channel time. And that's just not really easy to do for ganks now.
No, it's not. We'll see how it goes from here. And again, if it does get late, I can see how the Rise, the Ziggs kind of just become really challenging to manage. Of course, Ziggs, I think in the later stages, could still be kind of at risk of Shinta, Pasante, Akali all diving at you, and how many times can Ziggs jump away with a satchel in time to get out to safety? You know, it's a tricky question.
Because there were some comments in chat saying, hey, top esports quite low range, isn't that going to be a problem? WE aren't that long range either. No. And also the problem is, you don't have that many ways to defend against a flank. You don't have people that are that great at holding flanks. The Ambassador and the Rise are okay. They're actually pretty good. But the Alistar can only be in one place at one time. And Alistar also wants to be the one engaging. And one of the problems with WE is that they're pretty good at looking for the flashy engage. Sometimes they don't think about the step beyond that, the degree of complexity beyond that. In terms of, well, do we need to peel for this certain carry? Do we need to, you know, play for disengage instead? That's not really their forte, because they look for the aggressive engage much more than that. And if Akali gets a flank, you will lose the game.
Little note there on pings on the Mooney map. Viego, I did have a wall put on his romp, so Top Esports just pinged that out, obviously getting a lot of shove bot side. But I think at this point, Jackie and Hung might take the opportunity to reset. Already seeing that's come on through from Taeyun, who's running the teleport. We've got a lot of teleports in this game again, guys. We have got double teleports from both solo lanes, plus Taeyun with it, plus spellbooks on both sports. We could have basically everyone but junglers and Jackie with teleports this game. We could genuinely have 7 teleports happening at once here. Side Cube and 369 trading out fairly aggressively there. Won't lead to all that much.
369 on the weak side. Cream doing well in this laning phase comparative. You know, the Akali. The reason why Akali has survived in mid lane as opposed to every other assassin in the game is that her laning phase is actually pretty good. You can run that Doran's Blade and you can have some extra bits of regen. The points where Akali really fell out is when she couldn't even get laning phase. There have been points where she's been picked even though her team fights were kind of sucky compared to other points in history. But because of her W, because of her E being able to allow her to regularly last hit, give us some ability, gave us some ability to kind of play through early lane really. Cream a little bit down in CS, but if Akali's just within touching distance, you know, within 5, not really falling more than 10 CS behind, you're pretty happy. And that's bang on the margin there from Cream. Meaning that the Rise hasn't been able to get raised... words just completely failed me there. They just fell out of my brain. Won't be able to get wave shove as easily, and it means that the Akali can be much more confident. Dragons are going to get started. And WE, they don't have the crushing early game lead that they had last time. The Ezreal Calm has not provided that for them. They're against the Callisto Renata, who's starting to stack up on the Dragon. Vampire can go in for a big combo, but doesn't have that flash to do so.
And get some damage down onto this dragon with the stacks in there. She's got to get that through. Ren comes on through. Actually, not even required. They just hop forwards. Now looking to find an angle. Realm Warp behind, but they do get a decent chunk away from Hung. Gets the back on out, but Kanavi and Jackie continue on towards the Viego. Already that means there's no reset available because the Ruined King is down for the count.
Alistar no flash.
Alistar no flash until just now. Comes back off cooldown just in time.
Vampire tries to set up for the Realm Warp, but they just don't have the damage just yet. They don't have the 80 carry for extended DPS, and the reset potential dies too quickly. Monkey jumped on by Akali, and it is a big problem that Cream gets the kill. The Akali getting gold means that this Akali can assassinate your Viego, your Ziggs, before they can become terrifying prospects in team fights for Team WE. Top Esports a much better early game than game 1. Cream will go back towards mid lane. Has a spell. Again, words are just falling out of my brain at this point. Spend his ill-gotten gains. So is Monkey trying to get that stun over the wall, but I just don't think WE realize which target they want to go towards. Half people want to go towards Renata, half of them want to go towards the Xin Zhao. Big mistake going on early game Xin Zhao. By the way, Vampire only gets the flash up, as you were noting, halfway through that play. As the ambulance outside was, yeah, I guess for W around that. Thank you, ambulance outside. I've no idea whether you can actually hear that. There is an ambulance. We are in a capital city, a busy one at that, so, you know, we do occasionally hear the Krankenwagen outside.
Is it? I'm assuming it's der. It might be D.
If it's plural, then die Krankenwagen. Yes,
Krankenwagens.
Well, no, that's not plural for. Sam, in German, you don't just add an S for plurals.
That's true.
Sadly, they have more complex plurals than us. Sam. Yeah. Anyway, the Krankenwagen is not for me. It's for them, I guess.
Yeah.
We'll workshop it. We'll figure it out. Tang going to be stationed in mid lane.
Petrol's got it. There you go. Petrol. Plural for Wagen is Wagen. There you go.
There you go. Yeah, I did think so. Walking up towards the grubs, early dragon was taken. If you get all the grubs as well, it's a good start for top esports because they would be getting themselves that Kalista with the objective lead, which is one of the key things you need from this champion.
Righty then. So, on to grubs being taken. To potentially dive Cube here. He's got public execution and a dream. 369 with all out. There's also bailout here. I think Cube's going to struggle to get that kill on this one. TP comes on through to defend, and there are a lot to work for with WE.
They do have they're packing the extra teleport. Taeyeon's one was the one off cooldown. Karis didn't have that. Wave will be cleared out. Taeyeon away from mid lane. Does mean he's down that summoner. Dragon, of course, not up for a little while. Blind bomb there into the brush as Jack not able to dodge out on that one. Red buff being invaded into. One of the things which did happen around those grubs is that Monkey went into the other side of the jungle and farmed away enemy raptors. Losing a red buff now, so camp for camp parity. In terms of jungle lead there, you can see that Kanavi up a camp onto the Viego. It's not that bad. Jackalove has flash, has barrier, needs to use them.
Yeah, just flash one direction. Kanavi now coming on down. Might actually be a bit tricky for WE now. They can't quite get enough. Flash blown by this Kalista. Gonna find the handshake, looking for the Plate's Call, that's the one. Remember the name of the Kalista ultimate on the fly there. Gonna get the Ren slow. And Vampire now in danger, slowed by that smite. Wait, the Realm Warp out! Nicely done!
So Vampire escapes, but he does end up blowing his summoners, which is important. Not having that flash combo is a problem. Vampire does occasionally overstep for warding missions, and right here, he kind of overstepped looking towards Jackalove. Didn't land his Pulverize. He ended up landing the headbutt, but not the Pulv afterwards, which meant that Jackalove could make it out safely. And I think having the Alistar flash down is quite important here. Yes, getting away from Kalista, never a bad thing. Means that you can't flash out of an Ambessa ult or something like that. But Vampire is so important for WE getting their target access. He needs to hold on to those summoners very dearly for when they're most best used.
Top Esports did burn 3 flashes of their own not to get the kill though. Kanavi, Jackie and Hung all down there, so it is still a fairly significant amount of summoners blown by Top Esports there, so it's not like it didn't come or just wait for free,
For sure. No, that's very much worth talking about that too. I kind of forgot how many flashes were burned for that. I thought
it was quite a lot.
I was like, well, you know, 1 for 1 or even 1 for 2. I'd be like, look, Alistar flash is really important. So, we've got now a dragon up in 30 seconds. Top Esports do have a bunch of flashes down. In fact, the only one that's 2 that are up at 369 and Hungs. You do have the Fate's Call on cooldown as well. That's an important tool not available. And Top Esports really wants to be playing through these early objectives. Kalista always wants to be stacking these up, if at all possible. Monkey's going to be recalling. He'll get himself to his first item, Kraken Slayer, which is a nice damage bump for him. And WE, this is where we start asking the question, can you cleanly get those resets? If you can get them right here, right now, maybe you can roll into a 2-0 series versus Top Esports and fix your 0-4 start yourselves.
Cube jumps out a little bit. Well, that does a bit of jumping around, rather, with the Sundering Slam and Cunning Swipe and all of those other abilities that Ambessa uses to empower Drakehound Step.
And actually, Vampire has his flash back up. I don't know whether it was the Hex Flash used in the mid lane at that point. In that case, dude, what the hell was Top Esports doing in that mid lane? Apologies for misreading that one. Something about the summoner icons when they're just off cooldown. It does me in sometimes. Vampire gonna get caught by a couple of skill shots. But I think WE, with so many flashes up compared to Top Esports, should be pretty happy with taking this fight now.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie, I think I just got baited by Hung's cooldown as well. I wonder whether there's a bit of a spectator bug with Spellbuck. Either way, Jackie Love back away from the harrowed path. Can potentially see a bit of a setup around this dragon.
Rise on an angle, doesn't have Realm Warp for the next, let's say, 10-15 seconds. So that'll be coming up shortly. Cream will watch Vampire and Karis around here, and we'll see how effective WE can be at kind of disengaging the melee top side of Top Esports that wants to go low range, start to brawl. They miss someone out in the combo though, and you get a Carly swinging. Things go pretty problematic. The 3 grubs working out very well for 369 on the top side, and WE not starting the dragon. They don't want to be the one on the dragon themselves. I don't think they don't have great objective DPS. Means that they back off from River and give it over to top Esports. Monkey will be spotted in terms of that. They know he's in the area. Uses that harrowed path.
There we go.
Ren's starting to get stacked up. Teleport's coming in. Where is 369?
Damage comes on down. Hung now potentially in danger. Heal comes on down. Gets the Realm Warp, or the Rune Prison rather, onto Cream. He needs to start turning around as the hostile takeover comes across. Does take off to Monkey. Potentially dangerous. Cream goes to the backside. Doesn't get the kill. Body now claimed by Monkey. Crescent Guard comes on down for Kanavi, but he's going to be potentially dangerous. Taehyun looks to get damage on the other side. Public execution to the backside. Damage as Cube goes in, but goes down. That's too far. Flash for 360 on top of Taehyun. Has to flash into her. Monkey will ult away. 1-for-1 as it stands, and Dragon's Youth by top Esports gets them the objective marker towards the feats of strength.
Poorly played by Cream there, getting executed by that Viego. That could have been very, very problematic for top Esports. They do get themselves the objective. Cube throws himself into the middle of top Esports, and he goes down too. But Monkey, getting that one reset gives you a bit of a reminder of how WE could potentially win this game.
So, Jackie gonna go towards this mid lane. See how we can do again. He's about even with this Ziggs right now. They've got to load these early objectives. Of course, all the while, Taehyun's actually farming very, very well on this Ziggs. It's up about 10, 15 CS right now, doing quite well. 369 though. Another plate, footwork away, gets slowed by Monkey. Cube coming on over, but doesn't have the public execution. I don't know how easy this is going to be to keep chasing on. So they'll just keep that turret alive.
My dude, he has Icefall Gauntlet and Tabby.
Yeah.
He do not be caring about you. This is one of the problems with the Viego. You don't exactly 1v1 in the way that you did before. And the stun lands onto Akali midway through. The Rune Prison does as well. Cream could have gone out here. I'm really surprised he goes in. He misses his ult too. Gets immediately killed on the other side. Just get out to safety. You cannot be playing with low HP bars against the Viego like that and giving a free reset. That is not good decision making from Cream, who typically has been a very good Akali within the LPL.
That was not.
That moment was not.
There we go. So I wonder whether there was a bit of a miscomms about who was going in when, because I know Kanavi was around.
No. There is no one that can even reach that play. That is not a combat who's going in. That is just thinking you have an execute combo and missing your skill shots.
Well, can't really say much to that one, can you? Just don't miss your skills.
Don't miss your skills. Also, just don't get insta-gibbed when you jump in like that. That is mistake. That's the primary mistake you could make. 369 will be bodying this matchup now, by the way, with the lead which he's got. He's got so many good demolish procs, and 369 Cassandre is one of the most legendary player champion combinations we've ever had. 2023 was largely ruled over by JDG 369 going absolute Super Saiyan and showcasing what the champion could do in both 1v1s and team fights.
Between that and the Aatrox and the Gragas and the Ornn, he had a lot of picks. It became such problematic disruptors. Interrupted there, just 369 on the reset. So in the end, he himself gets disrupted, which is a touch ironic considering the conversation we were just having. But hey, here we are.
Someone was asking when was the last time that Kalista Renata got wins. Yeah, it was actually Jackalov and Hung that got it within the LPL after MSI, and they played very well at it. Currently, they have the objective priority. Even though it's not a gold lead, they have that. Now, they are getting zoned out a little bit. Karis, hang on a second. Cream going in, starting to land that E. Karis, he does have Realm Mode, does that flash. Safe for now. That's the face call!
Flash for the hostile take.
Oh!
Damage onto Ziggs. Reset comes on through to the Kalista, but Monkey is claimed before he can take the body. Cube has to flash on out. Realm Warp gets them out to safety. Realm Warp, I said halfway between the two. Alex has cursed me by conflating Rune
It's
Prison
the
and Realm
Rune Warp and the Realm Prison.
It's so annoying. I never had this issue until you mentioned it.
Yep, and the curse continues. Another hand touches the beacon. WE cannot disengage. The Renata getting Kalista ulted into the play, then flash ulting. There's just no way that Taehyun can survive. And this was my issue with the Ziggs locked in. I just didn't think they had to disengage to protect him, and I don't think they do. Taehyun gets blasted, even though he's right at the back of his team comp. 369 is going to get a ton of gold from that tower, and the top side will be the first of the game. 369 is going to be an absolute behemoth in the backline. Actually, sorry, I'm going to use my Robot Wars terminology. Behemoth. I much prefer that pronunciation of the word, even though I think it's technically behemoth. But anyway, Cholesterol. Taehyun probably shouldn't be the one having to face jank that, but I'm not going to lie, even if he wasn't there, let's be honest, I think 369 would have cleaned him up anyway because he was coming from the other angle. Great timing by them, and a much better approach to the game from top Esports. They are actually understanding where they need to be on the map and the angles they're taking towards it. If we went back to last game, they'd be a little late, not really deciding where they want to be on the map. This is much cleaner from them, and I think now falling behind the game falling behind in terms of dragons and objectives and gold and everything else. It's just all starting to pile up.
369 trying to get some value here. Jackie did go down at that last play, but the problem is everyone else very much did not. 369 eats a fair amount of damage there. Didn't win that one as freely as Pot as he did earlier because the Eclipse has come on through, and level 11 also for Cube gives him that extra shred and Omnivamp, so a little bit better of a matchup suddenly for this Ambassador.
He did actually have the Eclipse before, it just still sucks, not gonna lie. Yeah, I think most of it was just him being lower HP to start with, which meant that the execute of Q2 does a little more. Dragon has spawned, 369 teleports back in, using that last of that HP and topside to get a good reset. Comes back in, gets to be frontline Cassante, charging up that Q3. Not going to be able to stop the Herald charge coming through, so damage onto mid lane turret. And WE forced to take a slow approach to this. Guys, you are going to be giving up Infernal Soul points if this happens. Cassante currently tanking 3 people, but holding the choke point. They're choosing to give up the 3rd dragon to allow Cube a little bit of extra gold. 369 got the top lane turret earlier. Cube gets one now to even up a little bit in that top lane matchup. But Top Esports very happy. They have a very early 3rd dragon coming in, and it's not like the Ambassador getting that top lane turret is going to change that much in the individual matchup, because Cube was already behind there. Top Esports happy. And now I've got to ask, did anyone else, partake in the Robot Wars phenomenon, or was that a too British a thing?
Okay, we should tell the chats some old school Hapgood lore.
We are in the background of a bunch of Robot Wars episodes, because we went to go see it live one day, and they just recorded a load of stock footage, so we're just like there in the background going, oh, like a bunch of times.
But they kept using our faces multiple times.
They just kept using like,
so
we'll have to find a clip out at some point, because there's young Sam and Alex somewhere in the Robot Wars crowd.
Back before I had braces done by jaw moves, I buck teeth sound as well.
Yeah, that's some old lore. That's going to be Cream under turret. Ult hits from Ambessa.
Gonna get some value. Cream is in danger. Ignited! Does he survive with the pop
Door and shield doesn't do enough. The pop running, the door and shield. Cream goes down, not playing defensively enough, and the point and click setup from the Rise comes up tops. They get themselves the turret. They use a lot to do so in terms of flashes and ults. But they'll be happy with that. They take a tower to open up the map. The gold is even enough. And WE pull off a slick combo under the turret. Cream, despite his pedigree on the Akali, getting picked off multiple times. And feels like Top Esports, throughout both Game 1 and Game 2, just feel like they can survive in side lane situations. They just have no right to do so. They've been quite bold about how they've gone about their side laning in this series. And WE have quite confidently stepped up and sucker punched them before they can do much about it. So, I mean, yeah, Cream doesn't have vision of everyone coming over, but gets completely pinged out by a great Ambassador ultimate. Goes into a full combo from Vampire. I wonder whether he should have tried to flash the combo then get out. Couldn't manage to do so. Goes down, even with the pot and the door and shield ticking. The Ignite reduces some of that healing. Goes down. Razor was my favorite. Razor was my favorite too, as Amber. Hypnodisc was Sam's favorite.
Hypnodisc, yeah. Okay, apparently, someone was it Amber met Chaos 2?
Oh, Chaos 2 was awesome too. Ah, that flipper was so cool.
Did we have like remote
So
control
I will.
ones,
Yeah, we had like the mini RC ones. Adcon could be started at any moment now. But yeah, I think that roboteering has become a little bit too hardcore now, because now everything's so crazy. Like you have these tiny death machines which just do. Look, the power scaling's gotten a bit OP, folks. Like, we've gotten into the Dragon Ball Super arc of this stuff, where everyone's, like, turning blue, and everyone has LEDs now. Back in my day, you had to attach a fire extinguisher to it and be happy about it. Atkan is up. WE have good control around the bot side of the map, where the Atkan is spawned as well, because they took that kill onto the Akali, and they got the tower there as well. Slight gold lead for WE. This game could come down to the next dragon, actually. Top Esports, I think they've rested on their laurels of that early game gold lead a little bit. And I don't think they've necessarily gotten the best out of it. 2 items on the Ziggs. You were talking about the AP values, AP scaling values being much higher for the Ziggs now. Yep, it's going to be a problem. 2 items with the Ludens and the Horizon Focus both being pretty high AP items. Going to be nasty. Cream on vision on the other side of the wall. Not going to be able to... Not going to hit the skill shot onto him, though. It's Taein. Things are slowed down a little bit. Karis has ult, no flash. Cream doesn't have second item just yet. Seraph's Rod of Ages, not quite ticked up for Karis on the rower for the full completion of that. But I think, given how badly this early game was going, W are actually in a very stable position.
Very much so. Very much so. It all goes from here as it stands.
Dragon in a minute. W with complete control over bot side of the map. As soon as they took that solar kill, not solar kill, the side lane kill onto Cream and the turret on bot side, I think Top Esports have figured out that they've got no presence on the bot side of the map. They've had to like slow roll in it.
Yeah.
369 is very powerful. Now he can start going on to Taeyoon maybe.
Does get some value, gets headbutted back away. That's some danger. Does survive, but it's a headbutt under the turret.
But it's still flash off for Taeyoon. The Ziggs, no flash for the Soul fight, which could be incredibly important. 369, look, he's tanky as hell. He doesn't need to have that flash to be effective in team fights. He can just W in and brute force his way into it. Taeyoon having no flash now against potential flash hung ultimate with the Fate's Call again is a big problem. Here they go again.
Oh, tried to not take him back, couldn't quite do it. The satchel charge makes things a bit tricky. Heal getting by way, but then the teleport behind is creeping to the backside with the exhaust coming on down. Taeyoon so low, taken out. Flash away from Monkey. Does have the ult potentially the back of the pit, but all the while, of course, he's not there in the mid lane.
Monkey has to go ult his way over the back of the pit. Even with Kadavi forgetting Xin Zhao mechanics of you can't knock someone away if you've applied your mark to them with your E or your W, managed to get the play, which starts off the dominoes falling. Dragon spawning now. Can WE fight and try and get a reset without the Ziggs? I don't think so. Cream going in, doesn't have ult now, though.
A bit wary. I think Vampire could look on to the Akali now. Public execution. Creep's going pretty deep.
Oh, 369!
369 with the beautiful Pathmaker. Interrupt 3. The Rend pulls out a few more spears. And unfortunately for WE, there's nothing to plug the leaks. They bleed out in the river. And Top Esports claim Soul.
In the top lane, perhaps the Shire's god of carries. Zeus, the god of thunder. 369 is the god of motherfucking peel. The triple push away with the W charge up completely destroys the angle from WE. Kasance is 369's champion.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful stuff. I want to see a 1v1 between him and Keen on the damn thing. Two of the very best in the world.
Keen Sansei and 369 on the champion. Absolutely. And I mean, I need a replay of that. The triple pushback from the W completely shuts down WE. Sometimes 369 has a moment on this champion where you realize how goddamn good he is at it. I think Cream goes a little bit too far forward. The CC chain comes in. The footwork, and look at the W! Very rarely does disengage get me as hype as that.
Takeover?
369 is a god amongst men when it comes towards this Kasance. If you want someone to keep you alive in a team fight, I will bet my life on 369 every single time.
It's so good, and it sets up Hung for the slow roll of that hostile takeover that catches all three the 369 caught. They all got to turn into each sort of like ravening wolves at each other's throats. Such a problem, and now Top Esports with Infernal Soul find themselves significantly ahead. They get Atacon. Can't ask for much better else on top of it all.
Yeah, I mean, the pick onto Taeyoon made it very hard for W to approach, but sometimes it's the 369 classic. So, glazing of the top laner done now, folks. You can tune back in if you're a Top Esports hate watcher. WE, this is where the game falls apart. I think Infernal Soul is very hard to deal with. It's just tons of extra stats, which you don't have. 4 dragons is a ton of extra stats, which you just don't have. Atacon was taken by Top Esports as well, of course. They have that. They have the bonus in terms of those paddles. Now the next thing up, Baron. Top Esports can take that on good timing. And the good thing about Top Esports is they know how to play around objectives with Kalista. Very few teams right now have figured out how to get those early game objectives stacking with the Kalista Renata. They've managed to do it again. They do have Flash on Hung with that ultimate. Dracula can fling him in again, so W needs to be very careful of that. And sadly, I just don't think WE have themselves the win condition anymore. It's very hard for them to get that reset through. We didn't even talk about this before. It's very hard to get the reset win condition against Viego, for Viego, when there's a bailout. The bailout makes it so hard for Viego to play. They do have a ward to spot the Baron getting stacked up on. 369 trying to hold the choke. We'll spot them coming in. What is the play, Top Esports? Akali a bit far away from the fight right now.
There is yet. Top Esports buy enough time. Carly just hanging around the back on the bush. I think she's being pinged out though. They've got to have an idea that she's there.
So maybe they can go for an Ambassador ult, snap, engage. Ambassador ult is very quick is the thing. And it means that if you're out of position and Ambassador starts the fight, you don't exactly get that choice to play things through. And yeah, so when you start falling behind the game, you don't put wards in the most efficient locations. You put them in the weird locations, like this one, right on top of the Scuttle's Shrine. It's not actually on the Baron Pit itself. It means that sometimes sweepers miss them, sometimes control wards miss them, and right there, 2 of them get value. One was just replaced just outside, but that one's spotted. Not as valuable this time. That's going to be 1 useful ward down, 1 bad ward cleared out. Cream, 2 items in a bit. Chain Laced Crushers coming in. Right in the top side jungle potentially is 369. Yeah, and Kanavi forced the flash out of Vampire. Vampire doing his typical thing, sadly, when he falls behind the game of going too far for wards. Cube getting all in.
Actually takes a lot of damage. Remember, this could be Conqueror on top of Akali, so the extended trades just lead to a very dead Ambessa.
And with Ambessa gone, surely that's the green light for the Baron being started. Ryze pushing in bot side. Might be an objective trade of inner turret for the Baron. As the stacks start to come up, Hung still has ultimate, still has flash. Tane tries to check out that bush, will spot out the Renata.
Okay, so Baron being started needs to be a concern here as top esports are the ones on it, but all the while Monkey forced to flash away as 369 in a 1 versus 2 gives absolutely no fucks. That is a dead Ziggs who is down for the count. They will get a turret elsewhere, and it's a tier 2. That's not bad, I suppose, in the grand scheme of things, but Baron is down. Your Ziggs is down. All your wave clear is damn short. Everyone else out of position having to reset. Shoved through mid lane for top esports.
With 3 grubs, top esports could even threaten an inhibitor. It's not like they have to back off for Elder, which is only spawning in a minute and a half. With your no wave clear, I think they could maybe even take the whole inhibitor turret. WE, you got to start racking your brains. How do you fight your way through this?
They're going to try. Down goes the inhibitor turret. Inhibitor itself follows, and WE on the ropes, and they are fraying.
Top esports playing very well around objectives. I think they are probably our best 5v5 objective strategic team. Whatever. Pronunciation aside, top esports are the team which will rock up 5v5 to an objective and walk away with it. With better setup than most of our teams. Teams like BLG and Anyone's Legend, they actually prefer to set up an objective, back off it, and much like in, you know, your tactical shooters, they look to retake the pit instead. They set up some framework around it, and they look to try and retake the angle aggressively. Top esports are the ones which actually turn up to it and force you to come into them with very good setup. Very hard to walk into a Kalista Renata who threaten to kill the objective and secure it very effectively, but then also defend it so well with that Renata ultimate too, layering down that CC across the choke point. Preem has Medjais, has Seekers. He's very happy to go forwards. Kanavi.
Oh, that's a lot of damage onto Monkey. Still has an audacious charge. But lightning comes on down. Taeyun in danger. In danger as Creep goes forwards. 5-point strike finds one. Public execution finds another. Vampire in danger as he's brought low by the Kalista. Karis now in danger. He's going to get knocked up by a 3-talent strike for Jackie Love to wipe out everyone not named Cube.
And suddenly unspeakable violence happened. There's a wave coming in through mid lane. A number of seconds until respawns come through. Cube is alive, but he's recalling. He has flash, he has ult. There are some low HP bars. Don't think it will save the game, though.
He will try his best, but a teleport coming on forward. The rest of the squad heads onto Cube. Is forced to flash back onto the fountain, down to 20% HP. And Top Esports wake up in game 2. Lock in a Kalista and smash him out in 20. Make that 30 minutes. I can't beat the timer.
Unspeakable violence occurred in game 2 as WE were reminded that they are against currently the 4-0 team. They've ran out of their comfort in terms of that double tank top side. And Top Esports still have a little bit more to dip into when it comes to that. Top Esports, a clean win for them in Game 2.
Oh, welcome back one and all to the Initialise and Nymaera cast. I couldn't put my name forward for once. There you go.
You're allowed to.
I'm allowed to.
There's a treat.
In fact, you can see this is Nymaera. I am Initialise. We are brothers who cast League of Legends together for all of you back home because there is, in fact, no longer any official English broadcast. It's us or any of the other co-streams or bust. But we, clearly, are your prime choice. Come on, see this. Listen to the voices. Could you find a better quality product? I think not. This is pretty awesome stuff. So thank you for coming and joining us on whatever channel you're joining us on. Could be one of 3 locations, a couple YouTube channels, including Anivia's YouTube channel, also live on Twitch. With that in mind, though, guys, we are relying on all of your support back home to keep doing this, as this is unpaid. We don't get paid to do this. This is cool for us in terms of getting all of the viewers and stuff. That's lovely. But those viewers do need to get converted into cash at some point for us to keep doing this. And we are doing this every damn day, which means we are relying on all of you to make sure you do things like follow if you're not following already, because that helps with things like sponsors. If you've got that capacity as well, do consider subscribing. Twitch Prime would be a wonderful option here on this channel because you get a lot of value out of it. And hey, you get to avoid the ads and all the rest of it. And you get really cool emotes and you get to support myself and my brother, which would be really, really cool. On top of that, we've also got the Ko-fi link. And if you are not a Twitch user or want to support us in a different way, Ko-fi is also a wonderful way to keep us in business.
Okay, we will look through the highlights, we'll take a break, and it's horse game time. What can I say? Let's put on some adverts, we'll play some horse game, look through the highlights of the MVP, and we'll get through to what could be our last game of the series.
Yeah.
And of course, after this, right after, will be Weibo BLG.
That'll be an interesting one.
Yeah. No, BLG, of course, with Shadow in the roster, Weibo with Crisp, who was on Top Esports. And yeah, see how they end up performing. Are we not doing the TikTok? Not today. We're figuring stuff out on that still a little bit still. 2 turns still that. What are we trying? Oh yeah, we have the this thing. Yes, we have the big race now, don't we? Okay, we'll see how this works. We have pretty good stats. It's just seeing whether we can. Sorry, let me show you the stats briefly. I mean, 369 most damage, almost most damage. No, Green got it. Pace with 3, that's fine. Because sometimes if there's like 9 in pace, you just cannot win this kind of race. How many notifications do I get on TikTok? I'm still getting a notification between every 5 and 15 minutes for the last 2 days now that I've got TikTok live access restored. Oh my god. Wait. The last one I had was 5 hours ago. Oh my god, it might have finally stopped. Holy crap. Oh my god, it's finally stopped 5 hours ago. Watch the bowling alley animation. This race is really important if you want to upgrade your ultimate, by the way, because it's quite an easy G1 to take at the start. If you have good legacies, I think you should pretty much always run in Hopeful Stakes. However, sometimes some characters' goal mission will overlap in it, so you can't always run it. Okay, let's go. We're in 15. No late start. It's good. And we're running Pace Chaser with another 3 people in it, I think. There's a couple doing front running. So we'll need to break through the front running pack at some point at the end of it. We have good stamina, especially for this point in the campaign. We should be fine. Good positioning. We're not going to get boxed in right now, at least. And we have one of the corner skills, do we? Corner out up. Nice, cool. That's good. How rare are the shoes? The shoes, you get them for winning races of that type in campaign. You'll stack them up just by playing campaigns. And you do want to save them for certain things, because what it does is it allows you to upgrade the potential of certain characters. And what that means is that you can unlock like their passive skills which they get. For instance, for Augury Cap, for instance, if you get your potential up enough, you can get Gourmand as a skill, which is a really good regen skill. It's like second below Swing Maestro, really. Ish. I think that's when you get to like potential level 3 for her, which is pretty good. I think it's Agnes Tachyon as well, gets really good potential 1 and 3 skills. Even though she's a 1-star. By the way, if you ever get Agnes to 3 stars, you are chilling. Because her ult is effectively a free Swing Maestro again. Well, it's not, okay, it's not Swing Maestro because that's super creep. But, you get like a gold recovery skill as your ult, which is insane. Nice. Go get him, Tail. Tail. Nice. So that'll get us a ton of fans, which is good for this point. Who's our MVP? Hung was really good, you know, but I think 369 is the MVP. Hung was okay. All right, fair play. Yeah, no, his Ronaldo was good. Get another 500 fans out of that too. Do we go energy or do we go speed? I think actually we have enough energy right now for once. We'll go for speed. Oh, it's guts. Fuck, I didn't realize it's guts. Oh, I'm stupid. I'm stupid. What's our next thing? Is this? We've got medium, 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 long. So we've got a little while until that comes through. I think we... Do we do this? I mean, I think we still need the friendship train, don't we? We should be enough for this next one, I think. Power's a little low. You know what? I'm going to go for the friendship training, just because it gives us just the best stats at the moment. It gives us a hint. Normally I'd be friendship training, but I'm a little bit afraid that our power's a bit low. And by training speed, you also end up training power. We take this, because it gives us some stats and skill points for it. Level head is meh, but that's okay. Prudent positioning is not bad. We do have a lot of mediums to do. This one's the next one's a medium, right? I'm actually just a little bit afraid that we lose this next race, you know? And we actually... I'm going to do this just to hope that we get just a few more stats, you know? A few more, a little bit easier time in the races. This is a G... There's no... Oh, this is an OP. No, this is fine. If it's an OP, it's fine. It's not a G1. I shouldn't have leveled that up. And this is totally fine having this in pace as well. We have, like, yeah. If we were running late, it'd be a problem because there were 10 people in there. And even if you have incredible stats, if you're blocked, you're blocked. Okay, we are right on the outside on 18. Outside post. Yeah, worth noting that, oh, we got stamina spare as well. Nice, cool. Yeah, so if you're the fastest of the pace chasers and there's no one running front, you become the front runner. Now that's important because the whole thing about pace chasing is that you are chasing the pace, and the front runner sets the pace. So we're now setting the pace. We get corner ab as well. Awesome, cool. We're getting everything. I'm pretty sure that's the case anyway. I always get a little bit worried for these kind of, for some of the early races in this career, because I feel like I've just kind of ended up getting blown up in a bunch of, yeah. This one's pretty easy. You know, I'm gonna put this in T's and speed. We are crushing this. We activated all our skills. We got no rush, no late start, and we're still a pace chaser, so we should still get our stamina at the end as well. Yeah, not even close. Okay, a little closer than I would. No, it's not even close. Like 4 lengths, I think. But we do probably need... Yeah, I'm a little bit worried that our power's gonna be too low if we're running running pace. Or late surge. And what I'm hoping for is just like a... I want this one for PvP if I can. So I do want to make sure that my we work on... I actually think we work on strength because that gives us power. This gives us friendship training. Yeah, we do this for friendship training. Also gives you some more skill points as well going wit. And there are some really good spots that we've got. I have no idea what this does. Energy recovered. Nice, cool. Take those. Are there any races we want to do at this point? No, not on this one. No GTs. And the next one will be after that anyway. After on our goal race. This is 4 on that. Ooh. 13 skill points. Energy up. I think we actually do this, you know. Just because this... Yeah, I think we actually do this. I don't like training wit so much, but this is giving us a ton of stuff, and there's 4, including the director, which gives us some stuff as well. Mood down? What do you mean mood down? Orb? That gives us friendship training. But I think we do this. We have enough stamina for this point in the game, I think. That's some front runners is very good actually. What happens if mood is bad? You get worse stats. And worse, yeah, you run worse than you play, yeah. I actually want to do this, I think. Do you have a decent amount of stamina in... No, we do this because we're going to get a load of stamina from the next set of inspiration anyway, I think. Because we're getting inspiration literally at the end of this turn. So we're going to get inspiration now. Yep, and we did have a lot of stamina from Lineage. We're going to get some power and speed as well, obviously. But we have a lot of sparks to go from this. It's a lot of stamina. So we got 48 stamina up, 51. That's good. Yeah, that's good. And now our power is a bit low, but our stamina is actually very good for this point. Don't have any skill points to use that much. I mean, Hesitant front run is pretty good. Both of these are really good, actually. I want both of these. I'm gonna go Hesitant front runners because that'll help us break. Wait, do we go pace chase? Maybe. No, maybe we do Hesitant pace chasers because that'll break people out of our. I think we do this just because we're running pace and it'll slow the people directly around us. I think that's the... Typically, you don't want to get... If you're trying to go for A and S's, you don't want to go for... What's the goal for this run? Just getting a good Teo to use for PvP. Because I have one which is like a B+, which is fine. It's like right here, I think that, hang on, we're on 14. We're on the outside. We have hesitant pace chasers, which will slow down our direct competition. I'm hoping this is enough. We have stamina to spare. We've got good skills, and we have good wit to activate those skills. My problem is our power is kind of low. So if we get stuck in the pack, we might be a bit screwed. But we do have decent stats. We have, I mean, this is probably our most dangerous race in the career. Our power is too low to break out of a pack of 8. Late start, fuck. That's not good. Late start might actually screw us. That actually might screw us. Okay, stamina to spare medium straightways, that's good. Okay, no, we're ahead of the pack. We're ahead of the pack, that's fine. We should be okay now. Corner adapts. We got our stamina thing back anyway, and our stamina's pretty good. I say that, I don't know. We cannot get caught in the pack. I'm getting a little bit worried about this one. By the way, wit doesn't actually affect late starts. Focus, the skill does, but it doesn't otherwise. Oh, come on. And I don't think a level 1 ult helps us here. Is the late start really going to screw us? I mean, our stamina was good. And we did get the stamina up as well. Hesitant pace chasers helps. Ult, does that save us? That might save us. Elug! Elug! I think second, maybe. Oh, no, you're just too good. Just too good. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Perfect. I was a little bit worried there, but I think if we had, put it this way, if we had that late start on an inner post, I think we just get completely screwed. Nice, good stuff. Went up by 3 lengths as well. So we're first in everything so far. We haven't got Swinging Maestro yet. Yeah, it's just a Teo gap. It's a Teo gap. Nice. When I run this campaign, this is the one which I think I lose the most, maybe. Oh no, maybe that's not true actually. 2 turns to reach this. Is this the long one? Oh, we get Swinging Maestro. Oh, but we just spent all our fucking skill points. Fuck. We get Swinging Maestro, but we just, yeah, we 9% failure. We do this because it gives us more skill points. Is this a medium or is it a long? Do we just go? I mean, we kind of need power as well, though, is the thing. Friendship training on that's not bad. What is our next race? What is our next race? It's a medium. Could use some extra power. Could use some more of that. I don't want to do this for friendship training, like, right now. I actually think we go power. I know it's splitting our stuff around. We'll do that, and then we'll go to the any good strategy to get King Halo 3 crit? She's a sprinter, train speed. Tends to work out pretty well. Okay, do we have enough for corner recovery? No, not by a long shot. We don't have corner recovery. This one's not bad, actually. And we'll figure this stuff out, because I probably can go for that red skill at some point, too. Did I run adverts? Yes, I did! I remember to run adverts. Wait, missing is potentially coming back to JDG already? Are you kidding me? What? Okay. I see that I'm enjoying my MLB Kita-san. Thanks for putting Emily to a Soup Toast show. Hey, OSV, very few. Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to run different friends, different Kita-san, so I'm not just running it on different ones, but so I'm still giving people like the friendship bonus and stuff. Okay. Let's yeah, Sweep Tosho is really good. My support card is really good if you already have a good what's it call it thingy. I also have an 8-star Medora McQueen now as my main, which is pretty cool. Alrighty, Rumble still not picked and banned for this entire series. I am very surprised by this. Gwen still banned, Azir still banned, Trundle still banned, Vi joining this too, and the clean feed has died. Nine. Wo ist die clean feed? Klein feed, that's small feed. Give us that. Where's the freaking Champions League gone? Where's it gone? What? Clean feed, please. Where are you? There we go. Thank you. Lucian banned away. Very lane dominant. Been banned away from Jackie Love an awful lot. And I don't think WE want to tangle with the lane pressure. They got bodied in lane just before. WE have side selection because they lost game 2. Where game? Game here. Game here. Top Esports. What's the last ban? What is the last ban? Something like Wukong, Annie, presumably Aurora. Aurora hasn't been picked just yet, or Wawa. And the Varus is still up. So now you still have Annie, you still have Aurora, you still have Wukong, you still have Talia. Talia's the easy comfort pick. Cream can definitely go towards something like Aurora. You can threaten something like Annie Wukong as well, although that combo's had some hit and misses recently. Annie Wukong seems completely fine to me. There's not that many AD skirmishes left. There's Poppy. Poppy could be powerful. Poppy of Talia is nasty as hell. Rumble's still up and available. Somehow made it through to game 3. You can lock in Ornn for Cube. There's no Trundle. And I think with Ornn Talia, you're pretty happy creating a ton of terrain and making it very hard to reach your team fight. Kanavi Wukong. Kanavi may be the best Wukong of all time, folks. He may be. This guy was so freaking good on this pick in 2023 on JDG. Ungodly levels of power on that Wukong. He was just something else. Just something else. Other side, you can Poppy. You can Ornn. Nautilus is very strong for Vampire. You can go towards the Kai'Sa as well. Do you lock in the Kai'Sa right now? Because you have Jhin, Kai'Sa, I think both of them are fine. I think the Kai'Sa is pretty damn good here if you want to lock it in. But then you're losing Poppy in the next round. You're losing Ornn probably as well. And I think you start running out of good matchups on the top side of the map. Do you lock in Kai'Sa right now? Galio top into the Rumble. It's okay. It's fine. Still no jungle picked. Monkey's not going to be in a happy spot. Guess you could ban away something like Jarvan as well in the second round now. Now, if you ban away Poppy Jarvan, you can really struggle on that top side of the map. And you can definitely get hooked into chain CC'd into death. So Cream will have to be careful if he locks this in. That being said, what else have you got, you know? Aurora might be better here than the Annie, but I guess that would leave them with a lack of CC. This gives them better setup for their big damage with the Cyclone and the Equalizer. WE again, locking in a fairly tanky team, I suppose. Not a full... I mean, Galio is fairly tanky. I wouldn't say he's like a hyper tank like Ornn or Sion, who are genuinely 1v9 potential in late game. Sivir banned away. What else do you ban away from Jaculov? Ban away the Corki, so not banning away jungle champions from Monkey. A little surprised at that, actually. Very surprised at that, in fact. I would have thought banning away something like the Poppy would be more valuable. There aren't that many AD skirmishes left. I think also Monkey can definitely go towards something like Jarvan now. They ban away the Caitlyn? I don't know. I don't think you ban away bot lane here. I think you trust your bot lane to win, don't you? You got last pick to counter support or counter AD carry if you want. Jackalope could go towards the Kai'Sa now, but that's banned away. Now my worry is, I actually think this is a great Jarvan angle for Monkey against, you know, Rumble and the Annie being immobile. It's a bit of a problem. Rel's not bad. It's a good blind pick. You can go towards Jhin last if you think the comp's good enough for it. If W lock in one more tank, you don't want the Jhin though, and you can go towards something a little bit different. Rel's taken away from Vampire. Well, I say that he's already got the Nautilus anyway. So this is like not a... This is still a support blind pick, and now you can... not blind pick, counter pick, and now you can counter AD carry as well. Senna's not bad here. No hyper tanks to deal with. Yeah, Senna's fine here. There's a lot of protection for them as well from the Galio and the Nautilus locking up people in front of them. Last pick for Monkey Jungle. Yeah, and something like Poppy seems good to me. You have engage elsewhere. I think Poppy is pretty good. Stops a lot of the engage coming through. I think lock it in. Poppy's been super high pick ban. I don't know about that one. Not sure about that one, Monkey. They lock in Olaf. Why? I mean, it's not bad against Annie, but Annie can now run Phase Rush.
You can mess with the Wukong quite a lot. Your true damage ignores his passive. You don't get knocked up by his
just
stuff.
you just go Warrior Trickster, and then you go invisible. I mean, it's not bad, and you out farm, but you have Galio over the top. Smolder comes in for Jaculov, and I think that's fantastic, because now you can flap over walls in a very convenient way. I don't think the bot lane worries you that much. And I don't think the Olaf is tanky enough to deal with all of the damage that comes out of top easels. It'll have to be on the gameplay. I'm going to go take a break real quick as we go into game proper. And we'll see ourselves into the deciding game between W and Top Esports. Now 0-14 versus a 4-0.
Alrighty then. See how it works. Monkey going for something a little bit spicy here in the background. Of course, got a Dawning Shadow, got a Galio, got a Talia. You can follow up on the Olaf's marauding ways quite easily here. As kind of noted, look, getting on top of the Smolder could be a bit challenging. You can shrug off a fair amount of the CC. But I think it will be on Monkey to get ahead of the curve and stay ahead of the curve. But otherwise, Jackie could end up matching and outperforming here on the Smolder into center. We've seen it way back when Smolder first released as kind of a option once upon a time. So, very different drafts. Triple global from WE. Esports much more around that team fight wombo. I see Yellow Blue Tail. I'll see if I can get Alex to have that conversation when they come back. Should have picked the Draven, says Marinol. I can see it. Would have been fun. But onto the riff we go. Final time today between these two teams.
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎。
WE and Top Esports yelling at that one. Can I be trusted with chat? No, Jay, I can't. Absolutely not. Early levels will be interesting here. Monkey's gone with the ghost. Run at people. Doesn't mean if you flap poorly. And I'm getting run down regardless. Doesn't mean that walls become Olaf's greatest enemy. Between Weaver's Wall and Dawning Shadow and Hero's Entrance, lots of tools to join the Olaf, as we've been saying. A bit more standard from Top Esports. I think the Smolder obviously kind of been like a late round pick of late. It's managed to come back into things again. I think that it works, of course. Always easier said than done. Too much there. Of course, the Galio into Rumble has been a bit of a counter matchup into Rumble, because for the longest time, Rumble just didn't have a counter. Was basically just unmatched in lane. The early power, the early skirmishing made this an S tier pick, a first pick for a long, long time. That and the Gwen were pretty unstoppable in top lane. They're still both very strong, though. We see a little more Rumble in the Gwen these days. Gwen, a bit more... So, anything out of this early game? Not really. Both junglers kind of pathing in different directions. A little bit of shove there from the Galio into the Rumble. Bot lane, much for much. Slightly shoved for the Annie, but again, not really seeing anything super crazy here. At the start of the plays. Monkey likely going to go towards that topside Scuttle Crab, though has actually got an angle to look towards bot side Scuttle as things go on. A little bit of a fight down bot side. Vampire going to get a hit up there by that Ferromancy crash down. Vampire eats a bit of damage. Hung with the heal there, looking to see if they can get a little bit more value. Come up with a much better HP total. You burn the Summoner to do so. Spellbooks, you know, not the biggest thing ever. But lane control, very much Top Esports now, and it will give Kanavi a lot of license to pick up that Scuttle Crab mid lane. Monkey comes on through, picks up that topside Scuttle. Will look to try and get onto the respawn of Raptors. Navi's here. Does he want to try and pick up the start of these? I think he might. think he might. He does. Gonna be on it right now. Hung, Jackie with that early lane prowl coming across, trying to return the favor from game 1, where Vampire came invading. Monkey now needs to be a bit wary. Those Raptors are very conveniently Kanavis. A little bit of a snipe away on that mini Raptor there from Jackie Love. Be able to reset towards that bot and pick up the wave at the shove back in. Which Jackie does, in fact, have the teleport. Will get interrupted there. Should still have a TP back bot side, so shouldn't lose too much here. TP bot side. Should pick this one up. Those just got popped. They're going for this dive. Oh my days, Jackie's just dead. Taeyun gets traded 1 for 1. The AD carries pick each other apart. The wave will still be lost by Jackie. So it is that little bit even. Of course, Jackie now down about 10 CS, and that's not going to get picked up because that wave does go down to the turret. So it's still a slight advantage towards WE. Flash and Summoners blown on both of those carries, but at the very least, Jackie does pick up his opposite number. Leading to too much there. Cream chucked out a little bit in that mid lane. Good work there from Karis, who's clearly been landing some good threaded volleys and a good seismic shovel too. Taeyun back to lane. Comes skating on in on a sleigh. Ho ho ho. Not too much else happening. The early goal is pretty much even. Might lead towards the Rumble, the Wukong. Then they're getting one bot side again off that kill and slight wave advantage. Weird old start at the very least. The dive was partly successful. Welcome back. Glad to have you on here. Quick heads up on what happened. We did get a sort of reset from the junglers into gank bot side. Monkey dove, Jackie teleported back into lane. And they went 1 for 1 under the turret. Jackie lost the wave, but both AD carries picked up the kill on each other.
Just stacking fine though, and yeah, I think Taeyun's center the other day was pretty good on the whole actually. Some awkward moments in laning phase, but then later on he really started to take over. But hang on a second, Shreem going forwards onto the Talia takes about half the HP off, particularly with Karis wanting to use that. Oh wow, that hook that's dangerous one to land.
Nasty. Vampire not quite deep though. The last embrace comes another Kanavi coming on over. Might make Vampire a little bit leery, but it's quick enough on the retreat to be okay.
Vampire getting a good tip there. Hang on a second, Taeyun and Vampire, that's like the 3rd time I've seen you like stack up for a Q there. Hang on, Monkey gonna spot them with the sweeper over the wall, so they know they're in the bot side jungle.
Nice sweeper.
Nothing's gonna come of it, but they do end up spotting them there. They know the red buff is basically not theirs, but what I was just saying there is basically Taeyun and Vampire was stacking around the minion that Jackie was queuing, and he got 3 stacks instead of just the 1, like 2 or 3 times on screen now, and his stacks early on gonna be higher than they should be. Jackie's now going to be stopped from getting back towards lane, but they can get Karis instead!
Oh, Karis, I'm not sure about that one. More seismic shove, Dawning Shadow. Actually, good to keep him alive for a second. Monkey over the wall. Might not find an angle, but of course, Kanavi finds their way in. Karis somehow picks up Smolder? How on earth did that happen? Cream flashing on forwards. Should be able to get Karis here. The Curse of the Black Mist prevents easy autos for a second or two. Taeyun, though, getting a lot of damage down, but the Nimbus Strike picks up another. Ends up being more for top esports in the grand scheme of things.
And Monkey doesn't have an ability to cross the wall. His ult's rung out. He might be able to get hung with the last E, but he's flat back over the shoulder, and he can't finish the kill. Top Esports smashed WE through the bot side of the map.
I don't believe that Jackie might have died at the beginning of that, and I got worried for a second or two there, but Monkey not able to get on over. Top Esports pounce and pick up so many kills. That's the early advantage that Top Esports were looking for.
I think WE thought they had a massive play being able to stop Jackalov being able to walk into the play, and Karis being able to roam down at the same time. But Jackalov chooses not to go back into lane, combo up with Kanavi, and get a ton of damage down onto the Talia. Yes, the Smolder dies, but it pulls apart the formation of WE. The Olaf can't get over the wall, and look at this magnificent triple flash stun from Cream. The Nautilus getting just flashed into their own doom, and the early skirmishes are falling apart from WE. You cannot afford to let that happen against this Smolder comp, and the Annie now being ahead will be a problem for WE.
And again, you're running the Olaf. You want these skirmishes to go well. You're the one with the triple global to back up Olaf making plays. That didn't happen there because you were already all on the same screen.
Also, sadly, again, this is another game where the game 3, Monkey has now been put into a bad spot. I mean, the Nocturne yesterday his late game objective play left a lot to be desired right there. If not necessarily his fault, because he was over the wall as a flash of Olaf, can't really do much there. But Kanavi, on his Wukong, has been so powerful for him in the past, is very far ahead now. And Jakulov is on wonderful stacking time for what should have been, you know, a Smolder that shut down after that dive. 60 at 9 minutes before you get much cooldown reduction is good stacking tricky, potential, actually, from the Smolder.
See what they managed to make do here. Taeyun, auto things best they can. Get some of that there. Piercing darkness on through. Sneeze. Chew. It's actually what it is called. Just in capital letters as well.
Another 5 stacks on the way there as well. Managing to farm up 5 of them with Q, regular auto for the last one. Top side, Galio is doing Galio things against the Rumble, but not really doing that much. And the problem is, for me, is I don't think WE will be able to stop the Equalizer being a pain in the ass for Taeyun and Monkey to get around. Because if it forces Monkey to ult early because he's slowed, that is a bit of an issue. And
Ghost might help there, at least.
Like, Olaf is only tanky when he's actually hitting you, because he gets so much regen that it's drain tank effectively. You know, what happens, you know, if the shields and the heals aren't enough and he has to pop his ult early? That's
Does
a big
he go
problem.
Swifty boots for that reason this game? Maybe lacking a little bit of defenses there.
Olaf can go them anyway, but I think realistically this game you probably are looking at the defensive boots to keep yourself in a a stronger point of tankiness in mid game.
Exactly what decision is here, but they're just worth that kind of consideration. Complete tangent.
Yes.
But I saw Smolder. I'm reminded once again that Smolder has a fantastic walking animation, like the smuggest cat of all time, with really cool swoopy tail animations. What is your favourite walk animation in the game?
I mean, the Heimerdinger swag walk is kind of
pretty great. Victor Kane walk when he's strutting.
Well, he doesn't have that anymore.
Yes, he does.
No, it's not the same. It's not nearly the same, like, stomp and...
Yeah.
No, the old one was way better with that.
True.
So sadly, I think that one's been downgraded. Aris has no flash. Ham does. That's a dead Talia.
Yeah, well, how about that for a walk as Gun comes crashing on down, and it is a death row walk that time around as Karis goes down to the collapse of top esports.
I mean, you could look for a fight here. I don't know if you win it, by the way. Taeyun was heading down, but in a 3v3 with...
by Monkey.
It was, because I think he thought... I mean, I thought that was going to land, but ends up missing. Dragon's going to go over, and I think, folks, this may be a bit of a swan song for WE. I don't think they end up winning if they give up this kind of dragon.
Globals. Last embrace wide. The Chew comes on down. Jackie gets hit by an auto. Find the piercing darkness as well, but again, doesn't really lead to all that much.
Actually, the piercing darkness dodged out from the blast.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
So, weirdly,
forget you can dodge that.
I mean, it's a slower animation. Once it's on target, you can sometimes get out of it. You could sometimes... so Vayne into Lucian was a really fun matchup back in about Season 4, Season 5. So you could roll to the side out of the piercing light, which was really fun. It was one of the more like skill-intensive AD carry matchups of the era. Jakulov, again, just happy to trade. Look, he's pretty happy now at this point. He has Essence Reaver. Like, he just needs to keep stacking up as he did get that cannon question mark. Yeah, there's a CS advantage for Taeyun, 1,000 gold lead, but the stacks for Jakulov are still completely fine.
Yeah, exactly that. And again, the CS discrepancy might be a problem in the sense that if Taeyun becomes a problem this game, and you can keep the Olaf alive, and you can keep the Galio alive, then maybe you start to be able to turn this one around, because how much can Jakulov get done when he's having to run away from an Olaf, and there's so much behind him keeping him rolling at you?
Haven't really seen top laners come into the play as well. 369 choosing not to go towards someone like a Conqueror, which we have sometimes seen Rumble do into his harder matchups, so you can win longer trades, go Riftmaker after the Leandries. Comet, Leandries, wants to get himself some decent burn damage through, and of course level 11 coming up soon as well.
Another Deep Purple reference. I didn't go for the full falsetto.
Yeah. Great song. A lot of, Deep Purple lore, I suppose. One of their most famous songs, obviously Smoke on the Water is the one that people know. Burn was one of their other biggest singles. Not with the single which people know them for. It's not Ian Gillan, it's David Coverdale.
It's my favourite Deep Purple song, I think.
It's a really good song. It's a really good song. But yeah, it was David Coverdale of Whitesnake fame who did, Here I Go Again on My Own, which is another great song.
Also great.
Yeah, Deep Purple kind of became a bit of a supergroup after a while. They released their first album in the same year that Led Zeppelin and Black Sabbath did theirs as well, 1969. The year when kind of metal started to evolve and take off, really, and
big time.
All of those bands ended up influencing a lot of bands which came after. And while Black Sabbath was the only like metal band of the three, really. The others were like more rocky, right? They all influence people afterwards, like Metallica. Dedra on the Lars Ulrich said that Depop was basically his favorite band of all time, blah, blah, blah. Look, the game was a bit slow. Talk about other stuff. Get back into the middle of it. Stacking. Swifty's now up for Jackalov, which makes it even harder for the Olaf to chase this guy down, which is a big problem. And Kanavi is just going to do insane damage. He's 203, has a Triforce, doesn't need to go towards Black Cleaver necessarily because of the double AP solo lanes. He's very happy with his point of power.
At least we'll note the Monkey's gone towards a Stride Break. It could be pretty valuable here in terms of messing with this Smolder, messing with the Wukong.
This is the Olaf angle. There's no phase rush or anything like that on 369. Has to early flash because you don't want to be getting caught with those swinging axes.
Of course, a reminder, those undertows and the reckless swings, you get true damage on. That's the reason why Olaf can be quite annoying in tank matchups, actually, very occasionally. If you get them into things like Ornn early on. Ornn's HP pool not actually all that high. Nice flick onto Kanavi.
The Vampire Classic, the hook into the wall. a bit mean.
That was unnecessary.
I don't know. The way the Vampire fans, they're getting too arrogant for my liking.
Okay.
Every so often you
I remember you praising him on the card not so long ago.
Yeah. No,
the other two was alright.
They're getting a bit arrogant. That's why we gotta.
Oh, okay, I see what it is.
We gotta pull them down to earth. Harold spawned. Jackie trying to clear out midwave, took a bit of a chunk there. Be able to queue through that. WB do get to the objective first, and Top Esports will have to retake the pit if they do want to contest. I don't think they have to. There's a minute up until the next dragon. You do not want to throw early gold leads to the Olaf and the Senna over your Smolder. They could look for something. They have a flash only with a level 2 ultimate. 369 level 2 ultimate as well at one item. It's not bad. Actually, I mean, Kanavi could hop over. That was not a good smite, Monkey, either. That was a potential of a double win. Smite, flash out.
Doesn't end up losing it there, but he went down to 1 HP. I think he missed executed on how much Reckless Swing plus auto onto I plus Smite were doing. He's got about 1. So close.
A really important question, chat. This will become important in the next 5 minutes. Curlim in Twitch chat is saying, it's really hard for me to capture the value that Atakan has. So, Atakan gives you more XP than Baron does, whilst also spawning 5 minutes earlier. It gives you a bunch of adaptive force, which is not seen as well, because the Paddles give you XP and adaptive force, whilst also giving you the slow and kill. That's kind of secondary, really. The fact that it can basically grant everyone on your team half a level
is massive.
At 20 minutes is really freaking huge. Whilst also Atakan, you compare it to something like the Baron, it is easier to take, it's quicker to take down. I'm not going to say easier because it damages you so much, but it is quicker to take down. So if you have a good neutral objective stacking damage, that'll do a hell of a lot of work.
And Colin, this was the figure that was going around in MSI. I know it was something that Flowers was generally using as a yard post. I'm relatively in agreement, but basically every 10 petals different is about 1,000 gold worth of stats. So if you want to add on that, we've got a dragon happening. So they're going to have teleports in from Top Esports. We'll see exactly how this one goes. It would be second dragon for either team. Herald just got summoned mid.
It is, and Galio can go into the play with the ultimate too, whereas 369 take a little bit longer to come in. This Herald won't kill the tower, but it will push the wave in, which is of course very important. Jackal will be able to take that one.
Trapped out of this play.
And
though.
actually, Jackal gets level 11 here. I'm not sure Tane will be able to get this. It's a second level of Smolder roll, not second level of Senna roll.
No matter right now.
Oh, the missed
Dawning Shadow comes across, keeps people alive. Now WB going to try and turn this one around, is trying to keep people in, but the Olaf in the backline with the Galio all on top of them. He keeps the Ragnarok and rolling. Monkey just about alive. Dawning Shadow, Piercing Darkness over the wall, keeps him topped up. It's a crazy fight, but in the end, it's Top Esports who lose more members.
Cream misses the ultimate. He flash ults and hits no one. An airball from the Annie is the most important player that fight. And WE end up rolling away with the extra HP that they shouldn't have had into a slim fight victory. And of course, the dragon and also the bot lane turret. Big win here for WE.
Cube going to take this tower on the bot side as well. They get the dragon. Couldn't ask for too much more there.
Well, look through the replay, and Cream's missed ultimate. Level 2 is the biggest thing. Flashes forwards, and Karis gets the flash away. Missed play from Cream. This is sometimes where you see actually the flash W rather than the flash ult, because it's actually a frame or two quicker. Equalizer's not bad, but the damage is already done. Cream has flashed forward, done nothing, dies for the attempt. Karis, great reactions from him. You normally expect that to land. Karis managing to outplay Cream.
And Vampire and Monkey survive on like sub 10 HP there as well. Huge value.
Instead, next fight, Jaculov will have himself likely 225 stacks. It's not going to be that long until he gets that at this point. You'll probably get it in the next couple of minutes on 170 right now. So next time the dragon comes up, that'll be a big factor. WE though get themselves an important delay in the dragon stacking from Top Esports. Their Senna is still 1,000 gold ahead as well. 2 items on Taeyun. He's been winning the mid lane kind of push, which you expect from the Senna with the Shiv. JackeyLove having to clear through with the Qs. He has got a little bit more XP than the Senna, which is important to note. Atakan spawning in 10 in just in a minute. WE might want to fight that because that'll be the next fight which they can get before the Smolder gets that 225, which of course is a very important spike. Top East was trying to get some shallow vision around mid lane to make sure JackeyLove is safe to push up and farm. Does give himself a nice W there on target to Taeyun. What's happening on the side lanes? Nothing too much right now. Recall's coming about the place, and Cream. Got to see better from him in the next fight. He's outplayed pretty heavily in that last one. Karis got that grid. Great flash away. And half of it was misplay from Cream. Half of it was a great play from Karis. It ends up putting WE into a more advantageous spot. Not a huge gold lead right now, but might just be enough. Top Esports were in a much better position before. WE clawing things back a little.
So, and it's taken. Taeyun taking that wave out. It's just a bit of a push and pull, ping pong there between the Smolder and the Senna. 2 items for both. It's like CS lead on one, slightly better stacker on the other. Q comes on forward, just dodged away from Taeyun, fight over this blue buff.
Yeah, and again, WE don't mind taking fights right now. They do have all of their ults available. The choke points aren't awful for them, especially since Rumble isn't here. If Rumble comes in, then choke points, yes, pretty bad.
Yeah.
That can definitely lose you fights. I will say choke points versus Smolder as well. Not fantastic. Vampire could look for a hook here, but the follow-up with Talia is not available. And, you know, Wukong's happy to sit here and the Weaver's Wall's there, but it doesn't actually stop them getting the wave clear.
Gets some flashes out though, and they'll manage to get the turret as well. The last embrace landing made things tricky. Hero's entrance comes on top of Monkey, who gets to roll on forward. Kanavi in the backside against Valus. Karis is going low, but look at Monkey on the other side. Brings down the Smolder. It's a messy state of affairs. Top Esports trying to blow down a few more people, but a flash out for Vampire. 369 flashing on over. Phase rush. Sorry, Nimbus cloak speed is good. Can he find another Electro Harpoon, but the hook away. Cube gets out. It's messy. 2 for 2. Sorry, 2 for 3 as W come away with more.
Great Weaver's Wall from Karis. Initially, I thought it wouldn't stop the wave clear coming through, but because they have the 3 grubs, they can force the tower down. W get the tower, they get the kills as well. However, that fight is saved by the fact that Kanavi gets onto Taeyun. Taeyun had flash, had cleanse, doesn't use either of them. I think he's locked in his ultimate animation. So while we're looking at, wow, great ultimate from the center. Yeah, not as much because the Wukong gets into the backline. The teleport from the Rumble, it's not on bad timing, but it's not quite there at the choke point. Also, I think Cream does a decent job of getting Monkey into the right place. I think Hung makes a huge mistake by walking up too far there and giving the Olaf the extra ability to start heal through and allows him to keep his ultimate rolling a little longer.
I hate to say it, but I think Vampire missed everyone hooked the wall again now.
Oh my God, the Vampire Classic.
But he did get him in range for a depth charge on to JackeyLove, so yeah, it worked out okay.
1,000 gold lead for WE. They do have, well, I mean, they have a lot of summoners up too. JackeyLove, no flash, importantly. 203 stacks, so not at 225. He's actually been denied some stacking time, actually, because of that
death, yeah.
Because of that death. Atacon could very much be started up here. Top
Here we go.
They do have their ultimates coming back up, but flash is largely in favor of WE, and WE control the choke points. Better situation for them.
Ghost and Ragnarok on Monkey, but not that much support, so could end up going a bit deep without the tools to keep himself alive. Away with it last time with the hero's entrance and the Dawning Shadow hook, though! That's damage and goodbye, Cream. Monkey gonna try and Ragnarok and run away, getting a bit of healing back, but gets knocked up, does not have that CC immunity and goes
Olaf's
down.
dead, Olaf's
That's
dead.
an important one. Vampire also low. Achu goes wide. Hung trying to get into the backside, can't quite get onto Taeyun.
Bad equalizer, 369 uses that, but WE, need we remind you, bit anti-clutch around big objectives. That's been one of their biggest loss conditions. Atakan, not finished. What that means, JackeyLove, another 10, 15 stacks closer towards his 225. WE don't get that much, trying to stop the recall from 369. They are really well played from Taeyun in these fights, by the way, landing some really clutch Ws, which has put things into question. Top Esports going to go back to farm back some waves. I don't think they start this. I don't think they start it. JackeyLove will get himself some time to clear out that wave. 219. Teleport coming up now. Has Fire Cannon. We'll see what his third item will be. Might end up being something like Lord Dominic's Regards. Could be Shojin as well. We shall see. Swifties and Fire Cannon giving him some decent move speed. We'll see what his third item will be. Dragon spawning as well now.
Reminder looking like.
Navi's 2 items matching Monkey. Monkey has the upgraded boots as well. 369. No ultimate backup just yet. Bloodletters for the extra magic shred. Cream, last couple of fights left a lot to be desired. Missing his ult in one. Getting comboed up in the last one. Wave clear out here. Cupid pushed it in. 369. With the bloodletters coming through, definitely makes it a lot easier to run the double AP. Some good vision from Top Esports to make sure that they can Gets some 3, and 225 caught now. So Jakilov has his burn, has the true damage coming through if he hits people with that Q. That is important. W, on the whole, controlling the bot side river better. Managed to force top esports to take a dangerous route in. Equalizer onto 3 is not bad. Bloodletter comes in. Locket used to shrug off a lot of the damage, though.
While though, it's going to force them off the river. Cream into the back of the pit. Dawning Shadow though. Cream members. Cream looking for an angle, but they've already got the dragon and the jungler. Massive turnaround as Cream goes flashing on in. Doesn't find that much value. Only brings down Vampire's Nautilus. Hung gets pulled back as does not the Cream, who goes down again. Alex got his head in his hands because Cream finds nothing with the flank.
Cream really struggling to get value. The mid lane of top esports gets in too late to the fight, and Monkey's Olaf is getting huge value in the front line. Top esports, they were relying on this Annie to get value down, but a bad equalizer into a bad Tibbet ends up being a bit of a solo lane difference there, really, on the sides of top esports, as Monkey gets the dragon and gets out. However, Jakilov still stacking up, and that Smolder wasn't actually threatened in that fight, which is a little bit spooky. What happened here? Hook came in, ended up catching out the Wukong, who didn't use the clone. You have to use the clone there on the hook. It's the easiest thing to do. Kanavi goes down. Vampire managed to get that blind hook, and just a complete misflash.
Yeah.
Missed up. Cream.
That's 2 fights now.
Cream, that is like 3 awful fights in a row. This Annie has been terrible for the big objective fights. You expect more. It's gotten very little value.
And it's costing top esports a great deal here as Monkey causes a lot of chaos, gets the dragon. Again, you're still in a weird spot this game. Scaling is hard to... How do we put this? It's hard to track in this game. So on one side, lots of globals and Senna. But will Olaf fall off past a certain point, even if he's got all that stuff behind him? On the other side, it's Senna with all of this AoE. Pretty scary, but the Annie, you're kind of quite burst heavy. Is your DPS good if Jackie's not there? I don't think it's a straightforward one team is necessarily better late than the other.
Yeah, it's a lot on execution. Now, I personally think top esports should be winning in late game, because the way to start fights with WE is like a hook, which should be met with, you know, Rel trading a hook for Q and then Wing backwards. You have the clone, which in that fight... The clone should save Kanavi. He just doesn't click the damn button. It's an easy misplay, and it is a bit of an unforced error. That is the play against the thing there. Right there, exactly. You do that again. Vampire taking a bit of damage. You can see that. Jakilov not the most damage right now. It probably does need to go towards the Lord Dominus Regards at some point. Cube going to get tagged down a little bit there. Jakilov not going to be doing crazy DPS just yet, sadly. He really does need a third item, but being so far behind in terms of Tay and he's getting killed. And XP gold is one thing. 3 grub push from WE. They could look towards just pushing towards inhib turret, actually, if they stay long enough.
Absolutely do that. Monkey.
Oh, the choke point controlled by top esports for one.
Hang on, flash over the wall from Vampire. Gets the death charge onto Kanavi. Flashes out himself. Needs to try and stay alive. The Hero Center comes on down. Kanavi hooked up. Needs to try and stay alive at the backline. Monkey's in there. Kills Jackie. Trades his life for it. But the Smolder is down. And Taeyun continue to run at Cream. Gets the stun onto basically no one that matters. Hung goes down. Taeyun still firing. Tippers is there and it means nothing. As WE shoot the skulls of top esports. It's an ace.
Top esports fall apart around the Atakan. They don't have the damage on the Smolder, who has been utterly diffed by Taeyun Senna. 2.6k up with 3 items, and the little dragon just hasn't managed to become of age, really. Top esports think they control the bot side, but they don't peel for Jakilov well enough, and sadly, not really so much you can do against an Olaf with a Galio over his head, running at you with the ghosts. Top esports will finally lose the Atakan. WE will finally pick it up, and that's a big win for WE, looking for their first series victory in this split.
All of the CC in the world means nothing when Olaf's got 2 ults and his own ghost running at you in Ragnarok.
I really don't like Jakilov positioning there. There is such an easy kind of pincer to come through. Karis throws the ultimate in, and you know, you look at Jakilov walks up and has to flash the Talia combo, gets hit by the center ult, can't flash the stun there as well, the flick back and the taunt. I really feel like Jakilov had to position a little bit more conservatively. Look for the second, third Qs in a team fight. Taeyun able to battle center his way through the back line. Jakilov's positioning leaving a lot to be desired.
And now I hesitate to see Taeyun's inventory. Yeah, it's looking pretty damn scary. 3.5 items, 85 odd stacks. Not the highest we've seen at this point in the game. It's still pretty damn good. And all the hell, look, Jakilov, 2.5 items still. He's stuck. He had to stop before the Executioner's calling is going now towards an Infinity Edge, but it's going to be late.
It's really well played from WE around some of the bigger objectives around that Atacama, which is something which we criticized them for in the past. I think their objective setup has been a little better, knowing that they can just kind of press the button and run at you when it comes to it. Dragon's coming up in 30 seconds. Hang on a second, there's an ult being thrown in topside. Cube doesn't have flash. He could be dead unless he uses the ultimate.
The Equalizer comes on down, trying to get on that, but the ult does!
Kanavi didn't have the reactivation of the Cyclones, the only cancel they had. Cube does use the ultimate, which is important. This is kind of cooldown counting. You now no longer have that ultimate for the team fight. Now the question is, what's more important? Equalizer and Cyclone, or the hero's entrance on top of that Olaf? I don't know, actually. That hero's entrance has been really important for Monkey. He's had a great game here now, and the back end of it. Had a struggling early game where he was kind of locked on one side of the wall, but the terrain's not worked out as well. Top Esports, I think, wisely choosing not to commit towards that dragon.
Soul Point coming on through. You know what Olaf really needs? Aside from a hero's entrance and a Dawning Shadow, he's got a Spirit Visage and Ocean Soul. I mean, how on earth do you kill that Olaf before he kills the Smolder at this point? Have a look at this replay again.
Well, so he's trying to force onto the flashless Cube. I think you just have to hold your Cyclone, don't you? Surely he is just going to try and get his way out. Zhonya's waits for people to get in range, and they make the play. You know, if he was caught there, that's a potentially huge play. I really think Kanavi had to hold his ultimate. Maybe he thought he didn't have the threat to do much there, but with 369 coming in, surely you have to hold your Cyclone to stop that ultimate.
Yeah, either way, it's not been a great day from Kanavi, I have to say, or Cream.
No, mid-jungle from Top Esports, we expect more from them. Now, this is a 3.5 item. Annie does have the Void Staff on top of having the passive Shred from the ultimate as well, so that's definitely going to be quite valuable, but he struggled to land it on the right targets. Now, if you land it on Taeyun, that dude's popping. He has 0 HP, he has 0 magic resist. Cream can pop the center, but that's the target you've somehow got to hit. Hero's entrance almost back up. They spot anyone in the brush? Nope, they spot that no one's there. It was a little bit spooky. W do like to play those bush braids. Jackalow, stacking up, has the Infinity Edge, so it doesn't matter now that Jackalow is 2.5k down to that extent. This is still a 3-item Smolder going into very lacking armor team. They don't really build that much armor. There's a little bit from the Seekers on Kara's Shore, but he's going to be really, really scary. He'll go towards a Mortal Reminder a little bit after. And see how much that tap lands with the red buff on it too. That is nasty as hell.
Baron now being threatened by Top Esports. The wards in the back of the pit make this a bit interesting. Monkey also around level 16. He is actually a little isolated here.
That's a problem. Pops the Ghost early. Has the level 16 ult. Hun coming across the side. Talia trying to wall up to the plate.
It's level 16. Can get here pretty damn fast. Monkey's getting turned on, as is Cube, who goes down. Big important pickup. But all the while, Monkey in the backside on top of the Smolder. Trying to heal up. Can't bring down Jackie, who survives this time. Taeyun brings down the Wukong. So it's jungler for jungler. But Top Esports still with the man advantage. They're going to get some more value. The last embrace lands, though. Shoved back onto Korea, to 369, who's going very low and goes down. Doesn't quite. Flashes out. Ignite makes it the 1-for-1. It's messy out here. TP behind, though. Taeyun now in danger as Jackie is a flanking dragon. Turns into Smaug. Crash down on Karis, who goes golden. But that just means more for the Dragon Taunt as Jackie picks up another.
He is fire. He is death. And WE get a little bit of dragon sickness as they greed to try and play around side lanes. And oh dear WE, it's the late game collapse again. Smolder comes online, and somehow throughout that play, Jaculov has a 3,000 gold swing from 2,500 gold down to almost 500 gold up. The Baron will be claimed on 4 members as Kanavi respawns. Top Esports may have just put a nail into WE's coffin after they were so full of life.
Let's have a look at this one again. Kanavi will remember strike in and try and make something happen here, but then
oh my god,
Cube getting caught, and then Monkey tries.
This is why Galio is not a late game tank compared to the Scion or compared to Ornn or something like that. Now, what he does bring value in is giving that extra shield towards the Olaf, and if he had the hero's entrance on top of him, I think actually Olaf kills the Smolder in this game, maybe turns around. Cube getting caught out on side lanes twice in a row is unforgivable. Bad flash from 369 after this point. He had the Ignite put down onto him. So he does go down, but, you know, Smaug comes in, flies in like a bat out of hell, and Taeyun gets completely blasted. I mean, as we were saying, it's a 3-item Smolder. Doesn't matter that he's down that amount of gold. Gets the crazy amounts of shutdown. He gets like 2,000 gold shutdowns in a row. Insane. And now he's got a Last Whisper and a GA.
Bloodthirst is on Taeyun, so I saw that these AD carriers were very much in a position potentially to carry this game. Gold lead for Top Esports somehow. Soul point still for WE, and that dragon will be spawning in a minute.
Well, they ended up having a bunch of shutdowns go the way of the enemy team.
Yeah.
Karis and Taeyeon have big ones on their head. It is soul point for WE. They could get an Ocean Soul. That, of course, is a huge bonus. I don't actually think it saves them this game, because I think actually they're dying too quickly now for the Ocean Soul to...
It might be for Monkey. It's the only person I can see if he gets that extra bit of healing.
However, I mean, Jackie Love, he actually sold his Executioner's Calling, I think, for slot economy, basically.
Yeah.
But he will go towards a Mortal Reminder, and he's going to be close to it because he just picked up so much freaking gold, 1,000 gold up now as well. See, God, how much damage there's like the random W tap does as well. Level 17 small, absolutely no joke.
The issue actually is with that GA, Monkey securing that very close kill, he's got to do it twice. I don't know how easy that's going to be.
And actually in the regen, his ult might just fall off as well.
Exactly.
So, pushing up mid lane. This might be too far. You might have put yourselves into a bit of a problem here.
Oh, the equalizer is rough! Mom comes on through! Taeyeon healing best he can. Brings down Kanavi to low, but not down. Back out of the play though. W comes in. Jackie gets a couple. Still got a bit of a GA to work with, not taken out. They get it. He executes! Jackie burns out so damn many, and Cream finally turns up in a fight.
How does Jackie Love not die? He doesn't even pop his GA. What was a magnificent flick back from Karis into the ultimate from Cube should have saved the day, but WE, late game is their foe. They cannot get it done in the late game. They are anti-clutch, and Top Esports, despite the shakes, despite the stumbles, may just start the split 5-0 and send WE to 0-5.
Somehow, someway, Top Esports will clutch it again. The 5-0 is theirs, but again, to the knowers, to the viewers, to the LPL enjoyers, you see the cracks, you remember last split, and you just have to wonder, don't you?
It's heartbreak for WE. They should have felt they would deserve this series. They felt they probably deserved a series at some point this split. A team that reached top 4 for the first time since 2021 last split, now sent to a dismal 0-5 start, whereas Top Esports, I mean, I know they're 5-0, but how the heck did they get here? With all the mistakes, Top Esports, they are clutch around the late game objectives. Their team fighting just a little bit better than their opponents when it comes down to that late game craziness. Jackie Smolder, incredible value in the late game.
And again, early on, Taeyeon was actually really, really good. Monkey, the Olaf, we were a bit worried about it, but I saw the value as the game went up. We saw the multiple globals doing a lot of work.
It's the Daily Mike Punch!
I'm so sorry. This pop shield just annoys me.
It's okay.
But I think W are going to be ruining the fact that Q got caught on that side lane. They weren't quite ready for it. They're going to be ruining the fact that it took them a little while to get those dragons stacked. It took them a long time to get them started in the first place. The fact it got late enough for Jackie to catch up, to get GA, it should never really have happened. Not from the position they were in, but it just took them a little too long to get rolling, and I think WE will be kicking themselves, because that game was winnable. It was more than winnable.
Yeah, I think they would have thought that they... Yeah, I think they would have thought they would deserve that, honestly, at that point. But I think that Cube getting caught in sides 2 times in late game. 1 was lucky to get out. 2nd was crime. That was criminal, really. I actually think that Monkey did a really good job for a lot of that.
It was a good Olaf, and I think that the globals made sense in the long run that Smolder was struggling. Anyway, a little bit of housekeeping here, folks. If you're watching on the YouTube, on the Twitch, on Anivia's YouTube, thank you for coming and joining us. If you can, guys, please make sure to like the videos, follow the channels, subscribe where you can, and particularly on Twitch. If you've got that Prime sub, if you've got that £5 extra, that €5 extra, wherever it may be around the world. We've got a few viewers out in Southeast Asia, over in the States. It's amazing. I know the currencies will vary depending on your location. Either way. The point being, if you've not subscribed to the Twitch, please do consider doing so. It keeps me and Alex in business. This is a hard grafting. We're reliant on all of you back home to help keep us in business. Outside of that, we have got a Ko-fi link. Please do consider subscribing on the Ko-fi if you're not a Twitch user or not a Prime user or whatever and do want to support us. We're not paid to do this, guys, and we do this every day. There is no official broadcast anymore for the LPL, so we are really reliant on community support, you guys back home, to give us the love to keep doing this. Al, if you don't mind, just throw that Ko-fi link out where you can. And we'll leave that one there.
And we'll wait until the second series now, which is Weibo BLG, which is a hell of a matchup.
And Al, there was a question while you were taking your break as well, which we didn't get a chance to talk about in game, but it is a really cool one. Basically, we had someone in chat asking, hey, what does it take for a champion to be pro viable? What do you when you're looking at a champion, what do you look at as an analyst to go, what makes a champion pro viable?
Well, it really depends person to person. No, because that's such a wide question. Because one, a lot of it is on just kind of Because the easy way is, does it slot into a role that you've already practiced? Like, say, I don't know, what are two similar champions? Stuff like...
Mulder Senna, I suppose, in this case.
Well, they're quite different champions, but I'd say, like engaged supports. Let's be honest, if an engaged support is engaged support, that'll slot in just fine, especially in Fearless right now. You want to find something which, like, you've already done the research and development for. Laning phase matchups, obviously huge. And you need to be able to lane and teamfight on them. That's the biggest thing. If you can lane and you can teamfight and there's value in both of them, that's fine. Now, the problem is, say for instance something like Syndra, it's not pro-viable right now in a lot of games because it can lane, but it can't teamfight because there's too much stuff that reaches her in the backline. Something like Victor can do because he can lane, but actually in teamfights he has a build which is tanky enough where it doesn't matter that people jump on him. It's fine. So... yeah, I do think that there should be more champions played than there are currently, but you must be able to lane and team fight or play around some kind of very powerful X factor. That's why when we were talking about Viego earlier, it was we were talking about, well, okay, he brings a unique win conditions. Even if he's worse at farming, skirmishing, blah, 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 he has a unique win condition which is very valuable for mid-table teams and stuff like that. Obviously, Fearless ends up making things more pro-viable. Most stuff should be more viable than it is, on the whole.
A lot of that is in players, I think particularly with the current schedule, there isn't time or necessarily the inclination to practice things that are only potentially good, right? That haven't been proven to be so. And that can be quite hard to hard to organise. Do you have a question about when Weibo BLG starts? Probably about 10-15 minutes. We've just finished the first series.
I'd say about 20 minutes because we're going to have interview, slight break, then walkouts from the players, and then draft. So probably about 20 minutes, I'd say, until we get the next one. With that in mind, going to run some pre-roll, and it's the best time of the day. It's horse game time!
That's great. How's the run going?
It's going pretty well. Got more stamina than I normally do, which is good. This is a medium. We'll see which slot we're in. I don't have the most power, which gives me a little bit of the heebie-jeebies. I need to spend... do I want hesitant front runners, or do I... wait, when's the next race after this? When's the next race after this? Getting 90 points is a bit rough. When's our next race after this? Late May, load October. We do have some decent time after that. Oh, screw it. This will be fine, hopefully. Yes, I did see. I did see. Thank you. Appreciate it. But yeah, I think a lot of the time it's just about players' familiarity and their... so we should be pretty okay here. Guts is low, but who cares about Guts? I thought H. Lee was playing right now. Well, we're doing LPL, not LCK, so yeah. A compliment for Angie. 7 in pace. Which bracket are we in? 5. 200 for late is better for this. Sam just surprised that's only for pace chaser. Oh, for God's sake, we're just gonna have to try. We're just gonna have to wing it. We might lose this one because I hate being on the inside corner. I hate having. But we have like a skill. Our regen skill is only for pace chaser. We're on the inside bracket. That kind of sucks. Frangie. I really like how innately artistic you are and innately creative are. Like how, when you think about things, you always have an artistic eye for it. Even I think it's really cool because I don't always think about it like that. It's very cool. Okay, so we're ahead of the pace chasers right now. But yeah, no. Every time we talk about something, I think you're very. I like how you give me a very different perspective on things. Here's our MVP. I mean, it's probably Jackala for the late game, right? I miss when Thresh was pro play. Problem with him is his power budget is all in his Lantern. All in his Lantern. Okay, so we're not getting boxed in right now. Isn't bad. Our stamina's pretty good. I don't know which skills we procced. I wasn't paying enough attention, actually. We boxed in there? Oh, shitting hell. We can't go around the outside. We actually might get completely screwed here. Okay, come on. Medium straightaways is good. We're just getting boxed in, though. Oh, for God's sake. I hate going, like, in a bracket for fucking pace chase when there's loads of people. I don't know. 3. Oh, shit. Do we break out of it? Oh, shit. Let's go. Maybe stamina's enough. Get the ult. The anime ult. Let's go anime ult. Is that enough? Second. How close are we? I think we get it. Let's go. Holy crap. Yeah, I think Thresh, the problem is his Lantern is so OP for pro play, you kind of have to balance around that. Which is, yeah. Nice. Okay, I was actually pretty afraid we'd lose that one, but I guess the extra stamina has really helped us. Wait, HUD are losing to Nongshim right now, are they? Jesus. Did by 5 lengths as well. Okay, this is going good now. This is going good. And that means that we can start saving up for Swinging Maestro, which is super broken. Okay. Nimble Navigator is not bad either, actually. Oh, they're not really losing? Okay, Carl's gaslighting me. Well, I'm not watching the games. You just say, oh, actually, actually, fraud's losing to ownership. Like, okay, fine. I guess I'll trust you. Last time I do that, huh? I don't think we need to do that. I think we actually rest. I guess we can do one and then rest. We want the extra skill points anyway. Because we've got the summer trip coming up. Yeah, of course I'm gonna trust chat sometimes. Crazy, isn't it? Oh, do we actually... We don't want to do the 14%. We can do this for... What I'm going to do this just because we get the friendship training breath. I should be resting. This is probably a big in, because it means I now need to waste a turn of summer camp. We get the energy back. That's good. That saves me from inting as much. Do we? I think we do this for the friendship training, don't we? Even though that is really, really good on the stamina. Yeah, it's the Humps Beast episode. It actually is. That's the funniest thing. It actually is. Now we rest. And we try and get a wit training in the next one. We really want the extra stamina. Hanging pick Silas into Rumble. Ooh, that used to be a pick back in the past, actually. This gives us power. And we try for the double. Please, 20% is a bit high. Nice. Good roll. Nice. Okay, we're actually getting some really good stats here, folks. This gives us stamina. Nice. You can actually go for G3's meh. I think we rest on this turn then. We're not going to get Swinging Maestro in time for kick show, which is a problem. We go for the extra stamina, 9%. We don't fail 9%. We don't fail. No, we never fail 9%. We don't go for 49%. I guess we just got to rest again, which sucks. Well rested? We could go that long fucking time, couldn't we? Let's go for corner recovery. 40. Yeah, we want that because we really need to get Swinging Maestro, and hopefully this is enough. We do have decent stamina now, luckily, but we don't have great other stats. Oh shit, no, we're just full on everything. Okay, that's good. Because it's a long race, you're less likely to get boxed in, which helps. Yeah, long races, you're less likely to get boxed in. Pace with this, perfect. We're actually looking pretty solid for this now, I think. We've got good wit to activate our skills as well. Yeah, topside for Fnatic's been really inconsistent. I think particularly when it comes to playoffs, Fnatic's topside's been inconsistent. No late starts. This is a long one, so settled in. So we have pace chase, so we have stamina to spare, which we really hope procs in the early race. Please, stamina to spare, please. Donde está la stamina to speeds? Please. Oh, we didn't get stamina to spare. That sucks. Gone two sides. Corner recovery, please! Corner recovery, please! We've got medium straightaways, which is not going to apply on this one because this is a long one. Okay, so at least we weren't rushed. Say that we can still get it. Really like corner recovery. That would be kind of nice. One. Donde está? Okay, corner add-up's good. Corner recovery. Okay, that's good. I think it's game on now, actually. Still in the center of the pack. I don't know. This one's looking kind of rough. The late start, not getting the stamina to spare. I thought we'd be fine with our stamina, but I don't know. I guess we're just kind of screwed. Oh, we're getting fucked. I don't know. Hesitant pace chases helps. Maybe that helps us get past the crew. I don't know. I think we're just out of stats, aren't we? Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not. Stamina diff? Oh, no, we're not getting top 2. We're getting top 3, maybe. Ult's not bad, but... Viper is 14 on Monaco, so Jesus Christ. No, we're not. We're getting, like, 3rd tops. We even had good stamina. Fuck. I guess... I don't know. I don't actually know why we... It's not guts. If it tells me it's fucking guts, I'm gonna kill this AI assistant. I had stamina! I had the best stamina in the fucking race!
也期待不管是你个人还是滔博，在后续都能有更精彩
Oh,
的
that
发
sucks.
挥
Well,
和
whatever.
表
We
现。
didn't get
再
the
次感谢
kick
航
shot.
来到
I
我们的
thought
赛
that
后
we'd
采
have
访。
enough. Fucking
那
hell,
我们本
man.
场的赛后采访到此先
That
告一
sucks.
段落。接下来一起来看一下本场比赛精彩的 Spotlights。
I actually don't know what this is. I need to figure this out.
踢飞了飞了，慢点慢点慢点慢点慢点。
It's
落
really
没闪
annoying.
落没闪落没闪没有？看一下看一下打能赢，慢慢打能赢，打人慢慢哎潘森没闪潘森没闪潘森没闪。
Energy minus 10 or the other one we got
潘
field
森
one
没
now.
闪。老黑你慢点吗？对对对，我就我就
But we had like such high wit as well.
我逼了踢我逼了踢了没去慢点慢点。
Let's have a look at what other races we can do. Is there a G1 today? There is, but I don't want to do that. But we do want to do the Japan Cup
回个
tomorrow.
头右闪，建模没闪，我2秒1，回个头也没闪，看一下我有1，上完。快 carry， 小龙大龙。
Yeah, we run in the Japan Cup because it gives us like a ton of fans. And it's not good rate. It's not good training today anyway. And we should hopefully stomp this. This is a medium, which we have. Yeah, we have plenty of stats for mediums.
没塔了。
Pet the subs, yeah, that's a good amount.
我们中路一波了。
It means we're not going to like get the perfect ending for the campaign, but we're still doing well in stats.
不是虚弱，一波了。可以，我不从前面了。慢点，来，等一下你，我来了。慢点，让 AD 先吐一会儿。来，这边能包吗？可以，慢慢打，打前面。慢点，慢点。我老可以，慢点。别小心，回点血，别急。好，无敌了，兄弟们，一波了
Okay, so we're actually the front runner because we've got the best stats out of the pace chasers. Sorry, I had something to reply to. Oh, man. Okay, so we get the huge amount of fans from that, which means we're going to get our ult maximum leveled up, which is good. Do the low roll on the energy. What does Dance Lesson do? Stamina or power. Stamina, I guess, because we'll trade up more power through the other stuff. Oh, double friendship. That's fucking huge. 50 on that. Nice. 28%. We take it. We roll, and we hope for the best. Nice. Cool. This one we take. This is 5 to all stats. I think we take the 5 to all stats. And we can take the energy one, but there's an energy event coming up right after this. And there's like a lucky raffle thing coming up like next turn or something. We rest because of that. But we do have like a lucky raffle coming in. Well rested is good. Wait, does that mean... God damn it. What do we get from this? Bushel carrots is good. Gives us like a bunch of energy up, and we get the extra stats. That's good. Do we have any friendship training we need to do still? Yeah, a little bit. We have enough wit already. We probably do want to train a little bit more power. And this is where the ult gets leveled up. We maybe should have done a race that turn, you know? What skills do you give? Got most of them already. Slipstream's not bad, actually. Slipstream is a good thing. Clean feed died. Energy skill point stats. No, the skill points aren't great actually a lot of the time. Go for a little bit more power. Yeah, the clean feeds died. What the heck? if you want actually like campaign points, the skill points aren't fantastic. You get skill points from a whole bunch of other stuff. Often you end up like overstatting stuff like that. This is the point where I actually maybe race. Oh shit, what am I doing? No, why did I misclick? I misclicked recreation. Oh god. Run away. Sure, whatever. Oh, I misclicked. Oh, and I gave me minus energy as well. I'm so stupido. Oh, for God's sake. I'm bad at League of Legends. I misclicked, no. Oh, this is where we need like tons of... Oh, we go for the... I mean, we definitely go for the 10 here. Oh, yeah, we definitely go for that. Okay, and we get the inspiration, which is good. We get a ton of stamina through inspiration, I think. What do we get from it? Ooh, that's some really good mixed stats, actually. 30, yeah, it's pretty good, actually. Xiaohu versus Knight, yeah, once again. Next level overall. We can't do that, not 65%. We will get Swinging Maestro now, which is really, really important. And I think maybe that allows us to like actually hang with some of the stronger races again, which we weren't doing in the longest before. Do we have anything else we can buy? No, just show on that. Hezin Front Run is pretty good though, actually. Yeah, Hezin Front Run is good here, I think. Because I think that will help us in this race, because I'm pretty sure Medra McQueen is a front runner. In this one, anyway. Okay, our stamina's not top, but we have Swinging Maestro. Makes this runnable. This makes this like runnable. Okay, 6 on pace, 6 on lay. I guess we go pace because stamina to spare gives us that too. Okay, let's hope for the best. We want both our. If we get both of our regen things, I'm pretty sure we just win.
好的，来到我们的赛前采访。
Top Esports is 0-2 against the LEC, or about the LEC. Yeah, in recent years, yeah, for sure.
先跟大家打声招呼吧。
Because we're number one favorites based on stats, which is good.
欢迎松松。
Okay, and this one's a long one, so we have the
第
best.
3赛段的这个赛程可以说还是很紧密的，1周多的时间 ，WBG 进行了4场比赛，并且是4战3胜。松松会觉得队伍在这个赛季初的这个表现啊，有黯然
Freaking late starts in both of our like important races. It sucks. And Wit does not actually stop the late starts, which sucks. Well, Sam Despair's good, so we get one of our regen things. Okay.
整体队伍还是稳步向前的。那对于接下来今天
Oh, maybe Medra McQueen's a pace chaser, so we're gonna be catch. Yeah, this is fine.
WBG 是战
We
胜了
need Swinging Maestro. I think Swinging Maestro comes on this corner, maybe.
回归其实多方评价
Which means that we miss Swinging Maestro,
整体
maybe.
队伍的实力是有所提升的。所以
Not getting Swinging Maestro maybe kills this
接
race.
下来这一场有什么
We have really high whip. We have Swinging Maestro, and we didn't fucking get it. I think. Is Swinging Maestro always procs in the same corner? And I think it was meant to be on the corner before this one. Oh, that's corner adept. Do we get? And we got Swinging Maestro. Sorry, it's this one. Okay, now it's game on. Swinging Maestro gives you so much energy back. It goes kind of crazy. This Medra McQueen is very hard to beat on this race, so. I don't know, maybe we just don't have the chip split for it. We do have the 2B debuff skills, which is kind of important. Well, we need the hesitant pace chasers and the hesitant front runners. Where's the pace chasers? There we go. I think that might save us. This race is really fucking hard to win most of the time.
好的，同时也为大家采访到的是来自BLG新晋美组的 Shadow。
Oh shit, she's fast.
这个赛段 Shadow 加入也可以说是给BLG啊注入了新鲜力量，并且
I almost always lose this race on career. Almost always lose this one.
你怎么评价自己前2场的表现呢？
Damn, it's by how long distance too? It's like 5 lengths or something.
有进步的空间，大家也是对于赋予你这个很多的一个期望了啊。那昨天也是由于安全问题，也是休赛一天，在这个短暂的休整过程当中，你们有做哪些对于今天对手 WBG 的一个准备呢？
也没做什么调整嘛，只
Now, honestly, I think I just do I just train.
好，那今天就要看一下双方队伍的一个表现了，给你们加油了！待会儿见。
Place top 10 Japan Cup, right? This gives us the 10 upward. Okay. Do we have any other friendships to train? A little bit from you, but nothing much. We want to get 3 stats over 600 and then 1 over 100. So I think if we train speed, that 10% I gotta go for it, right? 24, but the skill points are good. I mean, the skill points are not even that much different. Fuck it, we go it. We don't fail 10%. We don't fail 10%. Not here, we don't. And now we got a chance to rest. Well rested is very good. Get some extra power from this. We go for wit training. Gives us a little bit more energy back, so we're full energy for the training camp. Stretch haste is a good skill to get. And now we're full energy for the entirety of training camp. Can we get to 1/100? Japan Cup's right at the end of the year, so this is basically our timer to get all the big stuff anyway. I think actually we go... I actually think we... What, 27? Hell yeah, we do this, yeah. I think we can get 1/100 and then 600, 600. I think we can get that. Not with this, we can't, but... We rest. It's actually not good enough we rest here. Two on that. Yeah, we've got to go for a run. Japan Cup's a medium as well, so we don't need as much... Energy went down and mood went down. You kidding me? 52%? I can't run I can't do that. No, we gotta rest again. This sucks. Maybe I should have gone recreation there. No, I can't really do that. Ah, frickin' hell. Can we do this, I think? We might not get there with stamina, which would be a bit annoying. A plus speed? Well, I'm trying to aim for like literally like double S speed. This gives us a bit more energy back. No, we rest. We rest. We actually rest. Oh, normal. Fucking normal stats. Ugh. Double on this. That's pretty damn. That's pretty damn good actually. And then we need to start training. I have no idea what that card does actually. I keep getting this event and I keep forgetting what it does. Let's move on with this. Energy and mood? Hell yeah, we do take that. We can probably do like one more race before draft starts. Freedom positioning is not bad. Subdued front runners is pretty... don't want medium straightaways. I mean, it's not bad actually on the whole. I don't think I want another red skill. What do I? I think it's pretty good actually on the whole. Getting loads. Debuffs are very good for PvP. Because a lot of people don't take them into account at first. I miss words with stream. Yeah, I mean, I can do bits and pieces of that again, you know. We really need to get 6. I think we can get to 100 on 1,100 on speed fairly easily, I think. Because you get about 50 stats free at the end. It's a little bit less if your mood's lower, but we have a lot of friendship with the director and with the other trainer. Don't screw me on this race. Stamina spare's good. We have a lot more stamina than we need a lot of time. Subdue front runners answering maestro. Nice stuff. Haven't really built a debuff character before, but I think that getting like pace chase and front runners down is really nice. That time, did I run them before? I already ran some before, so we got 40 minutes on pre-roll. We're good for that for now. We should slaughter this now. Yeah. Did we get swing maestro yet? I think maybe we didn't. I don't think it matters. We have a ton of stamina for mediums. Just long ones where it gets a bit more problematic. Nice. As in face traces and front. Oh, that's such a broken ass ability. Nice. Not even close. And we get into draft. Perfect timing. Perfect timing. Into the draft we go. Weibo BLG, teams that you've seen in finals not too long ago. First draft coming in thick and fast was Shadow joining BLG, Crisp joining Weibo. Neither of these teams retaining the same Met lineup from last split. Annie banned away. We still have Rumble. We still have Varus. We still have Wukong, I suppose, although that's less in there. Poppy, another popular ban as well recently, not banned away. Varus banned away, which leaves Rumble as the first pick potential. Talia as well. But it's the Shinzao picked over all of them. Not always seeing the Shinzao first pick. I would normally see the Talia picked in that spot, especially as Knight. Xiaohu's a good player of the champion. Knight's a very good player of the champion. I suppose Xiaohu now likely looking at an Aurora or Orianna. Both of them have decent laning phases and bring something afterwards, but I feel like the Orianna quite vulnerable to Wukong with the potential of the Talia afterwards. Very quick picks and bans though. Weibo obviously foreseeing this eventuality, lock in the Scion. There's no Trundle to ban take against that. Can go towards the Rumble. Rumble's pretty good into the Scion. Pretty good into the Orianna too. But we did see some really good Cassandra just earlier today, just from 369. Ambessa better for the aggressive combo. Cassandra, I don't think he'll reach the Orianna as much. Whereas Ambessa, very hard to stop him reaching in a mobile backline. Stop there, rather. So, BLG more aggressive on top side, Weibo more defensive on top side. BLG need a little bit more engaged. They're probably looking for Rel in the bot lane. Lucian bound away. Wonder whether Kai'Sa comes at a premium for BLG if they can get it, because they can join the dive in with the Ambessa and the Wukong. Braum banned away because BLG realized that they're on the aggressive side of the equation, want to ban away the defensive options, which are the Poppy and the Braum. Weibo stopping that Lucian getting locked in, but what else did they ban away? Jhin could be okay. Kai'Sa, not a bad option as well. Could ban away Rel if they're afraid BLG lock it on a 4. I think Rel's not a bad ban here, actually. One of the most consistent engaged champions, and there's no anti-dash on your team. Sivir banned away. Rel on 4. Counter pick AD carry. If it's a good enough Kai'Sa angle, you can lock that in. If not, Jhin. Suppose Weibo could go towards the Alistar at that point, if you locked in the Rel on 4. But thy eternal shall not fade. That's a line and a half. Rel or Rakan. Okay, so the Rakan, not the Rel. They hovered the Rel, but it ends up being the Rakan. Better laning phase into the Alistar if Chris wanted to lock that in. So as Weibo could go towards the Rel now if they wanted, but I think Alistar's still fine for them. They'd have the double temporary front line of Shinzao Alistar, then they'd have the permanent front line of the Scion. Corki locked in for light. Now, Corki tends to be better with the Rel, because they both end up shredding with the Gatling gun and the passive of Rel. If she starts hitting you with spells, she starts to shred your armor. Any matter exists. So it's Corki Rel. Zyra Khan's not bad into that now, but then again, I don't like Zyra into Orianna. We've seen a lot of AD carries struggle with that. You lock it in anyway. I think Weibo end up having the more consistent composition. Bot lane laning phase is fine. Mid lane is arguably winning, but then again, Knight is very good at Talia, so we'll see about that. Ambessa doesn't do that much to the Scion. I think BLG have very good snap engage potential, though. You know, you have Talia flying over, Wukong random flash cycle, and the Ambessa coming in. Rakan following up too. So Weibo's positioning, when they're rotating around the map, must be good. Must be good. Does Rel still steal the armor MR? I can't remember if it's steal. I think it's stealing it still, but I can't remember. Remember, it does end up removing something some way. Weibo. I suppose slightly longer range composition too, with the Orianna being the longest ranged champion of the bunch here. BLG maybe have to look towards Knight and On for their big playmaking once again. They often have done in this split. The coaches will fist bump and we'll get on to the Rift. On to the Rift we go. Onto the Rift we go. BLG, Weibo, Game 1, a finals matchup in the not-too-distant past. Both teams changing out some players, keeping their cores the same, and seeing if they can mount a comeback. Spirit Blossom in the skies. Teams on the Rift. loud fans in the audience over here in Shanghai. Last series would have been in Xi'an, so on the different side of the country, and a bit more central. Anything interesting in runes? Not that I can see. Spellbook on the rail. I guess it could have been the Aftershock, but we're seeing... Oh, Spellbook is just so strong. Everyone's taking it now. I think it does allow supports to be very creative. I don't mind it when it's on supports, because let's be honest, supports don't always get to have that much fun. Getting some random playmaking potential from a you can be the teleport flanker. That's kind of cool. I don't mind that, actually. Spellbook is still too strong, though, on the whole. Falcon on, not starting with a W start, occasionally you see that, but against the Corki and the Rel, you don't want to go into extended trades. Conqueror on the Xayah, worth noting, not uncommon, but does mean that when you do hit with the pass-through of your feathers, you do get the ability, I think, stack rather than the auto-attack. Ooh, Crisp does have the mount up, flips back the Rakan. Once Rakan started with the Q, if he hits the next one, it'll look a little bit better, because he'll get the regen, and indeed he does. Double crash down avoided, because the heal used for the move speed. Importantly so, if you end up getting there, I think you give up lane priority. Again, LPL really was the region which pioneered using early summoners to get control of the lane, whether that was just use the Ignite for poke. Back on Ignite was such good base damage. Hey, sir. Welcome into Game 1 of Build Wave with BLG.
Excited. Sorry about that.
Gonna
a little bit of admin to do in the background.
Cool. Gonna hand off the reins to you very briefly.
Not a problem. I am glad to be here. Apologies on that slight delay. Sometimes real life demands I can't see everything. It's very annoying, folks. It really is. Got ourselves a very odd little state of affairs here. Weibo Gaming 3-1, switching out some players. Of course, they bring back Crisp this split. And on the other side, BLG with Shadow. So far, the honeymoon phase has been in. Shadow been pretty good here for BLG. See if they can repeat the favour here against a team that's doing a little bit better here. See how it all works out. The grand scheme, I think Elk and on the Xayah Rakan should always be a fun option. It's light and crisp. Going towards the Corki Rel, which was a big thing for a little while. Basically, both of them can shred resists with Gatling guns and the passive of the Rel. I think it's Break the Mold is the name of the Rel passive, but do forgive me if I'm wrong on that one. Either way, BLG. Lots of pick, lots of engage. Rakan and Wukong setting up for Taliyah, and then best to get big old picks, and if you can get on to someone like the Orianna, the Corki, life is pretty good there. Weibo. Pretty good front to back, Taliyah, not Taliyah, Shinza, that's the one, and Rel being great ball carriers, good AoE damage. Team fighting on both sides. A little look there from Tien towards that bot side, doesn't really find as much as they're hoping for. Okay, Xiaohu needs to back away here. Doesn't burn too much, to just burn his TP, so a bit frustrating on that front. Gonna be left low in the mid lane. No apple bottom jeans to be found though. Dudes with the fur, with the fur. That was the reference. Tars have been in finals the last 4 splits he played. LNG 23, Weibo 24. Wow. Huh. Doing quite well. He's done quite well. 4 finals on 3 rosters. He's just been very good. Yeah, I think that's a fair one. Good shout out, Kazel. Tien, 3 talent strike knock onto bin. Dracan steps away. Not a lot of energy to work with right now. Should have some cooldowns. And there is that Sundering Slam. That's the name of that one. Breathe, TP's bot side. It's really angry, smashes the wave. We'll whack the turret a little bit. Bonk. The great bonkening. Tien, Xiaohu coming along as Shadow wants to steal away this set of raptors. Well, we'll have the smite. We'll still go over to Tien. Can't quite make that happen. On will be able to battle dance out to Shadow if required. Nice little attempt there, but I think wise from Shadow to back out on that with too many people coming on over would have been a very risky state of affairs. What's the reason for lane swapping at 5 minutes? So a couple of reasons. It gets you out of the changes that came on through to nerf very early lane swaps kind of drop off at that point. It allows you to set up for things like potentially grubs. If you have got wave states where you want to try and catch a better wave or get a wave freeze, it can help deny some minions, as you can sort of see that actually with Elk getting the cull early. Managed to deny a fair number of minions there from Light, so gets a little bit of a lead there that he might not have otherwise done. Might come back at the cost of your other carry at some point, but a lot of the time, if you're on the right tempo, you can hold waves away, deny some farm that way. Potentially allows you to set up for invades or objectives if they're there. Obviously, at the minute, we don't have grubs. Sometimes it's just around good reset timings. You need to want to reset for Cull or Tier or something. Waves are in better space on other spots. Can allow you then also look into invade space like Scuttle Crabs and all that kind of vibe. Nice little attempt there on Crisp. Couldn't quite find the knock up. But the Ignite coming on down forces the heal, forces the flash. And Crisp is burned to it, but not quite out of recognition as yet. Did TES win, chat? They did. They did. Grubs pressure. Yeah, it's also grubs pressure, right? Allows you to be up there for grubs spawning at 8 minutes. So swapping up 5 allows you to get there, potentially get control around that river in time for setup on that one. And just with the way wave timings are, it's about the most efficient time you can do it at. Also, theoretically, you can do things like dragon around that timer as well. But if you switch too late towards topside for that, you can end up in a really weird position in terms of your ability to get topside on time. You can sometimes see things like if you're in a draft where your mid laner is able to go side lane early, so Azir can do it, Ryze can do it. Azir's not awful at it actually, but you can then throw them towards the side lane as well, bring your bot lanes mid and just do that earlier too. I won't pretend to know all of the nuances on that one and what your wave timers and stuff are for it, but it's certainly Light and Crisp. Just trading out here. We've got grubs in about 2 seconds, and with our bot lanes both up here, may well see a little bit of a contest for that.
Shadow farming out. One of the better things about Shadow is that I feel like he's more likely to play for himself, which I think is actually fairly important for jungle sometimes. You can't fall behind in jungle too far. Gone are the days where you can drop camps and just gank on cooldown. Someone run towards the river. There's a chance of a... Well, there's no Taliyah wall actually. It's just used actually.
So that's not going to happen.
Yeah, Taliyah ult was just used too. Don't know why Knight used that. Was that off screen?
I don't actually know. Maybe to get back towards mid lane. I didn't see it on screen. I don't see anyone with any summoners particularly blown. Chris blew his flash topside, went on and Elk found a decent angle onto him, but didn't get the kill, so not really sure, honestly. Maybe we'll get a replay here. I'll admit I was mostly waving hello to you returning, so I may just have missed something on the minimap for sure.
With the shower here. Occasionally, sometimes when you land like the QW on the Taliyah, you want to just throw it follow up with the shockwave. One of the reasons why Orianna is very good in lane against these other mages is that the shockwave, even if the command attack doesn't outrange something like the threaded volley,
Shockwave does.
Shockwave does.
Yeah.
So Taliyah walks up to farm sometimes. If you manage to get a good QW, sometimes you wait for the slow to just tick on a little bit, then you shockwave, get another QW, and it gets you kind of like a 3-second QW, whilst also getting the shockwave in, which wins you most laning phases against most mages. As long as you don't need the shockwave for anything big afterwards, tends to be pretty effective.
Very much so. So, where are we at now in terms of game state? Slightly to BLG off farm. Mostly, actually, I'll note towards Bin on the Ambessa, farming well, but also Elk here with the Cull stacking, with the earlier lane swap and slight freeze topside, kind of delayed a fair amount of minions. Light now in danger on this dive. I think that lead might just expand a little. Nice gank there from BLG.
Easy as you like. I mean, Light did have the flash. No point using it. He uses the barrier. A little bit of a frustration barrier of, oh, well, I guess I'm dead.
Yeah.
However, 3 grubs hitting mid lane, hitting bot, hitting the dragon as well. Weibo still gets something across the map. Plates are not bad. Get 2 of them, and it's about the same as the kill anyway. And dragon, of course, will be something which pays dividends later on. Manage to stack them.
So in the one plate as it stands, TP topside prevents too much there, and in fairness, BLG also going to plate topside, so it ends up being plate for plate there, so it could have been a lot worse on that sense. Ben now going to take the opportunity to reset Rakan TP's mid, because of course Spellbook is a thing. Again, we are in a game where we have at least 6 teleports available.
Yay, teleports for everyone, but not for junglers because they can't take Spellbook themselves. We did actually see a little bit of Spellbook Sejuani into Trundle at points. I remember Tarzan playing that over on the Griffin days.
Yeah, I think apparently you can run Spellbook on junglers.
On Sejuani?
Yeah, true.
Not on anyone else. I mean, the fighters need Conqueror.
That's true.
Pro junglers are largely focused around the AD skirmishes right now.
We're going to see Shaco come in with Spellbook.
Even then, he really needs Halo Blades. So, no, not really, because he's an assassin, really. I mean, it's the ones which you don't need it for.
Potential light. Quickness comes on down, turn on to Crisp. Couldn't quite get further. Nice idea there. I don't blame them for looking with the chunk that came on down onto Light, but couldn't.
Especially with Light using the barrier on the top turret, it meant that he didn't have it for a play like that. Which is potentially very dangerous. On missing that knock-up just by a hair's breadth. Can't quite get so much there. We do see that Xiaohu pulled the ult in mid lane onto Knight. Talked about that combo before, where you just throw it for lane poke. We do expect the Orianna to be up on the Talia. Knight's not exactly how much focus onto him by his team, which makes sense, and he's going to be behind about 10 CS. That's about what you expect for the matchup.
I'm trying to find some value here. On looking potentially to catch one. They're on vision right now, so Elk now potentially caught a little bit, but they're not going to overplay it. So the reset comes on through, the emote comes on out, the white flag comes on forwards. And they will retreat bravely, gallantly, like Sir Robin.
Brave Sir Robin. Tian still has the advantage over Shadow right now. Absolutely does, because Shadow does not have first item completed, and there's a full Sundered Sky for TM. Nice there. Weibo, no, still hanging with BLG in this early game, though, considering that, well, I'm Weibo up 3-1 in their first 4, which is really not bad for them. BLG, of course, had to delay to their side of the split because they were on their international foray. Only 2 series played so far. Weird start to the split. And against anyone's Legend, the first game against them looked like they were just completely diffed. Clawed that series 1-2-1. Ended up blasting through their second series as well.
Gonna get spotted on, puts the ward down, but again, it is a Rakan.
With a Xayah for the extended E distance.
Yeah.
It's one of the reasons why, look, I understand why people enjoy Rakan. I do. I think he's kind of bullshit as a champion.
He's very silly.
Like, unless you have a meta which has a ton of point-and-click CC, Rakan is just impossible to catch, and then very, very potent on the engage.
And I remember chatting to some general managers, some coaches, some supports around sort of Europe and LEC. You know, occasionally people, we go and hang out. It's a good time.
This is around 2022, if this is the conversation I believe you're talking about.
No, this was a bit more recently. It was only a couple months back. But basically talking about, like, okay, so why are sports owners picking Rakan over, say, an Alistar or Nautilus or whatever? And a lot of it's saying, look, Rakan's not as tanky, but his mobility, his ability to get over walls and just be really slippery as a sort of lone, inverted commas, agent like this, gives you so many more tools than you do necessarily on a tank sometimes.
That's one of the reasons why Rel's pretty good at that, right? The W is crashed down over wall. Shadow might get shockwaved here, can still W over the wall, and does. Oh, Chris! Oh, Chris!
Oh, boy.
Yeah, that's going over walls. Really kind of broken, by the way. On
Chris
go
is
in.
now in danger to battle dance. Flash of the quickness. Gets the shield. Does Elk want to flash for this? I think he does. Feathers come out and just pulls them instead. Now Tien's in here, but he's in a 1v3. Elk now in danger. Flashed over the wall. Good damage from Light. On now in danger. Needs to battle dance away. Cyclone from Shadow may need to flash. Does so. Flash from Tien. Slow comes on down. When the warrior tricks, but the wind becomes lightning. BLG, it looked great to begin with, but Light's damage was unexpectedly high. Trinity Force completed, and Elk experienced it.
He did, and Elk late on the flash tried to position to kill off Chris quickly, didn't want to flash offensively to get the quick kill, used the ult for the feather pullback, and then didn't realize the slapback would be as strong as it was. This is the kind of messy early skirmishing which BLG kind of made their name on in a lot of ways, but you can see that they're not firing on all cylinders compared to their 2023, 2024 craziness. Right here, this is a very good disengage. Managed to get so much out of Chris, but now goes, okay, well, I've got some items we can play for this. On committing the flash to get over there, of course, didn't have the E, was just used. And then Elk doesn't quite get that kill. Full stacks up the Conqueror. Has the Ghost running, so thinks he can quickly get the play. I think you can maybe look for the last auto, then ult through the Corki damage and maybe play a little stronger there. Didn't quite calculate it, and Light, as you were saying, crazy damage with that first item completion, and BLG lose 2 on the retreat.
Yeah, it looked really good for a second, honestly, with Tien kind of getting collapsed on by 3. I thought maybe you can just turn that around. BLG did too, but I think, as I said, Light hits every skill shot, gets a lot of damage down, and Conqueror stacked, and Elk goes, damn, I should have flashed a second earlier.
Real credit to Light there, using that. Look, if you're going to play around Corki, early spikes are definitely something you want to play around. This champion is very strong at that point. Doesn't mean he scales badly. Depending on the build you go, you can be very bruisery, you can kind of do solo dives into the backline. In fact, it's one of the things that Knight was very good at on the Corki with the Shojin build as well, and he was playing it in mid lane. Bin alone under this turret with On coming behind. Level 11 ult, so he does have the extra healing.
Rakan's coming down as well. There'll be a battle dance available. Quickness under the turret. They're taking turret shots. Shockwave buys time. Nice idea from Xiao. It's just not going to be enough to keep Tien alive. Light's now coming, though. Could be dangerous. Won't go any further, but they get the kill and they've got a Herald in mid lane.
Awesome, awesome. This is the slam dunk which BLG need. One of the things which I think people miss out of the support playbook is how well do you defend side lanes. It's something that we talked about with some of the other supports in the league in some of our other series. The full tower's going to go down in the mid lane, but this happens because On was so good at just shadowing that side lane and allowing the outplay. If you're not there in time, that play doesn't happen. You cannot get the maximum value. That is the skill set which you need to show as a support at the top level.
Get top?
And it's quite hard to train that.
Wow, they're going to get 2 turrets off that play and the kill. That's just really good stuff. And you're right, Al, it's a massive deal. Bin gets 1 in the 1v2? Nah.
Uses the flash, gets Xiaohu's as well. This is... Yep, that's a play of all time. BLG get the dragon while all this is happening too. Bin dies, but now he's completed Black Cleaver second item. On needs to be... Well, no, he doesn't need to be careful at all.
He's Rakan, TP's behind now. This is going to be a 4v3 BLG. Where's your returning fire? Good damage onto Chris. That makes it the 3v3, but Breathe now here makes it tricky. On fantastic knock-up to buy some time. Trying to body block best he can, but unfortunately Knight, I think, is just dead to rights. They will lose. Oh, no way! Double shove. Battle dance to buy some time. Breathe misses the roar of the Slayer, and Shadow escapes elsewhere. BLG gets away with murder.
I think it's very topical that Knight plays a very Dark Souls style of League of Legends. He was dodge rolling around and to try to parry his way out of there, and somehow makes it out on a very slim amount of HP. Be thanking his Estus flask for that one.
Look, I'm going to put this out there. That was not a good play from BLG. That was, by all accounts, far too far. However, excellent outplay of a really poor scenario.
And this is a... well, we're going to go back to the replay of how Bin got himself the 1v2. Phase Rush was activated. Clockwork wind up in there. Repudiation, Eclipse, has Shield Bash for the extra damage too. Goes forwards with the Q2. Flashes onto him with the E. Xiaohu's flash is not enough. Grasp proc to finish the kill. And Bin, who was often criticized for his Zambessa on release, has been doing much, much better on it. And then they see the angle of going, okay, well, Crisp has used quite a lot to go forwards before that point. You'd normally think, okay, going into this is a bit of a problem. But it's Lear Minefield, a Cyclone, and then Shadow making sure that Corki isn't going to be following up the fight on the other side of it is really important. The fact that Shadow isn't even caught by Light is even worse. Knight with the double flick back, flashes out, incredible disengage.
That's had to Breathe and Tien actually interrupt Knight as he tries to weave his wall out. So it already looked pretty dire. Cost me a summon it, but they get the kill, they get out. And BLG flex the muscles mechanically and get away with it. And BLG with the 100% first turret win rate.
This is the style of gameplay. That's the kind of skirmish which we used to see from BLG. When they were good enough to just say, well, it doesn't really matter if the draft's good or bad. It doesn't really matter about this stuff. We'll just outplay and we'll skirmish to it because we're so good at following up on these crazy map states. They're very good at reactive play and responding to the next teleport, the next roam over, because they typically tend to have that next person in play. But they haven't been good enough to play that style. Not recently. No. They haven't been really this entire year. However, honeymoon phase for Shadow. No, things are working out. Just one more jungler. One more jungler and we'll skirmish better. One more jungler and we'll end up finding the synergy that we were missing. It's working out quite well in this early game. Of course, it's all time for this to go wrong still.
On. Gonna be okay there. Does potentially face check a little bit scarily because between Celestial Opposition and the Locket and the Battle Lance and the Exhaust and the Flash, not that easy to blow up the Rakan until at least the Celestial Opposition is taken off.
TM spots out Shadow again. Cyclone available, level 11. Nasty point. This is the kind of point in the game where the Wukong starts to take over.
Oh, very nice. And unfortunately, Crescent Guard will not buy enough time. The Shockwave does a little bit of damage, but there's just not enough damage in the tank right now, even with the Ludens. Elk's got Ghost running. Conqueror's been stacked. Gonna have the opportunity to get that turret as well.
Shadow really bullying about at the level 11 Cyclone mark, which is, again, a very powerful point in the game. 2 items, level 11. This is where the Shinzao starts to respect the Wukong a lot more. Before that point, you can just kind of walk at him and he really struggles to play it out. Atacon going to be set up for Crisp. Having a bit of a difficult time. I think On has had a fantastic game on the Rakan. In the right place at the right time, combing up with Shadow and BLG. This is a good look. This is a good look. They have looked like they understand where they have power on the map. Again, I've been studying chess again, so I've been kind of using chess analogies. The way that BLG are playing out this kind of style, when they were very good at it, when they were reacting, is kind of like when you have overloaded defenders in chess, where they can't defend everything at once, and you always have, you know, an extra attacker on this one part of the map, which means that even if Weibo call everyone to the play, you've got one extra option available, which means you win out just in those slim margins because you've set up everything in advance. Because you have the Talia's wall, being able to take her across the map, because you have On very quickly roaming across things too, with Rakan being one of the quickest supports to move across the map too, with his abilities to kind of W and E into play so effectively. Wukong being able to go over walls. BLG are just that bit quicker to skirmishes, which means that Weibo, while they might start the fight with good odds, they're rarely able to bring reinforcements to a fight at the same speed that BLG do when they play this kind of style, which is the one I enjoy seeing the most from them. They're very effective at playing this style. On, once again, playing very up and personal, trying to clear some wards out. We'll hit that cube. Not able to clear that ward though, a little bit afraid. And he flashed up the Sadby as well, as he can't quite kill this control ward.
Elk, Knight, Bin, Shadow, all ahead in the gold. On ahead of his opposite number as well. Not that far behind Tien, which is a bit terrifying. And On is a player who has been a bit mercurial. At his best, he's still so damn good, and he's playing a really mean game of Rakan right now. It's just been the lows that the floor that's been a bit tricky, I think, for BLG this year. And that's been true of On in general. But you can see why people still rate this player, even if you can see that his floor sometimes costs the squad. Today, been excellent, really having a strong showing on Rakan so far. Weibo, though, around and about this Atakan. Nice command attack, dissonance on top of the Shadowing Strike. Took a little bit of a chunk there onto Shadow. Lost about a third of his HP bar.
Intercon is always watching.
Be a pretty big one. BLG doing a little bit to contest as they come across Atakan. Crisp in a bush here could potentially pull some chaos. Dragon taken up as I accidentally hit the pop shield again. I'm sorry, Alex. I'm the worst. Breeze is coming on over. Weaver's wall to buy some time. Could potentially now be a bit of a smite fight. Featherfall makes this a bit of a tricky one to contest around. Nicely done. Zaya gets it. Tien not able to get that one with the smite fight, but actually now Crisp in danger on the other side. As over comes Bin on a potential flank angle. A Fawn flashing on him with the quickness. Doesn't get that much damage down in the end. I thought that might be a little bit more, but the follow-up just not quite around. Nice angle. Quite coordinated enough.
And yeah, if you realize why we're kind of going right to the side, by the way, this is not, well, I guess it's kind of relevant because BLG are facing a lot. Flick back onto the turret. They do have the grubs to take down the turret. They should take this now. BLG not able to defend their turret. And yeah, just a quick PSA, folks. G2 just posted a tweet, you know, the LEC Titans. Skewmon and Broken Blade are role swapping. Broken Blade will play jungle. Skewmon will play top lane. Anyway, flashing towards the bot side. There's more drama here.
Boy.
Chris flashes, gets shields, gets out. But I'm sorry, I'm just a bit shell-shocked. What the hell? I know they've role swapped caps and perks in the past, but what the hell? Excuse me? It's a bait? Oh, right. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, it's week 1. Oh. Right.
It is week 1, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, they're not, Sam. They're not playing week 1 of... Oh, for God's sake, I got baited. Sam. Okay, Sam shows me like a... Oh, by the way, we're showing this. Sam, thank you, Sam, for baiting me.
Because I saw it in the Discord. I was like, wait, what?
No. They're not playing on week 1, so they've got...
Oh, I didn't know they were playing week 1, to be fair.
Look, back to the game. Back to the game. Tien got the shockwave on his head.
Does get some damage coming on down as Rakan goes off down. I baited Alex, I'm sorry about that. Shadow's now in danger, flashing away. Tien in the background as over comes the light with the shockwave on top of them. Shadow's trying to get some more value, gets the Sundered Strike. Sundered Skies heal, but it's not enough. And actually Weibo finding a really good fight here. Shadow and On now down, stun onto Bin. Needs to hop away, got a blast cone to work with. Can't quite get to the other side. Bin's biked up, but the CC chain is way too high on Weibo. Pick up 3.
Weibo managed to get themselves a huge fight. Is that going to unlock something for them? Well, no, not really. Atakan's down, Dragon's down, so sadly for them, only going to be able to really get jungle camps. It's not going to be the Atakan, it's not going to be the Dragon either, so Weibo, sadly for them, don't get that much from this. Can they push into the tower? No, I don't even think they can do that. Knight and Elk are back out from out to do wave clear duty. So while the fight is good, the follow-up is not really that available.
So, that's the play after, and it looked really good for a second, but On didn't quite get what he was looking for, and this time he CC'd down. Rakan is fantastic as long as he's able to move. The moment he can't, things get trickier. Shadow gets jumped on by Tien, Light gets over the pit a bit faster, and Bin's not quite there on the right time, Elk's not quite there on the right time, and Knight gets slowed down, tries to get some value, but then Bin tries his best to get out here, but look how much CC is. He thinks he can keep going, and then 1 bit of CC, 2 bit of CC, 3 bit of CC, and dead.
Ends up using that ult to try and go unstoppable in that play as well, but I used it a little bit too late. I mean, the rel flying over the wall is not exactly what you expect, is it? Even in kills, BLG ahead in gold, ahead in dragons. Don't have the grubs, but they do have petals. And one of the things about BLG is that I think they're actually very good against grubs as well. It's another topic which we've been talking quite a lot about. BLG, when they play their preferred style, draft ample wave clear in every single lane where it's all possible, and Xayah can be that too. Because what they want to do is insta wave clear to make sure that even if you have grubs like this, can't touch the turret. And if you try and attack one side of the map and try and get a kill, they'll at least clear the wave before they go down, which means, again, your grubs aren't as useful. If BLG are playing this style where they're continually pushing, clearing waves, even if you catch the one member, your follow-up isn't as good. And then BLG get to put a cross-map on the other side, because then you've kind of pushed up on one side and actually you don't have the staying power to get yourself a tower on that side of the map.
So, BLG, in an okay spot here. Minotaur Dragon, and the thing is that last fight didn't get Weibo all that much. They didn't get Baron, they couldn't get Dragon. Engage onto Chris with the quickness to buy some time as he was looking at that flank angle. Flanking the flank and Chris goes down.
Chris has been having a hard time of things.
Breed gets a shield, gets a speed away and does so, but that's the ult down as well. But you just lost a member. Soul point available in 50 seconds, Baron up. I think BLG managing to right the ship pretty well here currently as the Baron has started.
Starts it. They do have the feather pullback to help with secure. But, I mean,
fight.
You're in the pit against a shockwave. I don't know, man.
Oh, public execution, though, onto Xiaohu. Forces the Ori to run away. Crescent Guard buys some time. Damage onto On, but he's not down. Battle Dance again. Bin buys a lot of time in the backline, but does eventually fall. Top laner for top laner. Elk gets hit by the massive wind, becomes lightning, but the feather pull gets off a couple. Light tries and dies.
Light is snuffed out. Flicked back by the seismic shove, and Knight stops the Corki from doing damage. Crisp is back, doesn't have that much to do. Baron still started. I don't think BLG can finish it though with Orianna coming back in.
They can't. Shadow fakes using the warrior tricks to climb, but won't find too much. That is Xiaohu having come back in with the TP, but it means now not really in the best position to come and contest this dragon. So force the response from Weibo, and then bait and switch over towards getting soul point.
That'll help them an awful lot as well. That soul point will give them many more macro options. Of course, the dragon much safer to take as well. Does less damage and quicker to kill. 3 items. Xayah. Elk has been so painful to deal with for the front line of Weibo. I think Crisp is in massively support diff this game. The more I think about all of these fights, the more it has been. On's been getting into the right place. The initial ult here from Bin is really good, but the Xin Zhao ultimate means that On and Shadow can't get the follow-up that they need. And I was saying, oh, it's a bit of a support diff. In that case, On actually can't make it through to the champions he wanted to. It is too far from TNF at this point. Maybe thinking the Zombie Scion can help a little bit more, and they're just going all by their lonesome, and Light goes into, weirdly, that the Wukong clone ends up getting a passing auto attack onto him as well. I think the extra crushing blow came through, and Light got massively exploded there. Has the Shojin and the Triforce, an extra 700 HP. Doesn't mean you're tanky enough to do that.
No, that's the one. Bin in a 1v3. Earned enough time there to make that play around Baron work. On, slow down. Crisp will Magnetstorm to buy some time. But the problem is now Magnetstorm gets stunned up and going to get knocked into a wall. Can't quite secure the kill. He's tanky enough with Celestial Opposition and the various shields of Lockets and Crashdowns to survive. Ghost is burned. Should be alright. Still on burning his cooldown. Again, this late into the game, enough cooldown reduction with the upgraded Ionian boots, with the Kindle Gem and inventory. Not going to be on the longest cooldown, so too bad. Good response there from Chris to prevent Xiaohu being jumped on at the very least.
BLG have done a very good job in the last few fights of stopping the clump against the Shockwave. One of the things that we saw, say for instance in the Orianna game in game 1 from Karis against Top Esports, so Top Esports WE happened earlier today. Karis was getting consistently good shockwaves because Top Esports couldn't stop the clump. They were trying to play front to back when realistically what you need to do is kind of scatter and create more angles. Rakan doing, you know, typical Rakan warding things and being really hard to catch. But right here, because of the Ambassador ult, blinking someone into the backline, Rakan able to change directions quickly, the Talir ult as well, means that the shockwave can only really hit maybe 1-2 people. Quite hard to get the full flick back hits here.
Breathe, gets rooted in place, decimating smash, only knocks up the clone. Warrior Tricks goes na-na-na-na, and Wukong continues to be very annoying.
Still, that's a good quarter of the HP of Breathe out in one fell swoop. It's fairly tanky, but that's a good DPS check. If that happens a little bit longer, hang on a second, Elk has to ult.
Does so. Oh, the background says Xiaohu's in danger. Over the wall they go. They've lost Elk, but they claim 2. The damage dealers are down. Corki and Ori down for the count. Do lose that Rakan, but I think in many ways their work is done. Tien with the Crescent Guard about to time out. Nothing to guard anymore. The firewall is down. And Breathe, I think he's breathing hard and heavy, trying to get some more in the lungs. But unfortunately, death and grave dirt is all he's tasting. Now Shadow burns out somehow. And Knight taking some turret shots. They'll claim the turret in mid lane.
Yeah, Shadow gets hit by the zombie Scion. The DOT burned off, but the Scion was still just there for a parting blow. BLG, this is full contact team fighting. Elk was left to fend for himself. BLG couldn't peel for the AD carry, so they decide the next best thing is to make the trade even. If you take our AD carry, we will jump on yours and your mid laner. Watch right here. Elk, there's not enough CC to help him get peeled. The slow landed onto him, but BLG make a very quick decision to say, okay, we can't protect the AD carry, but we can jump your carries. This is full contact team fighting and a specialty of the LPL. If you hit us, we're not going to try and defend, we'll attack in kind and make sure at least the trade is even at the start of the fight.
And then the fight gets messy, but the thing is, all the damage is gone. You've still got Knight, you've still got Bin, you've still got Shadow. They can't do quite enough. I think Shadow here going to feel a little bit hard done by falling down at the end of it. He's the one taking the turret shots. And eventually the Silence gets to run at him. Only needs an extra auto. Oh, the seismic shove was half a second too late.
So close. It looked like it was the Sunfire burn, which ended up killing me that alongside that auto. Gets smashed out. And Knight. Great fight from him on the Slayer. The quickness of that Weaver's Wall, not just the Rakan ult, but the Weaver's Wall was so insanely well timed. BLG, they are the masters of counterpunch. Knight does have a... Ooh, where's that flick going? Yeah, he spotted enough there. Was there a ward on him? Yeah, one in that brush just placed now, but I think that one was just reacted away from with a circle on the floor. 40 seconds till Dragon. BLG, big summoners back up. Elk, all summoners importantly.
Dragon now going on down. Or now potentially going on down. Knight has bought himself a Magi, so of course he has. 3 items largely in across the board for BLG Plus, which is a scary old state of affairs to be in. Baron is up, but I don't think BLG necessarily would send everyone to do Dragon and solve for Baron. Permanent buff for Baron. I think you're okay with that, BLG, if it comes to that.
On using his Ether, getting out of the way of Tien. Breathe. Very tanky. I know there are, there's some anti-tank items on Elk. Knight doesn't have a Void Staff or a Bloodletters or something like that. He struggles a little bit more to deal with the Scion. And yeah, BLG, what's the plan? Opening up different angles. I think Weibo, it's right to call BLG into them if at all possible. You don't have as confirmed engage. The Corki and the Orianna often have to overshove to get themselves into the fight if they're going aggressive. Baron started up, Breathe can tank it for a while. Crisp doesn't have Flash on the Rel. That's kind of important.
Has a Celestial opposition broken? A little bit more tricky to go in now. But all the while, Weibo pulling off this. Shadow goes forwards. Gets his clone that's knocked up. Shadow looking for an angle. Blasco quickness! Nice work on! Into the public execution backline. They're going to try and get Bin on down. Has got a redemption. And a GA will go down. But so does Crisp. A revive coming on in for Bin. The double knock-up. Shockwave buys time. Light survives. On into the backline. But the rest of Weibo are not tapping very much longer. Breathe is out for the count. The zombie is down. And Xiaohu and Light survive. But for how much longer as Knight goes looking for more? Threaded volley's coming on through, and the Corki, it's the Piltovans, who unfortunately all the inventions in the world mean nothing in the force of overwhelming violence.
The rocks keep flying, a flash from the bird forwards as the feathers are ripped out of Weibo. BLG find themselves a 5-for-1 Shadow, the one person dying. Knight pushing a wave into mid lane after teleporting in. They might just look for the end of the game. They have one more wave. There is a Rel with a smite available. That is the defense that they have. 10 seconds on Tien. I don't think he'll be able to save the game here.
They're deciding against it. Just thinking it's a bit too risky, clearly. The health bars are pretty low. And they're going to go, look, we'd rather just get Soul and play from there.
Makes sense. I think they were running out of mana a little bit. I was wondering whether they could shove in. If the wave was there a little quicker, I think they could have gone for it, but they couldn't quite do so. Teleport back in towards the Baron now. Weibo think, okay, well, BLG, because you've now, hang on a second, you can ult down towards the play too. Is the Dragon going to be gone? There's no smite because Shadow's not there yet.
Bar's not fantastic. No, it's happening. Shin's out caught in the mid lane, taking that wave, so he's not competing with the Dragon.
Right, okay. Shadow will spot out on this top side. Crisp and Breathe. BLG do get themselves the Infernal Soul. They are a little bit late on the resets, but Weibo, they have to deal with these super minions in mid lane. Can't do that much against it now. Knight, 15 stacks on the Magi's. Elk near to enough to either a Bloodthirst or a GA. He'll get one of them as his last item. Bin gets the upgraded Marauder's shoes, whatever they are. The upgraded tabby.
Vanguard's Assault or something.
Oh, okay, I thought they were Marauders or something. Maybe that's the Berserker Grease. Either way. Weibo. I think they made the right choice to try and force the Baron before. I think they did make the right choice, but BLG just so good at opening up that extra angle. Their front line is not able to survive against this Xayah and the Talir. It's just so hard to deal with. Talir locking someone up in front of the Xayah is just way too much work. Elk's going to shred through this Baron now. Weibo, they have to use the Sion ult to get into the pit, I think.
Try and get in. Tien going to be zoned off though. Baron just disappears. Can't find the way. And the Weaver's Wall now coming on down, putting the light. And Xiaohu on the wrong side. I think.
How is that
execution? Bin lands it. Nice angle. Trying to turn it around though, but Shadow managed to press the Cyclone Key regardless. Quickness comes on down. They lose the Rakan, but it's traded out for the Rel. And Breathe follows shortly after. Rakan for 2 is fine. Bin flashes over the wall and begins to Drake out step a little bit further forward. They've got a soul though, so they got more dragons to step with. Bin finally falls, but takes light with him. Xiaohu needs to flash, and FaZe rushes out to safety for at least a second or two.
There's a wave in top side, so they'll push in towards that inner turret, potentially going towards as much as the inhibitor, which has respawned in the mid lane, so it'd be nice for them to get one down, get some super minions pumping up into the base. Knight, 23 stacks on the Magi's now. Bloody hell, that is a strong Talir. Needs to get himself, well, I guess he'll finish off the Zhonya's not going towards full everything. Good, Jesus Christ.
Ow! Tien now in danger, needs to potentially find an angle though, because he's got Sundered Sky and gets on top of Knight.
The Orianna shield makes all the difference, and Knight pushing up too far. Just talking about that Magi's, 10 stacks ripped out of it. Still valuable in terms of the item, as long as it's above 10 stacks, you're pretty happy with it. But Knight, a rare misstep from him when he's got that book.
Nice angle from Tien as well, necessary. That could well have been a lot more dangerous than it ended up being as a result. The Baron shove slightly stymied here. They're going to have to do some resets. It's going to be a little while while Knight's not available to come on in. Doesn't have the teleport. Would have a Weaver's Wall, theoretically, to come and join plays a little bit faster. But that Baron now going to be somewhat muted.
Knight's actually selling his Rylai's to look to maybe complete his Zhonya's or maybe a Void Staff next. He's going towards the Death Cap instead. Oh, no, sorry, will be the Zhonya's, my bad. Yep, because it does build up the needlessly large rod now. But Knight, happy to drop the Rylai's HP and say, I'll get a Death Cap.
I can see it. In fact, there is a Death Cap, so he does decide, look, I've got the Arm Guard, I'll get the Death Cap. We can convert that later. Damage now for Knight significantly higher.
Yeah, let's be honest. The Rylai's isn't as important in terms of him surviving now. He has a Seekers, he's into the late game. And Weibo really struggling to reach this Talir, struggling to reach the Xayah too, who has that GA. We called that out as the item being built earlier, completes it now. And while Breathe does have himself a Jack Show, I just don't think he's tanky enough to deal with the Xayah. Xayah is a hyper carry late game tank shredder. She is so damn good because of her crit scaling on the E, the W giving so much extra percent attack, percent damage onto her autos as well. So if you crit, again, it just kind of goes,
does that actually.
It goes kind of crazy. And then of course Conqueror gives you a bunch of extra fighting power too.
You're throwing feathers, you're feeling happy.
You are pushing in across the map. Only 30 seconds left of the Baron buff. They'd look to try and get the inhib in mid lane if at all possible.
A little bit of damage. That doesn't lead to too much as yet. Rocket's firing, but Light found a bit of a tricky position. And then this was a stat that was pulled up a while ago when we were discussing Corky on NLC even. Weaver's Wall's going to come on down, but Breeze now in a dangerous spot.
Shockwave!
Oh, that was Shockwave on 2. Elk gets a heal, gets out of there. Nice angle. Redemption comes on down. Elk's still got the feather pull to go with. Crisp in danger as he goes very deep and goes down.
Oh,
well, Bin goes into the backline. The execution is oh so public. And Weibo Gaming are going to disappoint all the fans' hearts as they are put into the dirt. And it's on live on air across the world. Billy Gaming will find their way to a Game 1 victory. It takes them nearly 40 minutes. Weibo do an admirable job of holding on. But BLG, not denied, not dissuaded. Game 1 is theirs.
Weibo will not have the respawns in time, and BLG skirmish and team fight their way to a victory. Full contact League of Legends on show as BLG claim the first game.
And Nexus falls the first time in this series. Billy Gaming convincing in that game. Perhaps took them a little longer after the failed Nexus shove, the slightly slower Baron, but the end result was still, on the whole, a very calm, commanding game from Billy Gaming, even if they were, as ever, very happy and eager to skirmish.
Game 1, Weibo BLG, handily BLGs. I think that On had a fantastic game on the Rakan. In terms of actual MVP,
Him or Bin, maybe?
Bin was pretty damn good for sure.
Elk was solid.
Knight Talir's never a bad one. I mean, the engagement, I actually think Shadow on the Wukong was incredibly good in a bunch of skirmishes too. It's going to be hard to vote for that. Currently, the Chinese chat saying it's on Bin, and his ambassador was really good.
Very solid.
Especially since the Chinese community were dunking on Bin's ambassador for so long. And in fairness, I think in the first split where it was released, something like 0 and 5 in terms of games on it. It really was around MSI, I think, where this champion started to take off for him. I think in LPL playoffs last split, there were times there against anyone's legend. There was a game where he had a 2,000 gold lead on the ambassador, couldn't translate it.
Yeah.
And that was the kind of gameplay which you just didn't expect from Bin. However, word on the street is Bin, what he's really focusing on this year is Worlds. It's just all about Worlds and this split to qualify for it. I think he's starting to wake up a little bit more. I think this game was really good for him. Wait to see how it does in that second game. And we got to run some adverts now because our pre-roll has run off. And we'll have ourselves a break before that second game.
Absolutely. Do you want to break first? Do you want to grab a coffee? Do you want me to do that for you?
Can I? Yeah, I've got it. I'd like a coffee. I left my. I don't know what I did in my mug, but yes, I've ran out of coffee.
I
so
will ensure you get a coffee in some case.
Dankeschön.
I'll be back in a moment or two.
Horse game. Okay, so we won this one. We're actually doing very well on this run, I think, on the whole. Need to see if I can get to 1/100 in terms of speed. Look for that chance of the 3-star, because if I get the 3-star and the spark for this, that means it's a 9-star total, which is, it would be my first 9-star. I have 8 stars, which are pretty damn good, but they've only got 2 stars on their stat, which means that they can't end up creating more things. Can Weibo win game 2? Absolutely can. This is not, you know, the... Oh, that is a hell... Plus 44 with extra friendship sharing? Hell, yeah, we go for that. And then we need to start training stamina after that point, I think. Hell yeah. Nice. Okay, so Rima Keenan is the long race. We have some good stamina. 78 skill points, not that much to do with that. Okay, so off for now. 10 and 93% kill participation, but then again, I guess he was dying for a lot of that too. It's a very scrappy game, quite hard for BLG to have full kill participation in all of them. Okay, so we've got to finish top 2 in this. Stamina's a little bit low. We have an S rank in long? Hell yeah. Is that because we had I guess we must have had the spark proc from someone for that. Can TSM win next game? I think TSM might find it quite hard to win the next game because they're not playing. Yeah. Oh, so we're running it. By the way, Symboli Rudolph is in real life Tokai Teo's father. These so they're father and son in real life, and they're both like lineage of greatness, which is very cool. Okay. So we need Swinging Meister at a prop. Hopefully no late start. Okay, no late start. That's good for once. We're running pace. We do kind of need Swinging Meister. Holy crap, that's a fast start. We're meant to be running pace, by the way, not. And we got stamina spare. Let's fucking go. I thought stamina spare only procced when you were pace chaser, even though we're currently running pace, running front runner. I guess they do still proc. Makes sense. Do we have stamina spare? We need to proc Swinging Maestro, really. They've got all their endurance restored, so they've been proccing their own stamina skills. I'm trying to remember which corner Swinging Maestro procs on this track. It's either the second or third corner. Who gained a spot that LCK and LPL has to play for one spot? Yeah, so it's basically the 4th seed. We got Swinging Maestro. This should be fine now. We're super far ahead. So we still have corner adept, I think. Which could proc here still. I don't think we procced that. Maybe we did. Maybe I just missed it. Remember, we're actually not a front runner. We're a pace chaser that's just overtaken everyone else, so... What happens after that character finishes the campaign? I can't remember. Holy crap, this is actually by... this might actually be by distance. This actually might be by distance. This is insane. Did we just run this by distance? Close. It's like 10 lengths. Jesus Christ. That was not close. Wow. Nice. He's the MVP. I might be bin on the ambassador. Yeah, he was super good. 9 lengths? Jesus. I think we're through into, we do need... Got all of our goals. We need to make sure that we get 600 on stamina. And then we really hope that we get the 3-star. It's only a 10% chance if we get that, but... 31%? No, we don't do that. We rest and then we hope for some stamina training later. Okay. 166 skill points, only 10% on that. Corner acceleration is really good. Yeah, I think we get corner acceleration. We got some really good skills like through this campaign. Slightly disturbs runners directly ahead mid-race, so I think we actually might get that to finish this off, you know, because we're a pace chaser. It means we'd end up being a super good debuffer. And now we're into the post game where we just get more stats, really. Okay, we're on the outside, less chance of getting blocked in. Nice. We have so many debuffs on this character. Corner up, see if we can get Swinging Maestro. Yeah. I mean, if we get Swinging Maestro, just everything is just kind of doomed. These aren't even long races, they're medium, so. Not a big fan of zoos, but I like feeding the ducks. Yeah, that's based. I'm sorry, Sakura or Bakushin or Bakushin? Oh, I need to turn the volume down. Keep forgetting this clean feed is so much louder than the other one. We're currently in the jungler sacrifice buff phase. Absolutely, they are. Okay, now we try and get some stamina. We probably just train stamina twice. I guess we could do this. 15. No, we just go stamina, I think, don't we? Don't have enough for anything right now. Two hours until daily reset. Oh, hang on. Hasn't the banner gone off now then? Maybe not. Because I think the Kitsan Black banner is going like right now. Or maybe it's at the end of the day, I'm not sure. I thought it was at 20, like 10 PM at whatever time zone it's using. And I thought that New Day was at midnight, so maybe it's off now. Oh yeah, if you're playing this game, before the reset, make sure you've got all the monthly like super rare tickets and stuff like that from the shops of the various things. You got MLB of Kidsan on the very last day. Nice, good job, Kieran. Corner acceleration, nice there. Corner adapts. Damn, we're just getting everything. I know we got rushed, but I don't think it matters. The Horadric cube. God. Right, Hideo Kojima said he won't be playing Konami's Metal Gear Solid 3 remake. When asked if he will play it, he laughed and said, "No, I won't." Hideo Kojima is not going to be playing Konami's fucking
Silent Hill.
No, Metal Gear Solid 3 remake. Because of course he would. Like,
why would he play that?
Like, honestly, I think Metal Gear Solid 3 was also just a really good game.
Yeah. I've only ever really played Metal Gear Solid 5. In fact, I wrote part of my master's dissertation on it.
Dude, these hesitant skills are so fucking good. Because most characters, particularly when you get into PvP, up until a certain point, people just don't plan around debuffs. Because like think, oh, it'll be this amount of stamina will be fine. Like, no, it's not. One of the worst things you can do in PvP is like just be on the borderline of amount of stamina. So you get to the end and they think they can full sprint, then you get hit by a debuff, and they run out of stamina and they go like right down to speed 0 pretty much, and they bomb out.
KO.
It's a very good campaign, actually. And again, I've got a chance for that 3-star. Get the legend as well before even the final race. Thank you. Out of interest, like, this is on Twitch, because I won't do this on YouTube. But would you actually just watch me stream this game, by the way? Would that just be a thing that you'd do, or is that, like, not a thing? We're gonna get over 600 stamina. Do we go with this, because this is more stats? I think we should go with this because it's more stats. We're gonna get the extra stats for stamina. We do this because it gets us fuck it, this is better. This is actually just better. We don't need to do the stamina training now. Well, like, I might just stream this chill some point just because I play so much of it anyway, you know? Straight away up's not bad. Freedom positioning's not bad. Ramp up's pretty good. Nimble Navigator is actually very good, I think. Medium straight race. Murmur is very good. Only on medium races. To be honest, yes. I just wonder what happens after campaigns, because so far I've only even seen you do campaigns in this game. Oh, really? I mean, I can show you... Yeah, I can... I will show you what happens after this one, then. I'll show you what happens after this one. We won't buy any skills. We'll figure that out after, and we'll figure out how many skills we got to use. But basically, like, it depends on what goals they have and stuff. So this is like a rival trainer, you know, Pokemon style. It's like a rival trainer, but you're kind of friends, you know. And we see what happens with this. By the way, the camera work in the finale is actually really good. Like this race, they go like full. They don't do it for most of the campaign, but the final race, I think this is fine. They do it in moderation, right? The camera angles are like so dramatic for this final race because this is like the final one, which makes sense. It makes sense. Same walk up as normal. But, like, watch the camera work in this last one. It's actually genuinely pretty cool. And, like, I can't put the music on because copyright stuff, but... Gary Hans, it is Gary Hans! But, like, look at the camera angles. It's so dramatic. And normally the music's really good with it too, but obviously I've got that turned off. Stamina spare, okay. Training wit is really, really damn good if you start skill stacking. Medium straightaways is good. We are currently stuck on the inside, which is a bit worse. But we have a lot of power now, honestly. Corner acceleration is very good. Bringing Maestro, corner at it. We've got everything we need to. Like, this might overlap the first bit of draft, I'm sorry folks, but it is. I just want to show you how dramatic it is. It's really funny. There's also a shoe trading ring. Yeah, a little bit. Draft's gonna start just as we finish this race, and we'll do the post game thing after this game. We've completely smashed it, Spud. We completely smashed it. Hesitant front runners, that's always helpful. This outfit is also very recognizable on the road. This is one of the 2 anime skins. There's a Medra Queen, which I also rolled in the same 10 pool, which is insane, by the way. But like, look at these camera angles. They have like the realistic camera shake as it's going around the ring on the outside too. Because that's how they film in real life. They have like a camera like going around on the outside. This is the same home run. This is not even close. This is just not close. Is this by distance? Did we just win this by distance? Oh my god, we almost ran it, but I think we actually ran it by 10 lengths. Anyway, that's the finale of that. And we'll get into our second draft. This time BLG on red side, Weibo on blue side. And we won it by 10 lengths. Jesus Christ. No half measures there. What do you think about BLG after the changes? Shadow is slightly more... Shadow is probably a little more carry-oriented than Beichuan on BLG. I think Beichuan got a bit cowed on BLG. I think like he was took a little bit of a backseat, I think socially and in terms of comms. I don't think Shadow has been cowed. I think he's been very active, he's been very talkative, and BLG functioned very well when they had a talkative jungler in Shun. So I do think that ends up making quite a big difference.
Quite affable, lovable,
yeah.
golden retriever energy guy.
Yeah, I think Beichuan, he, again, as far as I'm aware, very nice person to work with. He's very... but he's very selfless in a way that I think is actually a bit detrimental after a while, as on BLG, because he was constantly playing for the team, trying to get them on the same page, and it came at the cost of his own strength.
And look, I know draft's on, so I don't want to spend too long musing about things that can happen a little later on, but it's worth saying some of the post-game interviews, some of the behind-the-scenes stuff about laners getting salty about warding patterns and stuff, and Beichuan being quiet, being the punching bag a little bit about some of those difficult conversations you have as teams, and I think Shadow... That wouldn't get him so much. He's a bit more talkative, but not going back in.
Not going for the Varus first pick. Going for the going for the Azir. Varus Rumble.
Yeah.
Varus Rumble. I think you just go Varus. What the shit? Knight playing Ziggs into the Azir. This is a good matchup in lane. It's had a lot of buffs recently, but for going the Rumble and going for the Ziggs into the Varus.
Well,
I mean, I've never seen Knight... You know, I'm going to have to look up his career, because I don't think he's ever played
But
Ziggs
that was
before.
rapidly locked in as well. This was clearly a plan. They were saying, we know that Xiaohu, of all people, will want the Azir. We leave that open, it's being picked. That is an answer. I will put this out there, and I'm aware it's an old bit of tech, but maybe 5-10 years ago, we used to see... Go on, Al.
5 years ago, Knight played his only ever Ziggs game. He was against OMG. He went 4-1-7 in LPL Spring 2020.
Well.
That was on his
split.
That was. It wasn't. I don't know if it was debut, but it was his first title split of 2020 Spring, which he ended up. Because that's when they went to the mid-season cup. Remember?
Yes, it was.
And they ended up winning an international title during COVID, which was kind of the replacement for MSI. However, by giving up the Rumble, you've now given Jhin Rumble over to Weibo, which is just like a slight step below Varus Rumble, because Jhin needs a little bit of setup for his W to then get the route into the ult, but it's still very good. Good matchup of the Ornn into the Rumble on the other side, though, and now you have double fairly immobile carries. I know Azir has some mobility. You have double long-range carries which can get reached by the Ornn, and the worst-case scenario is Varus ult hits, Ornn ult over the top, orbital laser of the Ornn reactivation, and then also the Ziggs ult as well.
I'll call out some very old tech as well, and I don't think it's out there, but it's just worth just mentioning because it's in my brain. Not so long ago, by which I mean about 10 years ago, the likes of Kuro used to draft Varus mid into Azir, notoriously an awful matchup for Azir, even if we don't see so much of it anymore. If they're cooking already with something new, you never know. They might decide to flex things around, and they're clearly going for things a little out the wheelhouse already, so just putting that out there. But as it stands, second phase of bans coming on through. Poppy, understandable ban. They're also getting rid of the Braum. It's these engaged defensive supports being taken off.
Surprised that Weibo wouldn't angle towards the Braum themselves, I suppose, into the Ornn ultimate. Some questions about Jarvan in chat. You know, can't Weibo go for Jarvan? I think they absolutely can do. Now, Ornn breaks the terrain of the Cataclysm. However, I might make a video about this, actually. Jarvan Azir is one of the most broken mid jungles you can get, because Jarvan never really gets use of his standard for mid laners, because they don't use attack speed. If you max out your standard second in mid-game, Azir gets an extra 30% attack speed. It's basically having another
Nash's,
another bit of a Nash's 2 attack speed on top of it. It's basically saying, okay, you don't build attack speed boots anymore. This is the same attack speed that you, basically the same attack speed that you get. Nowadays, Berserker Greaves gives you 25%. Getting the standard around you, 30%. You're getting more than a Berserker Greaves worth of attack speed boots from your jungle, which is insane.
I do think that getting rid of the Skarner makes a lot of sense here. The Ziggs and the Varus not going to be the best options for taking care of that, especially if we expect them to go poke this game, to have that double poke option.
Nautilus is so nasty,
so I think the Skarner would have been really nasty. Nautilus works. It's additional pick CC.
Just double crazy engage of Varus Nautilus. One of them hit, depth charge or the Varus, the Ornalt comes over the top, the Zigzag comes over the top, and it's just unplayable. And now actually I wonder whether we get the Shot Glass combo. Maybe Shadow goes towards Jarvan if there's a good enough jungle matchup. There are 3 squishies on the other side. Normally I don't like seeing Jarvan picked into multiple tank lineups, and I'm sure they'll lock in a tank support like the Alistair or the Leona rather, as that's left back up. That's one, and they might lock in something like maybe a Sejuani even without the maybe Sejuani's okay even though you don't have
Nocturne would be
as much.
You've got lots of ranged follow-up to Nocturne. And you can get on to Ziggs and Varus with that.
But I personally think this is a great angle now for Jarvan, for Shadow, who can lock up Leona inside the pit, Jhin inside the pit, Rumble inside the pit. Azir, if he can't actually get away from base contact with you, can't shuffle out of the pit too because it gets cancelled. I think it's a great Jarvan angle. Exactly.
There it is.
This is, you've heard of the spicy hot pot combo, where you have the Rumble into the Jarvan ult. If you go towards that Jarvan here, you get the Shot Glass.
There we go.
You get your Jaeger bomb, the bomb being Ziggs, and then the glass.
Yeah. It's that or Misfortune, depending on your flavour of alcohol. Both of them offer slightly different ways of doing it. Misfortune goes for more of a shaken, not stirred angle.
Yeah, so BLG lock in the Jaeger bomb. And Weibo might just get drunk under the table here. No Gragas involved. The Yarvan bomb. As Weibo, they don't have enough tank to deal with this combo. This is going to be ridiculous. Orbital laser put down from multiple ults down of BLG. Every single person can throw their ult at a target. Immediate deletion.
Again, Weibo in the mid-game, lots of AoE, lots of danger to follow up with the Nocturne, but again, the Ziggs into the Azir matchup. Azir notoriously hates poke mages. He sucks into Xerath, he sucked into Varus years ago. Ziggs can kind of do the same, and Azir just had to sort of sit there and suffer a bit, really.
Coaches will do their fist bump. We'll get out of this draft, and we'll get on to the Rift, potentially for the last time today. BLG, better around the team fights, better around the skirmishes last game, and that's something which we've waited a little while to say, actually, about BLG in this year. Fist bumps on stage, head towards the battlefield.
Great pick, great burst, great poke from the side of BLG. Very reliant on the Ziggs and the Varus. On the other side, oh boy, is there target access between equalizers, curtains calls, and shuffles into Empress Divides, and just Nocturne. Oh, very, very scary. For whatever reason, the game starts falling apart, and you can start taking out that Ziggs or that Varus early into fights. We can certainly strike back in this one. It's not a done deal for all that we certainly see the thought process to BLG's drafts and approve of the creativeness of it. But we're getting ourselves a little bit of electronic music. Get your boogie on, folks. Get your butts back in those seats. Get ready for game number 2 of Weibo Gaming Tap Tap versus Billy Gaming Dream Smart. Good yelling there from BLG's chat leader in particular. I appreciate the volume given over there. It's not quite JDG's, but you know, who is? Who is? In the grand scheme of things. Shadow, thinking about starting on his blue buff. On the other side, though, Weibo with a very deep invade. I think they want to start red there. They are going for the level 1 invade. Don't see that too much anymore.
Yeah, they've got double wards on the top side. I mean, you do somewhat expect the Ornn to be on weak sides, but BLG, will they have the information for this? They put a ward on Raptors. This probably will lead to Shadow clearing through bot side towards top side and then having to very quickly go Raptors to Raptors. We might see Tien do red buff Raptors, crossover mid with a level 2 gank onto the Ziggs, maybe before he even levels up that satchel,
you're right.
and then try and steal away Raptors and basically get 2 camps up over on Shadow. So watch for that Raptors into the mid lane gank. Ziggs has gone for the early shove, and I don't think Shadow will be there to defend. He's going mid now. That will give Jarvan the information he needs, but Knight's in a great position.
Xiao gets knocked into the wall. Xiao in danger, gets a shuffle forwards. Knight can now look to get over the wall if he needs to. Where is the Jarvan flash on out? Flash over. Nice work from Knight.
However, Tien still ends up getting the Raptors up, so the lacking jungle vision at level 1 has helped win out the early levels from Weibo. Knight was demolishing Xiaohu at the level 1 and level 2. He must have hit every single one of his passives, and this is the last time Zig's mid was played in the LPL, 2020, Vici Gaming versus Top Esports, and it was Zeka, the world champion from 2 years after that game, picked it out. Tien is going not into his own Raptors now. Sorry, he's gone towards his own Raptors, but Shadow doing the right thing here, knowing that Tien would go into Raptors, going in towards topside blue quadrant, can smite this away and get even in terms of counts.
Be wary, we'll smite now. Tien going to speed himself with the Dustbrain, but can't get too much more. And again, the Nocturne, very scary if you go into them. Not that easy at chasing you down.
Yeah, so apologies, not going to be even in camps, still camped down because Shadow still lost his Raptors as well. So currently it is blue buff, this is buff for buff. However, the extra Raptors were taken by Tien, so he's a camp up, which means that potentially the Scuttle Crab becomes more useful there to try and even out camps.
Little attempt there at causing some decision making from both junglers. Nice chunk back from Elk there, who's caught at the level 2. Brief pause here in the clean feed. It does this sometimes, folks. We'll be back shortly. We might need to reset it, but there it goes black. I'll see if I can hear it coming back in shortly. We are here, guys. The clean feed's just dying. Yep. One moment.
No worries, folks. It'll come back in just a second shortly. Normally I put the cameras on to prove that we're here, but the last time people got frightened when we did that, so we won't do that this time. It'll be back shortly, folks. Just wait to hear that.
I can hear the noise.
And there we go. There it is, back. That's not on our end, folks. You can see the little things switching around in the bottom left-hand corner. You know it's not us. It's on Shanghai's side.
There we go. And we'll see Knight snip some of those waves away. Shadow, though, does step
snip them away. Zigwen now.
I think I went for snipe and...
Yeah, no, I know you did Sam.
Snap. And then we snip.
Yeah. Yeah, snip and a pancake. Pipe and a crap.
You're about to pick.
Cigar on a waffle.
You're a strange man, Alex.
No. Yeah. If you know, you know, but no. Xiao teleporting back in towards mid lane as BLG. Credit to them. They do end up getting Jarvan out of the worst case scenario. Tien throwing a good curveball towards Shadow. And this is where I think BH1 would be more likely to fall prey. Because he's not that great at recouping his own farm. Shadow is much better at securing his own farm than someone like BH1 was before. Now, I'd argue that BH1 at his best on teams like TT was better at those clutch snap engages, but it's not like Shadow's bad at that either. Right here, Shadow showing his, again, more ability to accrue his own resources.
So it goes from there all the while. We are seeing a little bit of play towards his bot side. Just Bin doing his best to be even there in the match. Down about 10 CS, but hey, you're on. You're okay being a little bit further down. You are quite a good low economy top laner. That allows you to play around other members. Because again, this game, you want this Varus, you want this Ziggs to be as scary as you damn well can make them.
Yeah, spider norting away from on. I've been seeing some, I don't know why, I was just interacting with like some of the more recent comic book movie kind of posts on Twitter. So I've had random comic book panels now show up on my feed. So for those of you that don't know, Fantastic Four, you got Reed Richards, Mr. Fantastic, you got the Invisible Woman. Their child is effectively God. It's like, yeah, it's like, you know how in the Invincibles, the Incredibles rather, you know how Jack is like, again, it has everything. Same kind of thing happens in Fantastic Four. But the way that they kind of like discipline him is saying, if you don't eat your vegetables, Spider-Man will be very upset. And they will actually call Spider-Man when he doesn't eat his vegetables, like, no, don't tell Spider-Man.
Oh, his hero.
Yeah, and I find that very adorable.
Sometimes that's great. Would you be upset if Spider-Man was upset with you?
Yeah, I would, Sam. Yeah, I would be. With great chow comes great responsibility. That's great wave clip. And gets the tag of the ult. That's Knight from Knight. Knight 10 CS up everyone's ear. You know, for years and years, Ziggs has been great into his ear, and no one's bothered to pick him. APA is the one guy that's played it. We've seen it in bot lane, but never really seen it in mid lane. Now, there was some logic to that, because effectively, it was very hard for Ziggs to play around his Q cooldown. Tien's going to walk into the Jarvan, will spot him now. Doesn't get the flat knock up, but the Q does land with the Dragon Strike. Remember that gets a little bit weird with spell shielding Jarvan. You can, if you get hit with the flag first and you spell shield, the Q damage will come through and the knock. If you get hit by the Q damage won't come through, but you will still get knocked up as he flies towards you. So you can't...
You got to try to choose your poison.
You have to be a little bit... As far as I'm aware, you can spell shield the knock up and the Q damage, but if you go earlier, then the flag will pop it. I believe that's the case. Yeah, it's a bit weird. Of course, in some cases, he'll flag drag long, and he'll go over you. In that case, then obviously the spell shield won't affect the flag at all, because the flag doesn't hit you. And part of the Jarvan combo is, of course, the flag doing good damage too. Smites from Tien wasn't available from Shadow, so buff steal to him.
Here's about a camp of 6, and Bin. So TP back bot side was chunked very low. I was a bit worried about a dive coming on through earlier on, but instead TM took the opportunity to go invade. And again, you are on a Nocturne. You want those level 6 as early as possible.
Question in chat from Onivia's chat, which is a very valid one. Does BLG lack consistent damage? If we were against Sion Skarner, yes. Because you're against Nocturne, Rumble, Azir, Jhin, no. Poke Varus actually has very high DPS against squishy characters. Just struggles a little bit against tanky champions. And they can't do as much. Level 6 hit from Varus, who is now at a very good point of power. And actually, Ziggs alongside the Varus gives you mixed, decent DPS, especially against squishies. While if they were tanky, I would agree with you. Both of these are very bursty poke champions with low cooldowns, which means that actually the squishies really have to respect that.
What I will say, though, is that you are reliant on both of them being alive for an extended period during a fight, or at least getting their first set of cooldowns off. Because if, say, the Nocturne paired up with an Equalizer, with a Curtain Call coming on through, blows up the Ziggs before he can press any buttons, then you've just got Varus, and then things get a bit more challenging again.
On the other side, though, BLG have the press, alt, and pray button as well. Grub's going to be given up by BLG. BLG went from being a very grub-centric team to actually being a very anti-grub-centric team. They'd rather spend that time clearing jungle. Shadow's done this before. He says, look, you're taking the objective. I'm going to get a full clear in, go back for my first item, and we'll get a power point out of that. See right here, choosing to freeze out the top lane, get some value for Elk on that Varus. W's not going to land there. And BLG, they have so much wave clear. The grubs are going to be very hard to use. How do you hit a tower when there's a poke Varus, a Ziggs, and an Ornn ult to clear all 3 waves of the map? This is, folks, if you want to learn about the stereotypes and the strengths and the peculiarities of each team, we do that really well here on the stream because we've watched them for literally, we've been doing this for 2 years. I've been watching BLG in their recent era for their entirety of this era. BLG, one of the classic things they do is draft 3 wave clear lanes. And if you have a position on the map, they will leave someone on weak side, maybe get them killed, but they'll clear the wave, so you get 1 kill, and you can't push the turret. Whereas on the other side, they fast shove the wave once you make a play onto weak side, and then they can, because you have less wave clear than them.
Also on the other side, Rumble, Azir, Jhin, not exactly bad wave clear either. That one was a smite on that one. Soul Flare comes on down, but it's only the slow. Elk does get rooted. Will decide to cleanse that in fade of a potential paranoia angle.
I think that makes a lot of sense. Don't want to throw a team under the bus. On has level 6, has flash. Just a little bit afraid walking up into that river, because again, he could be the one jumped on, but with heal, flash a little bit less. Oh god, that's a lot. I was actually wondering if the Ziggs ult would come through.
And actually the Eclipse should run out. Now they go on forwards with the Varus ult. But look at Elk on the other side, getting a bit of a heal, trying to buy some time. TN on top of him, going to try and get the kill regardless, and does so. 1 for 1. TP's flying. As in goes Shadow looking for an angle. Nice dodge away. As Shadow gets on out with a wonderful, wonderful Cataclysm flag drag.
So they do pull that global ultimate, and Ziggs can now push in that mid wave. What's happening on the other side? I suppose with Elk dead, it means that he can't actually clear the wave in the way that they want to. Teleport from Ziggs towards top lane to get the wave clear that they need. Again, BLG overload wave clear in a bunch of their comps. They can quickly make plays and get value. Great damage onto Shao, who doesn't have the ult. But you can see that Ziggs does a hell of a lot of damage to that Varus, to the Azir.
Of course, Azir just used the shuffle. It's relatively long cooldown until you get a bit of cooldown under your belt. And so the Azir just has to sort of sit there and suffer as he's forced away. And again, he doesn't have the teleport burn to go topside. And they'd be in a slightly awkward position.
But look again here. Weiberg gets 0 plates from that play. They end up killing the Varus, and in fact, actually, they're the ones which get the plates. BLG are very good at getting their waves in order when quick plays start to happen. And this is like the depth of quick, scrappy style of League of Legends, which many people watch the LPL for. And a lot of people say it's not about macro. It is. It's just not slow macro. It is about continually forcing response after response. And right here, they have the global from the Ziggs, who throws it out. Flashes, tried to flash out of the flag and drag. Sadly, flashes still into it and into the Ziggs ult. Chris, a bad flash there. He's had a bit of a bad day at the office, honestly. Shadow goes unstoppable with the ultimate, dodges the ult, waits until his flag drag comes back up. Gets out. Really nice escape from Shadow.
Very elegantly done. Dragon picked up by BLG. But at least get topside. He's able to pick up a wave here. Ziggs does have ult in about 3 seconds. I don't think he'll drop it on this wave, though.
I think he needs to. He can save it for the next wave anyway. Has Ludens, has level 9. One of the bonuses of mid lane Ziggs is that you do get a little bit of extra XP. It means you have the extra level in the Q, an extra level in the E, and your wave there becomes... Well, for those of you who watched 11 years ago, teams like Samsung Blue with Dade running heal and ghost mid, or heal flash, or ghost mat flash, Ziggs mid with Xerath, Anivia, Ziggs. This is the kind of gameplay you saw. You could just stall for forever, use that global ult to chip waves, join in plays if you want, but forever deprive waves from the enemy team to push in with.
I'm joking, I got to cast Dade v Pawn again the other weekend.
So wild,
which was wild, with Parting, who's a StarCraft legend on one of the squads as well. Dade and Parting going up against Pawn. Ends up being a win there for Dade in the end, just about over Pawn the time I got to see it. It was good fun. Very different game
again. Using the Ornal again, trying to clear out. This is what they love to do. They use that paranoia.
There's going to be a lot of ults burn. I think that's probably a likely dead bin. Crisps does go down, but it's an execute. As Bin couldn't get any damage on top of them.
Yeah, they get the wave cleared. This is classic BLG. Wave clear, someone might die on a side lane, but you'll get there first. Xiao using the wave to try and cut through this. However, on the other side, Ziggs is one of the best tower takers in the game. Shadow can wave clear with his QE, not drag himself forward, and the Satchel can kill this with one more passive auto.
That's the short fuse. He's got On coming up as well. That turret is gone. Look, there's the marker. Just needs to wait for the cooldown. And there it is.
And Ziggs gets a boatload of gold. Xiao, who tried to push in as quickly as possible, but BLG are practiced at this. They draft so much wave clear, and even if you attack them on their weak side of the map, they are very good at getting the best on the other side of it.
So, gold even right now. One turret over. Gone first turret to BLG. Kills and objective yet to be confirmed. Question is where that gold is. Got to leave for the Rumble, but it's into an Ornn, right? You kind of expect at least a certain amount of leave for the Rumble into pretty much every matchup not named Galio.
Yeah, and I do think that the Ornn being, Ornn being this far behind is definitely a low roll, but he has been on weak side. He'll still be fine with that. The Ziggs having this much gold is terrifying. Now he'll be going towards a Horizon Focus second, and Luden's Horizon Focus is one of the best AP combos if you can get it. Knight's going to rotate around the map. They get a plate from the Demolish. Knight will get his passive auto onto the tower. He'll go through a full rotation. Keep throwing out skills. The plates have just fallen off. There might be an engage. They're trying to stop another Satchel coming down with this bot tower, but I don't actually know if they'll get it in time. Well, just about. On needs to flash out potentially.
There goes On. The hooks to the wall, gets out to safety. Solar Flare backstep. Slow on 3 though. Paranoia not going to be on forwards. Flash for Breathe is immune by that Satchel charge. May well lose On, but the turnaround damage is huge as the Mega Inferno Bomb comes on down.
And now the shot's empty. The chamber's empty. They've used their ammunition. Shadow not choosing to use the Cataclysm. Jin and Varus over the wall.
Ooh, that hook just went wide onto Xiaohu, but the poke is landing. Varus looking for an angle, lands a bit of poke onto Xiaohu, but now the curtain's being caught.
Shadow can dunk him. Shadow can dunk him.
Shadow could indeed dunk him, and Light backs away. Good call on that one. The basketball not required this time around, but that turret is gone regardless. BLG turn it around, hold their nerve.
Dude, I'm loving Knight on this Ziggs. And hang on a second, dunk again, still available. This flash from Tien. Is he forced to use it?
Forge Guard is summoned. Tien flashes away. Turn around on the Shadow though means that he dies. The Flame Spitter came on down. TP coming on through from Ziggs, who'd recalled.
Yeah, Ziggs was not close enough to that plate, so BLG go a little too far. Does mean, of course, they don't have defenders on the spot side of the map now, but yeah, the kill a little too far there from Shadow. Tien holding his spell shield well and then flashing for the second part of that Ornn ultimate. No panic there. But, dude, I'm loving Knight on this Ziggs because think about it this way, folks. Knight is not the best Azir play. It's not his comfort champion. I think he's fine on it. But you want Knight to be more than fine on a team like BLG. BLG did not reach World Finals by Knight being fine. They watched him. They reached it by him being the best goddamn player at Worlds 2024. And if you think any different, I will fight you. I've done the VOD reviews and I will stand behind that. If you have Ziggs, which answers the Azir in his back pocket, and then you allow them to take the Azir, and you have this pick, that solves the Azir draft question for BLG. If this Ziggs is well practiced and they have compositions for it, BLG might have found their silver bullet to help one of Knight's, I guess, foibles as a mid laner. And do we watch, sorry, are we into 2000 AD? I actually don't know that one as much there, Macme. Mid lane, out of turret, now under threat. Again, fast feud passive, Varus ult used. Cleanse through from the Leona, pushing in again. The Satchel can be here. It's dropped down, but now Knight doesn't have that defensively.
They get some damage back here. Now potentially in danger. On gets knocked to low, but not quite down till just now. The health bars and Wave are getting low, but not enough to kill.
Great sidestep there from Knight. Ends up getting hit, dodging out the W as well. This little Ziggs has got some feet on him.
The thing is, Wave are the one's getting the kills. And look, the poke is great, but it's not actually confirming people. It's getting them low right now.
Yeah, but what it does leave is Bin alone on the side lane. It buys the Paranoia. It buys, Chris' ultimate too. Knight didn't have to flash, even though there were a ton of things used onto them. Tien half HP. Knight still has flash. Arrow's starting to land, and bombs are too. Tien trying to combo up with Crisp here, but the Satchel's great again. Crisp using that flash and getting nothing for it. Knight's been breaking his ankles. I think with him out of mana, it will lead to the Herald going over to the side of Weibo.
Nicely done. That's good value there from Weibo. Gets them a second objective, one more to get Feats of Strength, as they already got the first 3 kills. BLG, they're going to head towards Dragon as trade.
So BLG run out of mana on their poke machine of that Ziggs and can't get as much out of it. Mid lane turret taken, which is kind of huge. The cleanse on Leona from Spellbook, very valuable, but really, I mean, just about dodging out on that solar flare. Backstep would have got him stunned by it. A great 3-man ult by the Ziggs here as the teleport comes in. Great value from Knight. If the arrow hits, I think it kills there too, but honestly, Knight, I'm really loving this Ziggs. I want to see him play this more if this is their answer in towards the longer range but squishier comps.
Look, I've gone and found this patch note. So in 25.14, Ziggs changes to Bouncing Bomb. AP ratio changed from 65% all ranks to 80% now at max rank. Explosive main field went from 30% at all ranks to 45% at all rank at max rank. Mega Inferno Bomb, similar kinds of deals. Got slightly nerfed in the most recent patch, but just so much more value from the AP ratios.
And now he has the Horizon Focus. For those of you that don't know, 2,800 gold for 115 AP 25 ability haste item. It is insanely efficient. Now, it doesn't give the percent damage up on hitting long range abilities or CC anymore, but it does give the vision, but it doesn't give the extra damage. It's still an insane stat stick. Incredibly efficient. Ludens into Horizon Focus for champions like LeBlanc, like Ziggs, anything which can kind of poke and go through multiple cooldown rotations in a fairly short amount of time is really, really nasty. And now Knight, with the gold lead he has, is going to be in a pretty nasty spot.
The other side of this, though, of course, is Weibo have got solid lead on the Nocturne, solid lead on this Rumble. If you can do a combo of Nocturne into Rumble on top of the Ziggs and blast him out of the sky, you can still kill him. You've got access to the Ziggs for however long range he is. Your target action is still very long range here.
Problem is, BLG have really good peel, because if you go in, perhaps Shadow jumps forward and dunks someone who's trying to follow up. So the Jhin ult is going to be hard to follow up with. Perhaps On puts the Nautilus ultimate onto the Nocturne or the Leona, whoever's diving forwards. That can be a problem too. Varus ult as well. Let's be honest, if you let the Varus free hit, that's also a problem. Both of these champions need to be taken off in short order. And because Weibo can't really damage the front line enough right now, I don't think they can cleanly win team fights by playing front to back and trying to dive past the front line or go into the front line. They need to pick someone off, if at all possible.
So,
it has come to this.
It has come to this. I have to say, we've got a couple minutes to the next objective spawning. Realistically, Atacon will be down in about 30 seconds, but doing that on spawn has generally been speaking a bad idea, TM. Put that one all in capital letters. Crisp. A bush flank here. Looking to catch out the Ziggs as he goes to clean up this wave. Crisp is not spotted. Knight could be in danger here. TP behind though.
Flash, has Satchel, the whole team's here.
Well, now Crisp comes on down. Porino coming across. Is who going to get knocked up? Does not quite go to the Mega Inferno Bomb, but Shadow finishes the deal. Elk now in danger. Curtain's getting called. Can that be the big turnaround they need? Shadow is body blocking best he can. They all line up and they get out.
Yeah, the Ziggs ult just clipping on the edge of the hitbox onto Xiao, who adds the damage in that's needed. And BLG, I mean, yes, there were questions. Okay, is the Ziggs in danger? No, his team's coming to him. Ooh. W does hit, doesn't stop the recall. On has teleport to get back out onto the map from that spellbook. Ziggs, rather, the Varus is low though, and he'll have to take a little more time to get back onto things. Weibo potentially saw an option with Xiao having the earlier teleport.
Oh, they're starting it now.
Well, I don't know if they really want this. I think that was just... I guess they are leashing it. I don't think they really want it right now. Varus is coming up. They need to wait for all of them to be available. And poor Xiao got just really dunked again. Azir into Jarvan can be a bit weird. You kind of need to... You need to time your ult late, because if he ults through yours because he goes unstoppable, well, that's not great either. Right here, ults through the Azir ult, and then he's still melee range of the Jarvan. Has to flash out. Depth charge, and the Ziggs ult does end up hitting him just on the edge of that hitbox. It can be a little bit confusing on the edge of it. Managed to pile up and stop the curtain call, getting values as well.
Gala does a good amount of body blocking there. Throws down the... what is the W called? The golden... I think it's like...
Golden Aegis.
Golden Aegis, yeah. That's the one. The one that gives Jarvan the shield.
Gives you a shield. Slows people around him as well, actually, which can be pretty important. Used to run that... Well, It got a lot of buffs after a while. Xiao, who does have Volt, doesn't have Flash. Shadow was threatening the dunk, did have the Flash. Tried to maybe win that mind game again. Could get him in the right spot there, especially with Leona just behind him. Leona has heal as well from Spellbook, has the teleport, can reset. But he wants to get rid of that teleport for the next fight. Can reset, teleport back out onto the map after doing whatever. Dragging up in 30 seconds will be BLG's third, and that'll get them towards soul points, not the soul itself. BLG getting some XP onto the Ornn as well now, and he'll start to give those Ornn items over to his teammates shortly.
Statistically, a very tight game. Slight advantage to BLG, but not a done deal by any stretch of the imagination. You've got 2 items on Jhin and Azir. It's Nocturne's ahead, not as much as they once were, but still ahead. And again, you may hit a point where blowing up one of the Varus or Ziggs may just be all you need to turn these fights around. Right now, it just felt like BLG winning the kind of standoff wars by virtue of range and poke. Good old angle. Knock up onto that Leona. Crisp is fried. The equalizer comes on down, but it doesn't really burn out Bin all that much.
And Weibo, though they have a great engage combo, are also at threat of BLG engaging on them first. They have a very long engage range, and Bin pulls a great ult across 4 members of the team.
Shadow's looking at TN, wants to try and get on top of him. There's the Unspeakable Horror, forces the flash out of TN, misses the flag and drag, but will still force him to retreat away.
And now because Chris stepped too far forwards and Weibo couldn't find the engage first, they can't dunk down onto the Ziggs and the Varus in the same way. Trying to get out of the... Shadow, gotta be careful there. Walked in towards the range. Here comes Curtain Call.
Shadow doesn't get his yet. 2 bullets down. Third one lands onto On. Means the 4th shot unlikely. Paranoia burned. They're going to hold it at 3k. In we go.
There they go. How can they get anything on top? They're trying to kill the Varus.
He survives. Deadly Flourish just wide. On tanks it up, but the jungler is dead, and that should have been sole point for BLG.
Oh, and the ult gets right onto Light, chunks him out as well. No stand and fight available. And BLG have their own engage combo. You might think they sit and poke. They can also use it like a nuclear warhead onto the backline if they pull their ults, which is exactly what they did. Elk somehow surviving that. And Weibo, they can't even deal with one of the carries, let alone the 2 poke carries. They tried to jump onto Elk there, couldn't quite finish it. And Weibo, they can't find their engage angles quickly enough before BLG fire first.
Good stuff from them. BLG are in a strong position now. 2k up. Maybe increasing that, I hope shortly. The Soul is pretty good.
Weibo looks so dysfunctional. I think part of the issue is that they got dunked a little bit in the Azir lane. So Azir, and this is one of the problems with the Ziggs into the Azir. You expect Azir will passively get pushed in any lane eventually. That's just not been the case here against the Ziggs. That was tuning into the stream.
I was.
We do that sometimes for mid-stream analytics, you know, and stuff. I will say, you know, there's double spell shield items onto the carries of BLG. Not that useful because the Paranoia instantly pops it. That being said, actually, denying the vision reduction of the Paranoia can be quite valuable at points. Shadow has himself a Black Cleaver now, which is not Starax, but it helps him do as much... It helps him do some more damage and set up for Elk as well. If you jump onto that first target, it really starts to hurt.
If the Paranoia is down, you still help survive against things like Jin W. Leona looking for you. It's not the best defensive option, but again, it's lethality. And it's the best option you have from within the lethality.
Chris has Flash, has Cleanse.
When Chains of Corruption will be using the Cleanse. Now the Curtain Call coming on forward. Now Nocturne goes to the background. Remember, there's always that much defensive tools now. Breathe. Gets in very deep. The Equalizer sucks. Oh my days. Caught up on top of the Mega Inferno bomb. Bin should get that kill and does so. Call of the Forge Goal coming on through, but he's rooted up, so Bin couldn't get the reactivation. Damage onto Light though. Had to flash as Bin has continued to look at him. The Forge God stunking to pump down on top of the Piltover Menace. Won't quite do so. Shadow in danger as Tien getting to get the fear off. Gets the kill on Jarvan. This fight is messy. Killed off the Leona, but they'll blow up the Nocturne eventually. Does Elk. Xiao, who turns it around, though, has become a very messy state of affairs. 2 for 2 as it stands. Sorry, 2 for 3, as they do lose that additional member to Weibo Gaming.
And the carries of BLG managed to stay at much higher HP to get follow-up cooldowns. And Weibo cannot get onto the backline. This is meant to be a composition where they eventually managed to dunk down onto them. But BLG have done a very good job of making sure that it's very hard for Weibo to get within range for the... Bloody hell, it's a build-up damage from that. Luden's bomb coming through. Knight Ziggs has been very, very good this game. We talk the praises about it. He's basically never been under threat. He's managed to keep his flash up. Knight's team fighting is very, very good. Every time I see Knight on a different champion to team fight with, he plays it in a different way, which is very exciting. Elk ends up getting jumped on a little bit. Xiaohu gets some DPS down as he's over the wall. But you can just see that no damage really goes down onto the carries. Breathe gets completely obliterated, teleporting in to on CC into that Ziggs ultimate. The combo is doing very, very good damage onto Weibo. Got another fight in the picture-in-picture over the Scuttle Crab of all things, but trying to fight into a choke point against that minefield is a real pain in the arse against Ziggs.
It really is.
On, not the tankiest, you can see that Zero at least had the damage to take him down, and this is the one time where Xiao has actually been able to stand and fight. He's 2-1-2, a little bit less gold behind than he was previously, but, you know, again, the damage isn't going onto the Ziggs and the Varus. Maybe the first time we see Weibo getting onto one of these carries, we can revisit whether they can win this game. They're currently 2k behind there, being threatened by Ocean Soul in a minute 20 seconds from BLG. but we need to see Weibo hit the backline. They've not been able to do so. They're linking up. Tien is over the wall. Here comes the Paranoia, pops the spell shields, and that's a lot of damage back up to the Azir.
Oh, yes. Shahu left over, but it's good to stand and fight. Elk in the backside as in goes Tien trying to buy but the exhaust! The exhaust curtain calls going to be blocked. Well done by BLG. Unfortunately for Light, for all the curtain call angles have looked good. They've been body blocked so well. Breathe goes down. Flag drag onto Light. And there is the cataclysm. It's the end of days. And Weibo, it's looking like the end of their game.
The Paranoia goes down, the lights go out, but BLG know how to party in the dark. Weibo cannot find the carries before BLG dunks them back. This is full contact team fighting. It's a catchphrase which you're gonna learn one way or another. When you attack BLG, they sucker punch you right back.
That wasn't so much a sucker punch, it was a full-on drop kick from the top rope and just clunks the back of Weibo Gaming's heads into the dirt.
Weibo are just struggling to get everyone into the backline. They can't quite kill Elk. It feels like it's just Tien on a solo mission. Satchel back in. I don't even know if he can sweep him way back out. Does just manage to get away from beyond on.
And there's the Horizon focus. My days, that dredge line was closed. Mega Inferno Bomb forces the flash.
Very, very close. He's still going. Yes, flash. If you can maybe get that flash, you can kill.
He needs to think about it. He's going to go for it, isn't he? Oh my god, the bouncing grenade!
Pixel short. 307. Knight putting on a bit of a montage on the pick. And that's surely going to open up the dragon. Baron's been taken. You have no teleport on the Azir. He's low HP. I guess the shotgun's reloaded from Weibo as well. They have their full combo. But without the Azir, the DPS feels oh so lacking. Knight's a little bit low HP, but you can just put down a minefield in the choke point. It becomes that hard to play around it. Maybe it's a Paranoia over the wall to try and steal it, but that's a one-way mission for Tien. And all it would get them is just a single dragon themselves.
There's the soul secured. Again, I don't think it's like Shao's played a bad Azir game. You know what I mean? He's still got a couple kills, farmed okay, but the laning phase sucks. And I think that Ziggs flex really caught them off guard. They lock in the Azir, and BLG were really ready for it.
There's something quite picturesque about playing the Nocturne into Shadow himself. The name feels very appropriate here. BLG, when they see Paranoia get popped, Shadow jumps him. Ornn jumps him. Everyone just goes full ham, and I really appreciate that. Not everywhere in the world would you see a team play as aggressively into the engage, but it is a specialty here in the LPL. Not many teams play this style, and it's so exciting to watch. They jump forward, find out Crisp, doesn't have a flash, but he'll have a blast. Oh, the blast goes not helpful.
No, and then on the other side gets the knock up. Gonna try and buy some time. It's Shahu, but he's knocked into the dirt!
Jesus!
They do that one in brutal fashion. Curtains are called, but to what end? They do kill off Elk, but I don't think it's gonna be quite enough. All the while they get a bounty on a turret from the minions. That's the best you're getting. Breathe! No more! Tien on vision needs to run away. The Duskbringer coming on top, hit by a bouncing grenade, just about dodges that. I take it back. But all the while they can look into the melt lane and look for the tier 3.
BLG get the 3 for 2, but they have the Ziggs alive, who is the master of demolition of turrets, instantly destroyed in a single wave. And the shotgun is empty for Weibo. They can't fire back again. They can take a full inhibitor, and with just only 3 minions behind them. And BLG, I love this composition. Today they have looked very, very on form, and dare I say it, the honeymoon phase is selling me on BLG again. I think they're really playing well around their team fighting, which was lacking so much earlier in the year.
The disaster for this, of course, for all the viewers back home, as we watch an incredible fight, is that viewers may not get to see the end of the Horse Girl campaign. Because we might be looking at a 2-0 here after Weibo got obliterated.
Damn, we're the new... Jesus Christ, that damage.
It's brutal.
They overkilled him by about a third of his HP.
Yeah.
There was a bomb which didn't even need to pop onto him. That is insane. Now, the turnaround's not bad, but it's mainly onto the bot lane, you know? And you know, we were saying, okay, but, you know, if you run out, if you just kill the Varus, it's just the Ziggs. If you kill the Ziggs, it's just the Varus. They have the damage at this point. You have Ornn item. There is a frickin' death cap on this Ziggs, which is going to buff up the Medjais. And alongside everything else, there's a very high AP build, and Ziggs' AP ratios are through the roof right now. Atkan's been left alive until 31 minutes, which is a bit of a rarity in the current meta, and BLG will take that as a consolation, as I guess a decorative prize.
And look, don't get me wrong, there's some conversation. Look, Jin feels a bit used to say, like, yeah, he is right now, because it's 30 minutes of the game, and they're 5,000, 10,000 goal behind, you know what I mean? There is this, well, 5,000. Redoubling that, but the point still stands. Actually, the moment where Weibo needed to pull the trigger was 20 minutes ago. It was 15 minutes ago. They didn't get enough off the Paranoids. They didn't shut down the Ziggs or the Varus. They didn't get ahead or use the Rumble power spikes as well as they could have, and BLG just got to steamroll through mid-game, and now they're at this point where incidental poke is threatening lethal.
Poke is just so disgusting. Tien's over the wall again. There are the double spell shields up for the Ziggs and for the Varus, which means that they will ignore the low sightness, which helps them. Here they go, going on to Knight!
That's pretty good. Knight's in danger. Tries to get an Inferno Bomb down. Knight's still alive. Finally burned out. Turning around though with the Cataclysm. Shadow goes down to the corner of the forward squad on the cross angle. Shadow flashing on forwards. It's a triple for Elk. He can look for more. There's the Quadra. They want to give him all 5. It's Infinity Stones. Make it a pentakill.
Elk on the Varus pops off. There's a smile on the face as Bellissimo BLG is speaking Italian today. BLG's new jungler Shadow has awoken something in the old beast. Is it a honeymoon phase? Perhaps, but it tastes oh so sweet. Weibo swept from the field of play, ending with a pentakill for their AD carry.
Ends with the hum of a V12 engine painted in red side livery. The Italian vibes are there. Shadow on the squad of BLG helps drag them to a 3-0 series score.
BLG playing loud, playing forte, fortissimo, as they put the loudspeakers on max, put the V12 a-humming. And oh my god, BLG, that composition looks so beautiful. I loved Night Sigs. Died once at the end of the game, but made the cost so high. Bin's ultimate, hitting 4 across the team. What a great game and a great series from BLG. We have been hesitant to talk about BLG because they've made changes before and they've worked well in the short term. Way in summer last year looked great. When they subbed in Baytron at the end of last split, also looked great and got them towards the finals. Shadow's looking great now. That does mean it comes with some reservations. Weibo made some changes. They brought Chris back and Hung left. They still have a lot more reservations for us for them to dispel. BLG looked damn good. Dare I say it, BLG currently best team in the LPL. We shall see if that lasts.
Yeah, exactly that. But so far, Shadow comes in. Apparently did this off 2 days scrim in Shanghai between various competitions. That's how much time they had to make the decision, and they made it. And so far for BLG, it's looking good, and I feel for the likes of Beitwan. But on the other hand, we said, look, Shadow, worried about him leaving FBX. Oh gosh, this is going to be another scenario where BLG snap up another jungler and it all gets lost in the machine. So far, the machine is humming pretty well oiled and pretty deadly.
Yola Bellissimo, never get tired of your old Pentaskull. Hablo un poco español, is lo mismo de italiano. De poco lo mismo. It's, okay, my Spanish is very rusty. I spoke a little bit of Italian in the past. Honestly,
what's the one that the Ferrari one is? Grazie Regalo or something?
Grazie mille.
Grazie mille.
Grazie mille.
I wanted to say, but I couldn't remember what it was. So I was like, I can't do that one. We'll have to go to something a bit different.
You need to go get that clip and post it because that's a good one.
I'll go do that now.
Grazie ragazzi.
Grazie ragazzi. That's the one. It's the one off the F1. I was like, something like that, and I couldn't remember what it is.
Hablo un poco español. Sí. Dame los cables de batería, los puedes escapar. Me gustaría comer un tiro de pequeño en la costa de Francia, pero solo demasiado rojo. No, that's different, that's German. Y ¿dónde está la biblioteca? Sí. Me odio.
You just spouted the most ridiculous bullshit.
Yeah. I do that quite a bit. And look, folks, I know this is really important. Sam, I don't know whether you're streaming later or whatever.
Yes.
Okay, cool. I got to finish off the Horse Girl campaign while people are still watching, by the way. We just won the finals here. We'll get some extras to the 3. I just turned the skip off so we can end up doing that.
I'm gonna go get that clip.
Yeah, you get that clip, you post it on Twitter and Reddit. That's the kind of shit which pops off and lets people watch us more, which is very cool. Most one-sided history and on for Chris. I mean, on just massive support diff today, yeah, for sure. So, like, you have, like, your... Yeah, this is, like, the rival trainer who was, like, you spot at the start of the campaign. And this is part of the scenario. There are different campaign scenarios, by the way. They had, like, different things in. So you get a load of stats up from this person. You get stats up from the reporter as well, potentially, depending on your... and skill points, depending on your friendship with them. I don't think we had max stuff here. Back to the real esport. This is the real esport. Absolutely it is. Yeah, so they give you basically a, yeah, this reporter basically does like if you win, they do like an article about you in the Horse Racer magazine and stuff. And they do like a full page spread of your career basically, which is very cool. They don't show you it, but... I mean, Jesus Christ, Knight. I mean, you expect that from a Ziggs. The thing is, that Ziggs damage is against squishies, not tanks. That's why it's important. That is all against squishies. That is insane. If it's against like a Scion or something, it matters less. Because it's against a full squishy team, that Ziggs damage means more. No small number of fan letters from readers. Yeah. Oh, I think basically if you get a certain amount of fans, you get this extra scene, I think. And this will go up to +5 if you get better friendship with her. You can get up to +10 or +15 from this, I think. Knight almost always has solid games, for sure. Knight's been... I mean, he's had a couple of duff games at MSI where it looked like it was just full mental booming, and a couple of games in this split, but Knight is still Knight, you know? And then each person has a different, like, post-credit scene, basically, for their... And honestly, like, if you want to... This game is completely fine to play slowly and talk about, and like, look through the story as well. It's like a decent visual novel. Who has the best campaign? Medjaro McQueen's got a good one. Bocateo's got a pretty good one. Some of them are a little bit more... I mean, Vodka's got an interesting one too. More Vodka and Daiwa Scarlet kind of like two sides of the same coin because they're rivals. And they're both lower stars, so you're likely to get them to enjoy that campaign. Haru Urara, by the way, one of the best scenes in this is... So Haru Urara has 0 aptitude for one of the last races she has in her campaign because it's a long turf race, which she both has like minimum aptitude for, so it's very, very hard to train her up and get like legacies which allow her to win that. But if you do, like you get like a special scene where like the crowd starts crying because like Haru Urara is in real life a horse which lost 113 races or something like that. She was 0 on 113 or something like that. So yeah, like finally getting her to a point where she can win her dream race is really, really sweet. Haru Urara, the horse, is still alive actually. You can send hay to her for like ryegrass. Yep. So you get basically all of these things give you some plus stats, which is kind of nice. Did we get B? We did. Cool. So we got our chance to get the crazy stats. Professor Cup just fine. This is okay actually, but I think I prefer to have straightaway. That's pretty good. This I like. This I like. I really like this. Time straight haste isn't bad either. Preferred position. I don't think we need more regen actually. Medium straightaways we've already got. Murmur's really good. I actually think we go Murmur, you know. Murmur's really, really good. I think then we've got one more skill to use, really. Lalo's meh. It's okay. Straightaway out-up's pretty good. Professor of Curvature. It's less good. Yes, screw it. We'll go do the Dignity Calls, which is like another ult on the final corner, basically. And now we see if we... I think we get an A rank campaign. I don't think it's an A+. Okay, that's pretty good. A rank? Yeah, it's not bad. Honestly, this is pretty good. And now we see what the spark is. This is what we did the whole thing for. 2-star speed is not bad, you know. This is an 8-star now. It's not a 9-star, but it's an 8-star. It's pretty damn good. It's still pretty good. And then we can replace our current Teo in our racing team with this. This one's better. This is the best one which I've had. Monarch is good. So you get different like titles you can get. This one is for running at least 7 career G1s, winning 4 G1s as a favorite, and winning some of the big ones, which is kind of cool. Monarch is actually their title as a racehorse as well. They were the Tokai Monarch. Okay, and we'll wait for Sam to... Okay, if you're on YouTube, well, we'll wait until the MVP just comes through now. And we'll replace you with our other one, which is slightly better. And the great thing about that, don't end YouTube. Okay, fine. Well, we've got to do it in a little bit. Watch through these. Thanks everyone for stopping by. Obviously means a lot that you're all here. If there's anything if you can drop any follows or likes or subscribe, anything like that, it obviously does make a lot of difference for us. And we will see you next time. See you in a bit, folks. Sam's about to go live, and we'll. So yeah, if you're on Twitch, we'll send you up to Sam now. If you're on YouTube, the show will end here. Thank you so much for joining us.